bet if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOPTV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. Africa News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejumo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be, listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances, and all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet, and you should keep watching VOP TV.
It's a bright and beautiful Wednesday morning here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from. Now, this is Voice of the People Television, and the program is VOP this morning. I welcome you into this program, and I ask you to join us and be part of this program. All we do here is spotlight, highlight the challenges, the issues, the prospects and opportunities we have as a people in Nigeria to make this country better. That is what we do here every day. And we have you to join us, make this program very, very incisive and beneficial to all of us. I am Chukuma Okoro, and in the next 2 hours, we are going to be talking about very interesting trending stories. First of all, Senator Ojus Okalu reveals recent attempt in Nigerian Senate to impeach Godswill Akpabio, the Senate President. Wow, quite interesting. And there was an altercation in the FCT as soldiers blocked Minister of FCT, Nyesom Wike, from accessing land. And gunmen also abducted 6 Defense Ministry directors traveling for promotion exam as Katsina residents protest incessant terrorist attacks. These are the major topics of discussions this morning.
Yes, of course, those are our major focus this morning, but there are other conversations that Nigerians are having, and let's chime in on those other conversations as well.
All right.
Well, I'm Moses Humphrey.
All right, I'm Fina Okechukwu, and then when you ask how you're going to join us, how you're going to chime in, how will your voice be heard, and how we're going to help you amplify it is very simple. You can send us a message or your reaction across all social media platforms, and believe we'll bring it to the fore. And then the YouTube, we have a YouTube channel, which is at Voice of the People TV, and other social media platforms at VOPTV Live. You can also, use your remote, turn on your television if you're using the SLTV platform. There we are on channel 264, and every other information you need we brought to your own fur. Also, we have a website, which is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories for those that love reading up. So you can do that and then thank us later. And talking about other trending stories, the House of Representatives, at this point in time, expressed deep concern over the alarming state of Nigeria's border security, revealing that 1,894 out of the country's 1,978 official entry points remain unmanned. A situation lawmakers say has left the nation dangerously exposed to criminal activities. Chairman of the House Ad Hoc Committee on Border Security, Honorable Issa Anka, raised the alarm on Tuesday during the inauguration of the committee in Abuja. He warned that the country is increasingly vulnerable to illegal arms proliferation, arms and human trafficking, and drug smuggling due to its porous borders. He cited a recent ResearchGate report which disclosed that only 84 entry points are officially manned by security personnel across Nigeria's estimated 36,450 kilometers of land and maritime borders, a figure he described as disturbingly low for a country of Nigeria's size and security challenges. He further identified several factors responsible for the weak border control, including inadequate funding, obsolete surveillance equipment, a shortage of personnel, and difficult terrain such as forest, rivers, desert, and mountains. According to INCA, despite the federal government spending over 9 trillion naira on security in recent years, the expected improvement in national security has not been achieved. And one want to ask, how are we going to achieve such? Even if we like, we should spend hundreds of trillions naira, on issue of security and our border and everything, when we have only 34 out of the 1,917 borders we have, entry points we have in Nigeria unmanned by security personnel. We are actually, if you ask me, I say we are joking. So we'll keep on. It's more like we're pouring water in a colander. The motor will never stay, because that is actually what it looks like when you have only 84 entry points being officially manned by security personnel. What happened to other ones? Over 1,000 plus others actually are open. And the question actually is this. It's not the first time people are talking about the porous nature of our borders. Since we have been able to identify that we have 1,000, I think we have over 1,000, we have 1,978, and then 1,894 are unmanned. We've identified the problem. So what are the solutions that the House of Representative members now are subjecting at this point? Because the likes of Tinubu'S was of the opinion that they should find a way to collaborate with security personnel, to make sure that those borders actually are being manned. I'm talking about the committee now in charge of our borders, that they should find a way to make sure that those things are manned. Now, the thing is, are they going to man them with the obsolete equipment that they pointed out to be one of the challenges that they're having? It's not going to work. Are they going to man them with shortage personnel that they also have cried about? No, it's not going to work. So when we're talking about, the challenge that we have, they say that the problem that you've already talked about or you've noticed is already half solved. So I believe that it's time for the Nigerian government to sit down together, discuss the way forward, and be able to provide a lasting, long-lasting solution to the issue of our porous borders, because we know that that is where foreigners infiltrate the nation from. And most of them have actually decided to establish their base here, causing pain, causing mayhem in the country that should be a sovereign nation. Imagine the likes of Tauju Bello, who happens to be a Nigerian, and every other, the Lakurawas, we land, they're not even Nigerians too. And they are making waves, enjoying themselves here in Nigeria. I think this is a very good call, actually. A very big work is here, cut out for the committee members as well as the whole government here in Nigeria for them to end the issue of porous borders.
Fina, when you say it's a very good call, you come out as if we haven't known this problem. It's a typical Nigerian thing. That is what we normally do in Nigeria. And we like playing the ostrich, We cut off our noses to spite our faces. We spite our, cut off our noses to spite our faces and all of that. That is a typical Nigerian thing. These problems exist and we know it. So for somebody in the House of Representatives to come up and say, look, we have porous borders, we already know, we always know. The government knows, the federal government knows, the immigration knows. And in all of this, we have somebody who sits atop as the Controller General of Immigration. His career is not damaged. He's not the first person. These things have been with us for a very long time. And we are holding a debate in our National Assembly. We understand that, and basically, these problems, these porous borders, we have a preponderance of them in some parts of the country, especially the north. Let us say it as it is. Those borders are unmanned. Why? Because the federal government has refused to man them. It's more like a freeway, for people. When borders were short in the southern part of the country, borders in the north, were they short? Absolutely no, they were not short. People were using bikes to cross, bags of rice that people from the south couldn't get into Nigeria and all of that. And we pretend about all of these things every day, and we keep moving on. We'll get somebody in the House of Representatives who will come up and say, raise his hand, raise a motion, we have porous borders. And after this, we'll go back to where we are coming from. It doesn't solve our problems. Look at the kind of debate we are having, about whether there was genocide or there is genocide in Nigeria and all of that. That is the kind of debate that goes on in Nigeria every day. And you have Christians, men of God, supposed men of God, coming out to defend and say there is no genocide, Christian genocide in Nigeria. It is sectoral violence. It is the effects of climate change. It is header farmer class. Everybody knows what the truth is. It took a United States of America to say, look, there is genocide in Nigeria. Now we wait for America to come and tell us, look, you have porous borders and we are going to help you police those borders. That is Nigeria for you.
My problem with all this, Chikuma, my problem with all this is the fact that they keep on borrowing money. They keep on, more like disenfranchising Nigerians from what it should be. And they keep on pouring these monies into, infrastructures or into things, policies that they know will not work.
We want them to borrow money to build a wall. Trump tried to build a wall between the United States of America and Mexico.
My pain.
If you can't police those borders, okay, try build a wall now.
My pain.
Is it difficult to do?
We have forests.
That is the last resort.
We have forests. We have mountains. We have, deserts, according to what the chairman Inca said. And then these are, let's say, more like a large expanse of land.
Nigeria is not the only desert country.
If you check the border line between Spain and Portugal, it's just a thin line. And we don't see this, porous crossing and all that. Even that of England and Scotland too. A whole lot of other countries.
This is something that we know. This is something we have talked about here repeatedly, the issue of unmanned borders. But these are the 1,900 and something borders are, the known borders.
Yes, the known borders.
The known entry points. There are other entry points that we don't know about. Now, it's appalling, really, if out of the many entry points into Nigeria, we've said our borders are porous. This is even more porous than can be imagined. 1,978 known entry points into the country, entry and exit. And then you have 1,894. That's like over 90% of our borders unmanned. And then, first question that came to mind is, who mans the borders really? immigration, customs, and then they have the police added to them, and maybe some military as well. They man the borders for protection and all of that against external forces. As of 2021, the figure, the number that we have, the data available as to the number of police officials we have in Nigeria is about 371,000. That's 371,800. 371,800. That's the number of police as at 2021. That figure has changed. We've had some that have been laid off. We have some that we've had recruitments as well.
Okay.
So the numbers have changed. And then I looked out for the number of customs officials we have. It's not available. I mean, I didn't find it. The number of immigration that we have, not available as well. So I ask myself, is it that we don't have enough manpower to keep our borders? I mean, it's one thing to say the borders are not manned. It's another thing to have people to be deployed to that point. Is it that we don't have enough? Or is it that government and the relevant individuals and agencies could care less? Like you said, that when the borders were closed, some borders in the north were left open, which of course was a deliberate act. So what exactly is the color of our problem? What exactly is going on? Is it out of a desire not to be bothered or an inability to solve the problem? By the way, we're still talking about borders that are established, known borders. And these are not the borders that insurgents come into the country from. These unmanned, known borders are not the borders that they're coming from. They're coming from other areas, other lacuna, other holes, other places. That's where they're coming from. So, should government? I'm trying to look for a solution now.
Yeah, no, the solution is, I understand what you're saying.
Should government, should we now employ more people?
That is not the issue.
Should we? Okay, so if employing more people in the customs, in the immigration, in the police force, and the rest to man the borders, will that solve the problem? You say that's not the issue.
That's not the
so
issue.
That's not the solution either.
No. That could be a solution if the people involved are intentional in solving the problem.
Okay, so that brings us to what I said earlier, a will or desire to do or not do.
You know why those borders are unmanned, the known borders? Why they remain unmanned is that it is in the interest of certain group of people that those borders remain unmanned.
In the interest of certain group of people to have 1,800 plus borders unmanned? That's a lot.
So that their brothers and sisters can have a free way into Nigeria. So that they could smuggle light arms and ammunition into the country for their purpose. All these arms that you see around everywhere, where do you think they come from? Yes, we know that a certain group of people also import arms, but light arms and ammunition, they go all through the Sahel, from the arid region, all the way from Mali, through all those trouble spots.
But that's an indictment.
Into Nigeria.
But that would be an indictment for the people that are supposed to be there.
Well, it's easy to think this way.
It's not about indictment. Who will you indict? I just told you that it is in the interest of a certain group of people that those borders remain porous and open, so that they are brothers. They don't hide it. They don't make a fuss about it. Look, these are our brothers. Allow them to come in. What did President Buhari do? He opened the gates. Anywhere from Africa, visa-free, jump into Nigeria. You are welcome. That's part of the problem. That is it. So, and until we become intentional in solving this problem, this is what we will see. This is what we will see. Unfortunately, that is what it is for me.
Well, it's unfortunate, really. And I think Nigerians need to hold government to account. We need to continue to put pressure on the government of the day to let them know that, look, you need to protect us. If you don't protect us, we might be forced to protect ourselves. That's what it is. We might be forced to protect ourselves. I'm talking about manning borders and not allowing or allowing illicit things to come in. There's a story. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, they're working with the United States. The United States Drug Enforcement Administration, that's DEA, and the United Kingdom National Crime Agency, NTA, to unravel the cartel behind the importation of 1,000 kilograms of cocaine recovered from a container at the PTML terminal of Tinkan Island Port in Lagos. A statement on Tuesday by the spokesman of the Anti-Narcotics Agency, Femi Babafemi, said the PTML operators had noticed the consignment in an empty container last weekend and invited port stakeholders, including NDLEA, Customs, and other security agencies for joint examination. And then after field tests by NDLEA confirmed the shipment to be cocaine, the consignment was formally transferred to NDLEA custody for further investigation on Tuesday, following collaborative engagements between the chairman, chief executive officer of the NDLEA, Brigadier General Buba Marwa, retired, and the Controller General of Customs, Dr. Adewale Adeniyi. Now, Babafemi said, as a result of the large quantity of the recovered Class A drug, which is worth over $235 million, which is basically over 338 billion naira in international markets and the global dimension to the cocaine cartel, Marwa directed that the agency's leading international partners be involved, which of course is the right thing to do, in the investigation. He revealed that in a swift response to the agency's request, officers of the US DEA and UK NCA have already joined the ongoing investigation of the largest single seizure of cocaine at the Tinkan port. And when I saw this story, I said, oh, come on. Why wouldn't importation of cocaine increase when we've seen that those that have been caught and sentenced to serve term for trafficking in such drugs were given clemency, even though it was later revoked and for some of them time spent reduced? But basically, it just shows that it is an open market for such in Nigeria. It's what the agency involved in presidential pardon and clemency did, and what the presidency did without going through that list and signing that list is what we are seeing now. Some people have been, are more brazen, if you ask me. And to be honest, I feel bad for Buba Marwa. I feel bad for him because he's doing the work. We can see arrests being made. We can see every weekend. In fact, every Monday morning, if you open the papers, you see stories of arrests being made at entry points, airports, and the manned borders. I don't know about the unmanned ones of drugs, people trafficking drugs, and arrests being arrested. We see these things, but it has increased. This is the largest 1,000 something container. This is like importing a container of cars, which basically is cocaine.
You mean the largest?
1,000 kilograms.
The largest
that's been revealed.
That has been revealed. That's the largest that has been revealed. You see, it's like I go back again. It's a Nigerian thing. It's a Nigerian thing. NDLEA.
That's bad for Nigeria's image.
What are they? What is this? Why are they telling us all of this? Why are they telling us all of this? They are collaborating with United States of America and United Kingdom to do what? To unravel the cartel. This is not the only cartel that they need to unravel. They also need to unravel more cartels, behind the the drug business in Nigeria. But one question I ask myself, this consignment, the container doesn't even have a bill of lading.
Thank you very much. No. You took it from my mouth. That's where I was going to.
Taking our time to tell us.
All of them might have
I'm
been,
happy.
You might have been removed.
What's the meaning?
Removed by who? The officer that pulled it out, collaborators.
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe
they should crack it now. It's not something that they should tell us. They should just crack it. It's a problem. But like I said, this is not the only cartel that they need to unravel. Sadly. There are so many cartels doing business in Nigeria. Drug business, official, unofficial cartels, and all of that. So the NDLEA should get to work. We don't need all of this.
Let's be honest. This is really bad for Nigeria.
I was coming to that. It is very bad.
It's bad. The problems are more enormous than we think, really. Nigeria has become a hub for terrorists. Nigeria has become a destination for drug barons and the rest. Nigeria has become a place for sex traffickers. Prostitution and the rest is thriving in Nigeria. We are looking at these things, but then we are destroying this nation.
Yes,
because these things
by ourselves.
These things will destroy any nation.
You know, initially,
the other day, it was somewhere in Ajawa Estates that they busted a laboratory in a house where a certain kind of drug was being produced by a 30-something-year-old. I mean, he owned the property, he owned the lab, and it was being produced in Lagos, in Ajawa Estate, not too far away from where we are. And they said they had been tracing activities of that individual. It took them months to track them to that point where they busted the house and saw that there was a lab there where drug was being produced. And that's just one.
That's just one.
That's just one.
That's just one in Lagos. And
if you go to Lagos Island,
there are many variants, you know, of these drugs. You don't even know, from skunk to what do they call it, so many names, you know, and all of them that I don't even know. But it speaks to, when you say that Nigeria has become a hub, while growing up, while in the university and in my, you know, youthful adult age, you know, if you mention Brazil and Colombia, you know, it was normally associated with drugs and all of that. You know, but when we see, we have a lot of collaboration with Brazil, we have a lot of collaboration with Colombia and all of that. So you begin to ask, you know, what is all these collaborations all about? You understand? And the fact that these things have some kind of, you know, and suddenly we have increased traffic between Nigeria, Brazil, and all of that. It's a good thing, you know, but Brazil is also doing well in other areas. They are doing well in steel infrastructure. I think they are trying to rival Russia when you talk about steel development now. You know, that is one good thing we should also learn from Brazil. But Moses, like you normally say, this is a big problem in our hands. We will not notice it until probably in the next 5, 10, 15 years, if it remains unchecked. That is when it will blossom and blow up in our faces. And like you said, Buba Marwa seems to be doing a very good job. But does he have the support of government? That is one big question that we need to answer. Especially in trying to tie it with what you said, or, you know, what everybody knows, people were pardoned. But it's a good thing that government had to sit back, you know, walk back and say, look, we need to do something better in the mistake that we made. I like that. It's thumbs up for the government for acknowledging that, look, we made a mistake and we need to walk back and correct all of that we have so many problems in our hands, quite unfortunate.
So many problems.
The only thing I want to say to this is very simple. Okay, fine. I'm happy that we have the DEA joined us and also the UNCA joined this particular, the group now, for them to be able to track and know who actually owns this 1,000 kilograms of cocaine, because this is more like a big one. But also, I'm looking forward to when there will not be any interference of any kind from anywhere. Because in one breath, the way the soldiers are calling or talking about how they'll be getting to the terrorists and they'll get a higher call to say, stop what you're doing, is also the same way we've seen some of these agencies come up to say that when they confiscate some of the illicit drugs, taking them to a place for destruction, or even trying to nab the people who carry out, you know, some of the offenses, you got a call that will say, do you mind stopping what you're doing? So when my colleagues are talking about having the will to end this issue of drug, is what can be ended today if we have the will, the political will to end it. An individual or two individuals can never be stronger than a nation, especially when the nation actually have the will to say we want to end everything that is going to cause us generational harm.
It's not about individuals. It's about seeing that those that are caught are adequately punished.
It's still little individuals. I'm talking about like few individuals are still the ones that will still find a way to get to the agencies to say, please don't punish them, let them be, and all that. So they cannot be higher than this country, Nigeria. But anyway, a good work is cut out for them. I believe with the involvement of the US and also the DEA and then the UCA, that I don't think people can be able to cut corners at this point in time. All right, without wasting much time, I think we've already eaten into the time for the newspaper, but all the same, we'll take a quick peep on the cover page of the national dailies, though we're yet to have them. So we'll go on a quick break, and we'll come back. We will take the cover, the national dailies of the covers of the national dailies today. Do you want to stay with us?
Newspaper headline.
On People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Back is still VOP this morning. On the cover page of the Punch newspaper today, we have the banner headline to be House shut down plenary amid tension over budget. And the writer said that story, over 45 bills. Reports stalled. Rep grumble over inadequate funding during tense closed-door session. And the window headlines are PDP crisis deepen as Abuja court holds convention. Tinubu Governor Sultan graced editors conference today. Only 44% of social benefits reach poor Nigerians. That's coming from World Bank. And then also Nigeria's debts may hit 193 trillion naira with new loans. Okay, and other stories that made it to the cover page of the Punch newspaper. World Cup playoff. Eagles boycott training over unpaid bonuses. Tension as weaker soldiers clash over ex-naval chief's land. That is actually part of our conversation this morning. And DLA, US-UK unravel 338 billion naira global cocaine network. And those are the stories you'll find on the cover page of the Punch newspaper this morning. And that is also how far we can go on the newspaper review on VOP this morning. But we have a more elaborate part. I'm talking about the newspaper analysis proper on top of the hour on Voice of the People television here. That'll be by 10 o'clock. They have Moses and Chukuma bring everything that happens on the cover page of the National Daily TO4. All right, we'll go on a quick break and we'll come back. We'll talk on the first topic of conversation, a liberation made by Senator Orji Uzor-Kalu, talking about recent attempts here in Nigerian Senate to impeach the president of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio. Do well to stay with us.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyil Sarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP This Morning. Well, former Abia State Governor and 7th Senator representing Abia North, Orji Uzokalo, has confirmed recent attempts to impeach Senate President Godswill Akpabio, adding that the plot was thwarted through the intervention of some lawmakers. In his words, "We are one big family, and it's not going to happen." Speaking with journalists on Tuesday at the National Assembly complex in Abuja, Senator Carlo also backed the United States President Donald Trump's recent comments on killings in Nigeria, addressing reports of the attempted impeachment of Senate President Godswill Akpabio. Carlo dismissed the tension as a family misunderstanding. While on Trump's issue, he added that Nigerians are being killed whether they are Christians or Muslims. He noted that there are jihadists who just want to destroy Nigeria and that they should be blacklisted without pity. The senator revealed that he had personally discussed Nigeria's security situation with two former United States presidents, one Republican and one Democrat, as well as 6 serving United States senators, who expressed readiness to assist Nigeria in the fight against terrorism. While aligning himself with pro-America, Carlo, however, argued that the global instability fueling terrorism today stemmed from US-led invasions of Libya and Iraq, which led to the collapse of border controls and proliferation of weapons across Africa, where we've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we're broadcasting from, by Barrister Darlington Agomo. Barrister Agomo is a lawyer and a political affairs analyst. Good morning, Barrister Agomo, and thanks for being part of the show.
Good morning, Mr. Koro, Fina, and the Moses. How are you today?
Very well, thank you. Beside him, we have seasoned reporter and political affairs analyst, Mr. Dele Fanimo. Good morning, Dele. Good to have you.
Good morning, everybody.
Okay.
I hope you didn't miss out the elder.
No, I will. I will join it next time I introduce you. Elder Dele Fanimo.
Yes, thank
okay?
you very much. Yeah.
And from our Benin, by the way, Dele clocked 60 on Saturday. Happy birthday and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So
Happy
this
birthday.
small boy, you come here,
An elder. Okay.
You are just
from,
60.
All right, thank you very much, Barrister. From our Benin outstation, we've been joined by Barrister Oni Odigin. He's the Director General, Bell is Free Campaign Group. He's a lawyer as well as political affairs analyst. Good morning to you, Barrister Odigin, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning.
Good morning, my moderator. Please let me correct some impression there. I'm not a barrister, I'm a human rights activist.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that correction. And from our Oka outstation, we've been joined by Dr. Chukwunonso Ekesobi. Dr. Ekesobi is an economist, policy consultant, and teaches economics at the Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University in Anambra State. Good morning to you, Dr. Ekesobi, and thanks for being part of VOP this morning.
Good morning. It's nice to be back again, especially after the election season in Anambra.
Okay, beautiful. We are going to talk a bit about elections in Anambra. Thanks for being part of the show. Now, Barrister Darlington, let me come to you straight off. Ojo Zokali made a revelation that there was a plot, which they thwarted anyway, to impeach Senate President Godswill Akpabio. Where do you think this is coming from? What's your broad reaction? Let's have your broad reaction to what Ojo Zokali said.
Ojo Zokali have not been happy with Akpabio because that seat was supposed to be his, but it was manipulated out of. He was manipulated out of that seat. In fact, the day he was making his speech, he cried before the whole world, and so seeing Akpabio there does not make him happy. Why is it that he's the only one who should come and tell us that they were about to impeach Akpabio? Why should he be the one? He's not the deputy or any of the principal officers. He has not been happy. So this revelation is nothing to us.
But Barrister, before I see some kind of conflict in your position. You said, first of all, you said that seat was supposed to be his. What do you mean by that? Is it another, are we trying to see another Emilokon?
Because under the zoning formula, it was supposed to be the one. He said it himself. I'm not the one saying it.
Okay.
When he made that speech and they shortchanged him, he was crying. He was crying.
Is he the only APC senator from the Southeast?
No, he said he's the highest ranking officer.
So does that confer that position automatically on him?
No, I said going by the zoning formula.
Okay.
Yes, going by the
we are saying the same thing.
The zoning formula, an Igbo man should have become third. Since the Yoruba have taken first, the Hausa are second.
Sorry, Barrister. Yes. My position is this. According to you, Ojo Zokali said that position is supposed to be his own. And you are in support of that because going by the zoning formula, the Senate President should have come to the Southeast. And I ask you, if it comes to the Southeast, must it be an Ojo Zokali? And you say he's the highest ranking senator. Yes. Does he go to the highest ranking senator in any zone?
The oldest. He has been there, yeah, he has been there.
So the Senate President position is more like a birthright. Is that what you're saying?
In fact, he did not even win the election.
So are we to be handing it over to people?
Akpabio did not win that election. The facts are there. The man that rigged it for him is serving jail time now. So you can see. It's just that maybe from where he came, he didn't have more senators on his own side.
Okay, now Barrister, I see another conflict there. You say that Orji has never been happy, but Orji is the one that said, look, it's not going to happen. We are one big family. So isn't that some kind of contradiction?
No. When he said that, he was just making some allusion somewhere. He's just leading us on by making that statement. When he said it's not going to happen, is he the one that will make it not to happen? Is he the one? He was just trying to reveal something to us. To tell Akpabio that, look, oh, that's it. I am the one helping you there. And that's what Carlo always do whenever there is an issue like this. He wants you to know that he's playing a very major role. That he played a very important role for that thing to come about. That's what he's known for. All this while he's telling us he spoke with one former president of America. He spoke with congressmen. He's just to tell you that he's playing a role. But if you go by the details, his party may not be happy with that thing he's saying.
Okay.
Because that's not their position.
Their position on the genocide issue.
Yes, that's not the position of the federal government. Okay, and now he's saying it to tell you how far he has gone for discussing with the former president of America.
Barrister, that's the second leg of the conversation. We'll come to that. Before we go to our virtual guest, let me bring in Dele Fanimo into this conversation. We are also hearing about a plot, a scare, more like away from the coup scare. We now hear that there's a plot, to impeach Godswill Akpabio. And Orji Okalu says, look, we twatted it. It's not going to happen. Where do you think, assuming it is real, where do you think it could be coming from?
Well, you recall that at some point in the life of this Senate, there was a kind of rejig that they had to reshuffle chairmanship of committees and all that. And some people that felt, particularly when this Natasha issue happened, so the result you get from such kind of upset is some people will get disgruntled and feel that they have been shortchanged. And in the process of that, there will always be gang up. And they will begin to insinuate that, no, this man is high-handed, he's not doing this. And then they bring in ethnicity, they bring in religion, and all other primordial factors, just to justify why the man should not continue in office. And don't forget that even this Natasha case, you might be surprised that they may even have some people, some senators that are sympathetic to our cause, but they may not have that courage to say it in the open. So they will draw those ones, and of course, in the process, for politicians, there will always be moves that will reveal, just like in coup plots, there will always be one move that will go and reveal the modus operandi. And that's why, but for somebody who had been governor, who had been senator, minister, and to have said that, so it shows that there is some element of disenchantment within the system. And how it will be managed or how it will escalate will now depend on the sagacity of the person
in question. Now, you said something about ethnicity. Could it be an attempt by the North to upset the Tinubu'S balance? Because this is one man that is very close to the president, and he has always said anything that the president brings into this Senate will let it go. Do you think it has anything to do with the North trying to create an imbalance?
We're just trying to hazard guesses here, but you can't rule that out completely, because some people will want to say, okay, what is our numerical strength here? Can we use it to good use so that we can get maximum gain? It's all about us trading. It's possible. It's possible because they feel that, okay, if we have our man here, he will be able to check some of the excesses of the executive arm of government.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Dele Fanimo, for your submission. Dr. Chukwunoso Kesobi, let's get to join the conversation. What do you make of this particular revelation made by Senator Orji Okalu about how them, I'm talking about the members of the Senate at this point in time, for the possible attempt to impeach the Senate president. Recall that before now, there was a walkout that was staged by some senators who believe that the Senate president have been acting, more like a tough man with a high-handedness and all that. The likes of Inaya Baribe also sometime too, they talked about the activities of the president of the Senate, the way he do shut them up even when they want to talk and all that. Help us actually work around this. And how far do you think that this particular foil, which, at this point, this coup, according to what you call of experience, how far do you think it's going to last before they'll have another, maybe a possible impeachment or even an implosion in the House?
I think our leaders need to start asking themselves some honest questions, because I think at the executive we had a coup scare, at the legislature we had an impeachment scare. Maybe the Chief Justice of the Federation should start watching her back as well. But going to your questions, I see it as it's a revelation that internally the cohesion in the Senate or the legislature may not appear to be as cordial as we expect, because it makes no sense making this revelation without any prompting. So are you trying to tell us that there may be something going on behind the scenes, or some persons having some personal issues or collective issues that relates to maybe, like, for instance, the Natasha case, or maybe the way you just mentioned the leadership high-handedness in the Senate. So basically, it speaks to the level of cohesion in the Senate under the Senate President's watch, which has not been so effective. So I think that the leadership of the Senate should be concerned about that. Then secondly, it also speaks to the level of the allocation of responsibilities, heading committees and critical positions in the Senate. So are those people who blocked the impeachment move, the assumed impeachment move, are those people who blocked it, are those the people that are benefiting from the current Senate, or those who intend to benefit from the current Senate? These are questions that maybe Audius Okalo may need to come and provide more answers to. And it also speaks to the kind of policy distractions we're having. These are not the kind of conversations that should be bothering us, as far as legislative assignments are concerned. There should be other issues, bills, policy engagements that they need to be having, instead of having this kind of discussions.
Thank you.
After all, if there are challenges, or they have any suspicions or allegations, there should be a way of scrutinizing them and keeping us away from these distractions.
When in one breath you call it a distraction, and others will be like, hey, it's not really a distraction. Recall when the story surrounding the budget pardon made it, when Abdul Nenge talked about it, he was also shushed, and after that it was sanctioned and all that. And then the likes of Aline Dume too have been vocal about some things happening on the floor of the House. And you just made mention of the Natasha Gate and all that. Now, when you look at all those things, and the way it's been handled, especially that of Natasha Gate, at this point, the fact that it's like some persons shielded the Senate president from even answering to, the major call, which is the sexual harassment statement, rather than looking at it, they decided to play it down by bringing in the House rule and people that did not keep to it. Now, isn't that enough for, the Senate president to, actually step aside for the image of the nation? Imagine someone having such position, still retaining it and all that. So what do you make of it? Because this actually happened to be what some quarters are actually talking about.
Well, it's quite unfortunate that we don't have this tradition or this culture of holding our leadership to account. Because if we have that kind of a culture, just like one of your studio guests mentioned, that the Senate president shouldn't even be in the Senate in the first place. But because we allow some level of executive rascality, and the way our leadership recruitment process is what permits this kind of thing. So when you have people without dignity, people without integrity, people without anything to stand for, people who don't represent the national interests or the will of their constituents, when they go there, they behave things that are against expected norms.
Expected norms.
So
indeed.
it's quite unfortunate.
All right, very unfortunate.
We cannot hold all of them. You can't hold any of them to account as it is today. When last did you see a senator recalled by his constituents? These are questions.
But that seems impossible from the kind of system that we operate here. But thank you very much, Dr. Chukwunanso. Now, I would love to go to Benin, but let me come back to the studio before taking my question to Benin, and I'll be asking the same question really. So, our man in Benin, Chris Ojekere, please do. Okay, well, Barrister Darlington, let me ask you this: should the Senate President be bothered about the talk of impeachment? We know that the President still endorses him as the President of the Senate. And if you want to take into cognizance what happened in Lagos not too long ago, where the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Budashiru Obasa, was actually impeached, but because, the President still had work for him to do, the President liked him, he was called back. So if the President endorses and likes Akpabio, should Akpabio be bothered about the enemies that have risen up against him?
If I were Akpabio, I should have excused myself from that Senate by now, after what happened to the professor. There's no need for him to be there, seriously. That was the first, in fact, that was the time the House should have impeached him. But for one reason or the other, he stayed there. Then too, by his conduct in that Senate, in fact, it leaves much to be desired.
My question is, should he be bothered seeing that the President has not lifted his hand off his head?
No.
He's still anointed.
In fact, he should be embarrassed that he has not been impeached.
He should be embarrassed.
He should be embarrassed, yeah, because from his conduct and what he has done so far in that Senate, he has, in fact, he has disgraced himself. And I'm sure more disgrace will come if they do not continue this impeachment story we are hearing.
All right.
Akpabio ought not to be Senate President. From all indication, he has not done well there. So
well, that's you saying.
No, that is the one.
His colleagues voted him in.
Do opinion poll. When his
But his colleagues voted him in.
Sorry?
He was voted in.
Look, nobody did that. Lawal made it clear that, look, that was not the way they voted for. That was not how they voted. The votes were not properly counted. And so, on what ground will even Akpabio be there? Remember that he went to Aso Rock, where he was anointed and appointed. The vote was just a walkover. In actual sense, what pedigree does Akpabio have after what he did at NDDC? You can see. They said, tell me your friends, I'll tell you whom you are. So they kept him here for a purpose, for self-interest. Nothing, not for the interest of Nigerians. And he had been acting according to the mandate given to him. Are they challenging the executive? No. Whatever the executive does, he endorses it. Any bill they bring, he endorses it. That is why we are where we are today.
Okay.
They're supposed to challenge and checkmate the executive from their excesses. But we are not seeing that. We are not.
Okay.
So this Senate President, even himself, he knows. If you compare what the sister-in-law was saying, Patricia, this man ought to have gone since.
Barrister, that's family matters.
Family what?
That's what it is.
Is it true or false?
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Do you know? Do you know if it's true or false?
It's true.
It's true, according to you.
It's true, yes. It's
Okay.
the family member that will tell you the true story of a man.
Family member who also supported him during elections.
That was there now.
Okay.
That was there, yes.
All right then. Well, thank you very much, Barrister Darlington. I do understand that we'll have to let you go, and
Yes.
we'll continue this conversation. But let me take this to Benin, where we have Oni Edigin. I beg your pardon. Well, thank you very much for being with us. Now, same question really. Should Akpabio be bothered? It's been stated, it's public knowledge that the elections that brought him in was faulted. The professor that made the announcement and all of that is serving jail term, but he's still there. He's still presiding over the Senate. He's still the number 4 man, as we know would always say, number 4 man in the country. So if the talk about impeachment comes up, should he be bothered? Should he lose sleep over it? And what does this say? As you respond to that, I think you might have to unmute your microphone until we get your audio. But as you respond to that, what does this say about the Senate? What does this say about Nigeria? When you look at the things happening now, what does this say about the country in general?
Thank you, my moderators. You see, when issues is raised in this country, we are so fast to take it political. It's instead of us to focus on the subject matter. Now, for example, pardon me, this impeachment was raised by the Northerners. It will also be taken political. Say, they want to imaginize the Easterners. Now, Kalu Oji is his first family, a brother from the same region, who probably, because if you don't know me, you can't know where about me. Who know more about the Senate President Akpabio? Now, talk about impeachment. The area we are supposed to focus on, impeachment, is it constitutional? The answer is yes. Does it matter who raised the motion? The answer is no. It doesn't matter who raised the motion of impeachment. Now, let me tell you, we are talking about accountability and transparency in a proactive leadership, whereby any person who a sense of reasoning can rise up, and when seeing the production of the expectations of your duty is not being met, it can call for impeachment. There is rules. There are rules for impeachment. Instead of us as a Nigerians, or a politician, or whatever way you may reason it, to look at the subject matter. Why was this impeachment at this time being raised? Is it by political sentiment, or by political what you want to achieve, or Akpabio is being removed now? Who with for example, it comes to pass, is removed, who will take the position because he has been zoned? The North as the vice, the others as the president, and the Eastern as he has been zoned. How long had this been a production or a responsive to the public or to the masses? So for me, I'm not looking at it political now. I'm looking at our learned barrister, they will understand what I'm saying now. I'm looking at it in the constitutional platform. Impeachment can come. And what I expect Nigerians now is that let's look at the subject matter. Let's review it. When you talk about distractions, what do you mean by distractions? Do you know the position that he's holding? Did you know the productions, what Nigeria are expecting for its caliber? And you're talking about distractions. Okay, there has not been a distraction since before this one was raised, impeachment, what have Nigerians, able to act, to say, no, don't do this, allow it. No, Nigeria has actually got nothing in respect of good governance. Nigeria is not, they say sovereignty belongs to the people. Who are the people? The majorities who voted him there.
Thank you so much.
He didn't go there.
Exactly. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Edigim. Thank you for your submission. You're talking about the power belonging to the people, and people are the ones that voted him there. It's interesting to know also that the professor who happens to be the returning officer during that election is serving some jail time in prison, and the person who benefited from the outcome of the election is still the president of the Senate, the number 3rd man in Nigeria. Okay, let's take this conversation to Dr. Chukwunonso Ekesiobi. Dr. Chukwunonso, when during the submission or during the time that the Senator Ojizokalu, was answering questions from correspondents in Abuja, he went further to talk about how the upper chamber remains united and focused on making sure that, they support President Ahmed Bola Tinubu'S administration in tackling economic challenges, especially the one facing the people, saying that the Senate happened to be people-oriented, not individual-oriented. And he talked about the support he has for the statement made by Donald Trump about the genocide and the recent redesignation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern. What do you make of this? Because some persons were of the opinion that since the Senate president didn't talk about it, recall he asked a question, said, who am I to talk about Trump? So now we're seeing the former chief whip talking about it at this point. What does it really portend for the APC as a party, understanding the stand of the presidency on the statement made by Donald Trump, and now that a senator is backing such claims?
Except those who don't have an opinion or appear to have kept silent, maybe they are playing the ostrich. It's quite clear that we are in a very troubling situation as far as the security of lives and property is concerned in the country. So maybe for some level of, I want to assume that they are giving the president the responsibility of making these engagements as far as the issue of the killings in the country are concerned. So it's one thing to admit that, yes, killings are ongoing, irrespective of whether it is a Christian or a Muslim, or whether it's the particular tribe or not. But it's quite sad that we don't even see it as an embarrassment that we cannot secure the life of an average Nigerian. It speaks to the importance we attach to the quality of life or the value of a human life in the country. And whether Ojizokalu, whether he said something about it or not, this is a trending issue that we can no longer run away from. So the better it is for us that everybody speaks up against this, so we can find a lasting solution.
Okay.
For the Senate President and others who may have, avoided making comments on it, they may have their reasons, like I said earlier. But it is high time we all begin to, take this matter with the seriousness it deserves.
Okay.
So I was surprised that he made that comment, but he is not saying something that is far from the truth.
Okay, not saying something that is far from the truth. Thank you very much, Dr. Ekesiobi, for that incisive take. I promise that we'll talk about Anambra a bit before we leave. In just 1 minute, can you tell us, as a policy analyst, how did the Anambra election go with you? What is the pulse of the people now? Can you just paint a picture of what is going on in Anambra now, especially with regard to the elections, how it happened, what are the expectations of people going forward? Will people go to court to challenge the outcome of the election and all of that? You can sum up all of that in like 2 minutes if you can, sir.
Well, as far as the Anambra elections went, it went in a very unusually quiet note. Okay. in the sense that the environment was not so tense. It's maybe not as a result of the cordial, relationship or the comportment of the political parties or the actors, but partly because the populace, the polity in the state just wanted the election to just come and go. Yes, the mood in the state wasn't so exciting. And maybe that also stems from the level of the debate that led to this election. It wasn't really issue-based. It was more of a name-calling. You are a political harlot. You are in this party. You failed WAEC. You did not fail WAEC. You did this. You did that. So the people were not constructively engaged.
So what does that say? What does that say about the politics we are practicing today? That's basically where I am driving at, because the politics that we are practicing seems to be degenerating, and the people are not holding the political actors accountable. We're not discussing issues anymore. I mean, there was a time. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Okay. There was a time we talked about roads, we talked about provision of amenities. And then there was a time we talked about caring for the people, and then politicians would join pupils in classroom to eat rice, or join Nigerians by the roadside to eat corn and boli, roasted plantain, and the rest. But these days they don't even do that. They just throw jabs, throw insults at each other, raise the issue of WAEC, and we laugh over it, and they come in and rule over other people. What does it say about the politics being played in Nigeria today?
After the election, I had a class, and during the conversation as to how the students participated in the elections, and one of them made a very interesting comment. He said, "Why will we bother ourselves about an election where they no rate us?" So you see, this perception that these people don't take us seriously, they are taking us for granted. So why do we go to that extent? Look at the voter turnout. Then when you come for the voting proper, you no longer talk about all these normal electoral issues, that they did not start on time, that they had missing sheets here and there, or some sensitive materials or this. Yes, those issues came up, but very, you can ignore those ones. The issues we are talking about is vote buying, because we have weaponized poverty in this country.
All right.
Yes, that people could trade their votes. Okay. They could mortgage the next 4 years on the altar of 5,000, 3,000. Then what do you expect them to do? So, but you see, we cannot have this. We cannot have a situation where we run this country the way it is being run. And I still point to our leadership recruitment process.
Thank you so much.
Especially how our political actors emerge. So it's quite unfortunate.
All right. Thank you, Dr.
People did not really. I think in summary, people did not take this election with the optimism that you would have expected. People were just like, okay, let him just continue and let us just go ahead.
Just have peace.
And then if you check what is happening also within the National Assembly, it's more like some people are sharing the same. Now let's bring it to the studio again. Mr. Delifanimo, Dr. Sokale was of the opinion that everything the Senate does is in the interest of the people. He said that the legislation they are making are pro-people, and they are focused on ensuring that Nigeria can eat 3 times a day. That was one of the things he said. I don't know, as someone who have actually been a player in the media and all that, from reporting and everything, you've actually been a veteran journalist. Can you actually help us out, maybe to Nigerians to see or to note if there are, people-centric legislatures be done or carried out within this present 10th assembly?
Except if we want to live in self-denial. That's why we'll begin to say that the National Assembly, as currently constituted, is pro-people. I would not share that sentiment. You see, the first injury that was inflicted on Nigerians by the current National Assembly was for that audacity to state openly that whatever the executive arm of government brings to the table would, without hesitation, be approved. It shows that there's a kind of unholy alliance between the executive and the legislative arm of government. Even if you have that tendency, it's not proper for you to rub it on us or rub it on our face. Secondly, how much of, if you look at the number of bills that have been passed, how many of these bills, how many of these amendments that have been accented by the president are pro-people in content and in implementation. Right. So when you have all of that, and it will be living in self-denial, playing the ostrich to say the current legislative arm of government is pro-people.
Oh, well, let's move away from that conversation. Let's talk about what's been trending. The altercation between the Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, and a naval officer, Adam Yarima. Well, that's been trending. He's been seen as a face of the young people on social media. Well, the altercation in the FCT and soldiers blocking the minister from accessing a land allegedly belonging to some officers. Let's talk about this when we come back.
Officer. Nobody does that. We did not carry anybody. The man took that. We will not allow because he was chief of numbers and then he used to carry land.
Sir, everything was acquired legally.
Will you stop that? Will you stop that?
Sir, I'm an officer, I have integrity.
Shut up, your man, good officer.
I will not shut up.
Will you get out?
Sir, I won't shut up. Sir,
I was in school, you're not in school.
Sir, you can't shut
me up. Will you keep quiet?
You can't shut me up, sir.
Fool.
I'm not a
fool.
I'm not a fool,
You can shoot anybody like that.
Sir, I'm not a fool.
Who are you?
I am not a fool, sir.
As at the time I graduated, you were in primary school.
I'm acting on orders.
For which order? You will see what you love this year.
Sir, you can't call me a fool. I'm an officer. I'm not a fool, sir.
You would have killed everybody here.
No, we won't kill anybody. We won't kill anybody. We are acting on orders.
Go and develop your let me see you.
Regular officer, you want to come and
we are going to now get out.
Director,
officer. Nobody does that.
We did not carry anybody.
The man took that. We will not allow because he was chief of numbers and then he used to carry land.
Sir, everything was acquired legally.
Will you stop that? Will you stop that?
Sir, I'm an officer, I have integrity.
Shut up, your man, good officer.
I will not shut up.
Will you get out?
Sir, I won't shut up. Sir,
I was in school, you're not in school.
Sir, you can't shut
me up.
Will
you keep quiet?
You can't shut me up, sir.
Fool.
I'm not
a fool.
I'm not a fool,
You can shoot anybody like that.
Sir, I'm not a fool. I am not a fool, sir.
You are in primary school.
I'm acting on orders.
For which order? You will see what you love this year.
Sir, you can't call me a fool.
Go and develop your man.
I'm not a fool, sir.
You would have killed everybody here.
No, we won't kill anybody. We won't kill anybody. We are acting on orders.
Go and develop.
Glad to have you back. It's still VOP this morning, and the video you just watched there happens to be a little, well, I call it a snippet of what played out yesterday in FCT when the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, narrowly escaped being assaulted by a raid soldier earlier in Abuja. In a footage circulating on social media, the Honorable Minister was stopped from accessing a piece of land in the capital city, leading to the clash between his security officers and the military men. The minister was nearly rough-handled as he attempted to separate the security agents from clashing with each other. This development has caused shockwaves across social media, with many questioning the audacity of the military personnel. The minister, unhappy over the development, questioned the action of the military officer, saying no one is above the law of the land. Eke questioned the development of the land, alleging that due process was not followed. You have no document, the FCT minister said during the impasse on Tuesday. But the soldier did not budge, saying that they are following orders. But the confrontation became a bit intense when the minister of FCT addressed the officer as being a fool, which he stood his ground to say, I am not a fool, sir. We still have it also in the studio, Delefani Morris is a reporter and a political analyst, as also we have Sami Uranta, an entrepreneur, author, and a social affairs commentator, join us in the studio live here. From our Oka studios, we have Dr. Chukwunonso Ekesobi, an economist and policy consultant, Department of Economics at Chukwemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University in Anambra State. And we'll be joined from Benin by Comrade Chris Ojekere, who is a political and public affairs analyst. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being with us. Good morning, Mr. Samir Ranta Koza. I think this is what I'm saying this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chris Ojekere, if you can hear me. All right. Without wasting much time, let me start off with Dr. Chukwunonso Ekesobi. Dr. Chukwunonso, what do you make of the video you just watched now? The fact that the minister of FCT was so verbose, will I say, a bit hurt, telling someone to, will you get out and all that. What do you make of the way he has been carrying himself lately? Recall what happened also, what played out in Kubwa Access of the FCT when he went to demolish some buildings and, people that happened to be the owner met him. And believe me, there was more like another confrontation, and at the end of the day, they went on with that demolition. What do you make of his action and that of the officer of the Nigerian Navy in the footage you just watched now?
On a lighter note, Nigeria appears to keep feeding us with drama scenes, and it makes us a laughable state. Because that environment, it just points out everything wrong with the country. First and foremost, it speaks to the nature of civilian military relations under a democratic setting. Because if guided by the rule of law and the laid down procedures, especially in terms of the FCT administration and land administration issues and the rest, we shouldn't have degenerated to that kind of public spectacle where the minister will come and we have exchanging and all those things. And it's very unnecessary. It shows that one, our administration of like I mentioned, of lands, and not just land, in other issues, is quite chaotic. Then secondly, if we have a situation where, because you are in the military or you feel you are highly placed, you can go against, because listening to what the minister was saying, it appears that the property was not well documented, or they don't have the right papers or land titles. So for them to stage that kind of defense,
all right,
there in the face of the minister,
okay,
it will more or less embolden others to be taking this kind of position where they can get some sort of protection against the FCT officials,
all right,
or government officials.
We might have to stretch this conversation. Let's put out
do their job.
Let's put out the information available to us. If you if you had read up a little bit more about the issues. The land, it's about 30 hectares of land. Now it's supposedly have been acquired by some officers many years ago, and it was designated for parks. Now, Minister Nyesom Wike came in, revoked it, and changed the use of the land. What the land was designated for, he changed it to multi-purpose. It was supposed to be for parks, but he changed it to multi-purpose. But according to the officers, they still have their papers, and they told the minister, go to court. If you have issues with our occupation of this property, go to court. But then the minister decided, okay, he will go there with about 50 personnel, police officers, and 2 bulldozers to demolish what had been erected on the property. And on getting that information, that officer, along with some other officers, were deployed to the property to prevent the minister from accessing the property, because they have said, if there is any issue if you have an issue with our occupation of the land, go to court, take us to court. But the issue of go to court is what the minister has usually told people whose lands he had, revoked and taken back from them. So why wouldn't the minister want to go to court? Another a statement made by that officer, which I think points to a bigger issue here. He said, "Look, I'm a commissioned officer. I have integrity." What does that say to the perception of the minister of the FCT and our politicians?
It speaks to the. You see, it's quite amusing that the minister is a lawyer, read law, and had to even brag about it, that by the time he graduated, that this guy had not finished primary school and stuff like that. So why is he having a problem or having an issue with seeking, an amicable resolution to this thing, or testing the legality of what is going on in the courts? And he's somebody, he's somebody that is quite close to the judiciary, who should not be so afraid of going to the courts. So, but going there themselves puts him in a negative light.
Okay.
Just like the information you just shared now. The officer was not, he prompted the officer to make some kind of comments that, did not speak well of the minister himself. And, the minister has this persona that he has built over time as somebody who is very high-handed, very reckless. That is why, in the court of public opinion, people tend to be, siding with the military officer, even when his presence there appears to be illegal. So let's not run away from the fact.
Okay.
Yes, that if they themselves have issues with the activities or what the minister wanted to do, they could have well instituted or initiated the legal routes as well, and everybody will have to wait behind till the case is resolved in court.
Okay.
So they penned the demolition and they penned further.
All right, then. Thank you very much.
But another issue I want to raise is this. You see, look at the way our security personnel, like the DSS, the police, and the Navy officials, look at the way they comported themselves. And you ask yourself why our security challenge is still worsening in the country. Because if they cannot coordinate themselves in that kind of situation, imagine the kind of coordination that will be going on in, fighting insecurity, insurgency, and all these things. So it's quite crazy.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Dr. Ekesiobi. Let's bring it back to the studio now. We have Somi Ranta with us, the man from Port Harcourt, the Port Harcourt boy, always looking fresh, dapper, yes. Now, with what your former governor has played out, was it necessary for the minister to be there at the site of a demolition? Was it necessary to go with, that number If what he was doing was legal, did he have to go with 50 officers, police officers, to, and bulldozers to bring down structure already erected when the case is supposedly still in court?
You see, the action of the minister yesterday was nothing but a resort to self-help. It's a resort to self-help because at that high office, the honorable minister, a former governor, he ought not to be the person to implement or execute the action. If he has done all that is needed to be done, he should let it be carried out by the people who are supposed to do that. It's not...
And this actually is not the first time that we are hearing that properties are revoked and then taken over by the FCTA and then distributed. Now, one of those that we hear allegedly has been given a portion of that property is the new INEC chairman, Joash Amukuta. What does that say?
See, we've been hearing a lot of these rumors. But the whole thing...
There's usually no smoke without fire.
Of course, of course. In fact, there are rumors that some of the lands, in fact, he's been said to be the chief land grabber of Abuja. Because they say some of the lands he took from people.
Don't you think that probably would have prompted this reaction?
Of course. You see, and then looking at the country as a place where people try to show that when you are armed, when your might is right.
When might is right, yes.
We're actually regressing to the Hobbesian state of nature, where life becomes brutish, nasty, and short. Where anybody can just wake up and do what you want to do. Who will call who to order? That is the question.
Who will call who to order? Brings me to another question. Dele Fanimo, let me bring you into this conversation. Now, the minister actually placed a call through. Unfortunately, we don't have that copy of the video. The minister called the CDS right there and, handed the phone to the young officer. And the young officer, conversing with the CDS, said, look, sir, we are not doing anything illegal. We are not doing anything illegal. I wish we could play that. I'm acting under the orders of the Vice Admiral, and we're not doing anything illegal. And what do you make of that scenario? And also, looking at the issues, the conversation around an alleged coup plot and aggrieved officers, some of them not properly paid, and the rest. Give us a broad overview.
You see, what played out yesterday was a carryover of the military era, where the military believes that the civilians are subordinate to them because they wear uniform and they also bear arms. Yes, Wike must have gone beyond what he should do as a minister, but the action of the AVM, the rear admiral that owns that property
who owns a portion of
was not the right thing to do under a civilian administration.
What was the right thing to do? When the case
the right thing to do, I am sure that Wike wouldn't have gone to that property without notice. He would have gone to meet whoever is the director or Wike himself to sort things out, or even get an injunction that will stop Wike from coming to destroy the property. You see, let me tell you, some of these people...
Don't forget that this administration has been accused of illegally revoking properties.
I said, I know.
Illegally, basically using might.
You have said it.
So when you use might to a point, don't you think people will push back?
You see, let me tell you, that guy is absolutely a fine officer. Well trained. And I won't be surprised if you go deeper into the activities of that guy, in the military since he joined the military. He must have gone on peacekeeping outside this country. And he must have acquired further training beyond the country. That's why,
Captain
in spite
Adam.
of the provocation, he was
Is it
able to
captain or
maintain
lieutenant?
some
Adam,
level
and
of
Yarima. That's his name.
comportment. Okay? But I would rather address the rear admiral, not that guy. Because that guy is supposed to, in a regimented environment, the subordinate takes order. The only person that can reverse that order that young officer was carrying out is either the chief of naval staff, who is higher in rank than the rear admiral. The rear admiral is equivalent to major general in the army. And the chief of naval staff is equivalent to lieutenant general in the army. And then the CDS, who is the overall boss, that's the way the military runs. That guy cannot go back to his boss to say, sir, I have changed my discretion, because he doesn't have that power of discretion at that moment.
Except to obey the last order.
Except to obey the last
Given
order.
to him by his
his superior.
Okay.
So nobody, in fact, he acted perfectly like a fine, gentle officer.
Okay.
But that rear admiral shouldn't have done what he did.
Is it rear admiral or
He
vice
should
admiral?
have. Okay, he's the one that should take responsibility for whatever went wrong.
Yes.
You know, but according to Moses,
According to the report out there.
according to according to the report and what Moses said, I'm trying to quote you, not quote the report.
All right.
Moses said, well, if the minister felt it was that there was some kind of infraction, shouldn't he have gone to court, to obtain an order? But I want to come back to you, Somi, and I would like you, Dele, to have your say on it when I'm done with Somi. So you said something like the minister shouldn't have gone there by himself. Yes. You know, I say this in the light of the fact that a lot of people might disagree with you, because when things happen, we expect hands-on. You know, when people are killed in places and the president doesn't go, Nigerians have a problem with that. You know, the president ought to have been on ground, to see what happened and all of that. And at times, we also see the president say, look, Chief of Army Staff, relocate to Zamfara, to Benue, IGP, go to this place, there's trouble there. Isn't that hands-on? So is there anything wrong in if the minister felt, if he perceived, or if he knew that something was going wrong somewhere, is there anything wrong in him going there personally? That is what we call hands-on. Do you have a problem with that?
You see, what happened yesterday could have led to a serious fatality.
Okay.
Just, they escaped serious fatality by whiskers.
Maybe because of their personal conduct.
The minister had no reason to be there. You are not going to be pushing bulldozer and enforcing. He's not in the enforcement team. You see, the problem with the ruling elite in Nigeria is that they cherry pick on which court order to, obey and want to ignore.
Talking about the cherry picking, and all that. Let's play another scenario. What happened to the property owned? I'm talking about the 214 hectares of land owned by one Nicholas Ukachukwu. The case actually happened to be in court before this administration. And not just that too, I believe a court in Abuja also gave order for the man to keep the property. But the Minister of FCT coming on board could not even think of respecting such before the man's property was demolished. And at the end of the day, he sees his statement of the language. Go to court if you feel aggrieved. And no one actually said anything about that at this point. Are we supposed to see or wait for, the property to be demolished before the naval team, who happens to be the original owner of the land, now will go to court for it?
See, we have a very huge problem in Nigeria. A very huge problem. Because people they don't want to obey court orders when it does not favor them. And then when it favors them, they say, go to court. And then somehow they also tend to try to control the narrative, even in the court. You see, that's why Nigeria needs a holistic, overhauling. At every end or angle of this country, we need to work on it for us to have a nation that can stand among the Committee of Nations and be regarded or reckoned with as a nation where civilized men and women, inhabit. So you see, what is there is that the minister, like I said, didn't have to go there.
Okay.
Just like they have asked him to go to court. And this mentality of demolition in an economy that is so, all of this economy is in dire straits. How come we're all thinking, both from the states, from the federal, everywhere is demolish. How many are they building?
Okay.
And then after demolition, you will hear that they have started selling the properties to people again. So the whole thing is...
I think that's another issue, another issue. When properties are taken from people,
yes,
they are given out, to
other people, sold at hundreds of millions.
Now, I would like for you to say something about what the minister did. Minister going there himself, do you see that as hands-on, or do you see that as overreaching himself? What is it for you?
You see, if something had been going on for years, unchecked, it doesn't mean it's right.
Okay.
There is no reason for a home minister to be part of a demolition team.
Okay.
You have a team. The only thing you can do is to, if you know that there could be some measure of resistance, seek for police,
which you did.
shield for those people that will carry out the demolition.
So do you have a problem with the Chief of Army Staff leading the troops to war?
Why would Chief of Army Staff lead the troops to war?
Okay, so do you have a problem?
Collins Powell.
Do you have a problem? Do you have a problem if the president says, Minister of Defense, Chief of Army Staff relocated to a war zone, a trouble zone? Is there
you are only relocating to a war zone as situation room to mature and strategize on the best form of attack.
Okay.
Not that you go to you carry AK-47
to lead
a major general carrying AK-47 to lead through.
Okay.
All right.
Where is the platoon commander?
Thank you so much, Mr. Dele. Let's get your opinion on this, Mr. Oni Adegen. What do you make of the video you just watched, and also the statement or the words, choice of words used by the Minister of FCT, saying you're a fool and all that, and I will deal with you. So many things actually was what he said yesterday in Abuja during that particular altercation or confrontation.
Well, thank you. Personally, I take it as a national race for a reputed minister that was against and a commissioner police, a commission officer, case may be, is in as much as it's a uniform personnel. It's a national disgrace for cry aloud. Now let me tell you, the army know that the almighty wicked will come. And the almighty wicked know that he can never be intimidated. That was the drama that took place yesterday. Otherwise, it would have been necessary.
All right then.
Because the almighty wicked know that the body that was there is an organization.
When you call him the Almighty Wicked, are you saying he's above the law?
No, I use that language that when you begin to see a barrister, a man of his reputation, dish out that premeditative words. He said, barraging to the nation. I'm sorry, the barraging to the nation. You can see the composed young officer, that commission officer. That need to be applauded and be recommended. See the way it was composed. Remember, the same wicked make a call, and the call was given to that same officer to answer. Why can't he use that same call before going there?
Okay. Well, you know what's going to happen? We will continue this conversation during newspaper review because it made it to the cover pages of the dailies. But we have another conversation to touch on before we call it a day on VOP this morning. Let's quickly run to the other conversation, and we must excuse you, Oni, again. Thank you very much for your contribution to the program. From Benin, we'll be having Chris Ojekere join the conversation, and he'll be with us along with Somi Oranta and Delif Animo as we get into newspaper review right from VOP this morning. But gunmen abduct 6 defense ministry directors traveling for promotion examination as Katsina residents protest incessant terrorist attacks. Let's talk about this briefly before we wrap the conversation up. Join us again. Well, the Association of Senior Civil Servants of Nigeria on Tuesday raised the alarm over the alleged kidnapping of 6 directors of the Ministry of Defense. The union said the directors were abducted on Monday, November 10, 2025, while traveling from Lagos to Abuja for a directorate-level promotion examination. Well, sources describe the attack as a well-coordinated ambush. The union noted that the Ministry of Defense had mobilized security operatives to secure their release. It also urged the government to decentralize promotion and verification exercises to minimize risks to civil servants. Meanwhile, residents of Tasha Danjanku in the Malumfashi local government area of Katsina State have blocked the Katsina-Kano highway to protest renewed bandit attack in their community. The protest comes after a night raid by bandits, which resulted in the death of 1 person and the abduction of approximately 20 others. Well, angry residents say they've grown frustrated with the persistent insecurity and the apparent lack of effective intervention by security agencies. Motorists were forced to halt as protesters barricaded the highway with burning tires, disrupting traffic. Well, recently, community leaders and council chairmen from Charanchi and Batagarawa local government areas in Katsina State on Saturday signed a peace agreement with a group of armed men, otherwise called bandits. At the meeting, one of the armed men addressed residents directly, saying the insurgency and kidnappings were shaped by wider political decisions rather than by local actors alone. Well, and he also went ahead to say, if government wants us to stop, we will stop, and government has asked us to stop, that's why we have stopped. That's for Charanchi. After that meeting, gentlemen, after that meeting, we heard that most of those that came out as part of the bandits, because there were a lot of them, they had guns. Report came out that they were actually residents who were asked and paid to carry guns and act like bandits. And that, of course, begs the question of what a peace deal would have been held if there was some sort of impropriety in the first instance. But before I take bring the conversation to the studio, let's quickly go to Benin, where we have Chris Ojekere. Chris, welcome to the conversation. I hope you're seated. Let's have your thoughts on this one. And of course, when we get to newspaper review, we'll expatiate a lot more. Well, that's Chris Ojekere, actually, not Dr. Ekesiobi. But if we have Dr. Ekesiobi on the screen, I guess we'll just take his contribution. Doctor, I guess let's have your take, Doctor.
Well, we no longer get amused by what is going on. We are no longer taken unawares again that the security situation is now normalized. And for the fact that we are talking about defense officials, I think from the Ministry of Defense, it's quite ironic. If the Ministry of Defense can't defend themselves, then how much more the ordinary Nigerians? And it's quite unfortunate again that we've reduced ourselves to the situation where we now have this kind of open will I say, collaboration or open discourse with these same persons who are behind these insecurity challenges. And they openly and they boldly tell you that if the government wants to do something about it, they know what to do. And, pointing certain fingers as to those who are the backers or the originators of all these banditry camps and these things they are talking about. So, when we are discussing insecurity in Nigeria, you find it difficult to fault those who have this conspiracy theory that the insecurity those in government have a hand in this insecurity challenge. Because tell us why they cannot go and fish these people out from where they are or prevent certain these things. How can't we be proactive in managing these things?
All right.
The other day I went to Abuja because I couldn't get a flight. Yes, because I tried booking quite late. And it meant I had to go by road. I know the number of calls I received. In fact, some told me that they don't have money to contribute for me in case I get kidnapped.
My goodness.
So you see that we have normalized a situation where we know that yes, kidnaps are now a way of life, and when you do so, your family, your relatives will have to get ransom and the likes. So who benefits from this kidnapping economy, this insecurity economy that we have commercialized in this country? So it's not just because of the situation in Katsina or what happened with this Ministry of Defense guys. People are dying every day, and we need to do something to address it.
Absolutely, something needs to be done in the immediate to address it. Thank you very much, Dr. Chukwunonso Ekesiobi, who joined us from Oka. Thank you very much for your contribution there. He's an economist and policy consultant, Department of Economics, Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University, Anambra State. We've also been speaking with Somi Uranta, an entrepreneur, author, and social affairs commentator. We've had Daily Fanimo, a veteran reporter and political analyst, with us today on the show. And let's not forget Oni Edigan, who also joined us from Mini. And we'll have to go. We'll take a break now, And then when we come back at 10 o'clock, we'll start off newspaper review. And then we'll go deeper into these conversations. I would like you gentlemen to stay with us as we get into these conversations. The issue of intelligence sharing. Ministry of Defense. What happened? Weren't they aware of a possible attack? What exactly is going on? Well, we'll talk about all of this when we get into newspaper review. I am Moses Humphrey. I'll see you then.
And I'm Fina Okechukwu. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye for now.
I am Marcos. See you again. Bye.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2564 is coming up on running 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
I've been in this profession over 30 years. And I must confess to you, VOP is just too welcoming. You can't do without VOP on a daily basis. The moment you join VOP on a daily basis, you are all in all. I must confess to you.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TN. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again. This is Newspaper Review, and of course, we're going full throttle this time around. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us again.
And yes, of course, we have Somi Uranta with us. Thank you very much for being part of the program.
Thank you.
We also have Daily Fanimo, a veteran reporter, with us as well. Thank you very much. He's been doing some digging on some of the conversations. You tell us what you've dug out. Oh, well. Let's look at the headlines here. The PDP is in the news again. The PDP and its unending battle, of course. Ambition, legal battle stall PDP convention, threatening 2027 prospects. Now, we'll talk about the PDP. And we'll talk about a few other headlines here in the course of the program. But let's quickly zero in on one of the conversations that we're carrying over from VOP this morning into paper review, which is the altercation between the Minister of the FCT and the officers of the Nigerian military, some of them from the Navy. That officer that has become a face of resistance, as it were, representing the young people. I mean, Adam Yarima, the is it Captain Adam? Well, some people call him Captain, some call him Lieutenant, but he's Captain. He's Adam Yerima. He's a young man, and then there's a cartoon, Karen. A cartoon that was created yesterday, depicting where the minister called him a fool and how he stood tall, calmly responding that I am not a fool, I am a commissioned officer, and I have integrity. Let's move that. Well, anyway, well, we've dug into the issues, and there's something of major concern to me. Well, this can actually be full screen. It doesn't have to be the way it is. Well, there's something that is of importance to me. The fact that the minister, was just short of pushing. He was really short of touching the officer. If he had done that, what do you think would have happened? And didn't the minister, in his utterance, disrespect the
soldier?
Not the soldier, not just the soldier now, the
armed forces.
Commander-in-Chief of the armed forces, which is the president, in his actions.
You see, in all of this, that guy, I think he's a lieutenant. A lieutenant in the Nigerian Navy is equivalent to captain in the Nigerian Army. So they will mistake him for a captain because
they share the same. It's the same level.
Because they share the same rank.
Not just the same rank. I think he's wearing an army camouflage too.
No. That camouflage is for all armed forces.
It's for all armed forces. But we identify it more with the army here in Nigeria.
Chest. When you wear camo, your rank is in your chest, not on your shoulder. And so the rank I'm saying now is a lieutenant, Navy lieutenant. And Navy lieutenant is equivalent to a captain in the Nigerian Army. But a captain in the Navy is equivalent to colonel in the Nigerian Army. So he couldn't have been a colonel. So now, this guy acted professionally. In fact, I felt proud that we still have soldiers, that are soldiers. Let me shock you. If Wike had slapped this guy, he would not retaliate.
He would not retaliate. Did you see the chaos that almost ensued there?
I said,
when Wike had to pull back his own security detail.
You see, he will not retaliate. But he has his junior officers that are rank and file. That are rank and file. That would do the retaliation for him. Because it will be so chaotic that it may end up becoming a no soldier saga. Do you understand? But he knows that the captain is, the uniform he's wearing and his rank should be commensurate with the action he put up at that moment. So there was no way he would want to slap Wike back. But it will be a serious backlash. This morning, the former chief of army staff, Bratai, had reacted to say yes, that what that man did, what Wike did, was not a direct assault to that lieutenant. It's not even a direct assault to the Nigerian Navy, but a direct assault to the commander-in-chief of the armed forces.
Yeah. He's actually been asked to apologize.
And so that tells you, see, if that guy had removed his cap and probably his uniform and is in mufti and is there, he starts introducing himself as a lieutenant in the Nigerian Navy and that is doing this and all that, it's a different matter. But the fact that it's in uniform, that's why if you slap anybody in uniform or assault anybody in uniform, you are not seen to be assaulting that person.
The federal government.
You are assaulting the federal government. Because he didn't sew that uniform himself. He was given that uniform to represent. That's why
the sovereignty of Nigeria.
Yes.
Really.
If a constable comes to arrest you, if you assault him, you have assaulted the IG of police. So that guy comported himself, and he should be commended for the way he comported himself in the face of provocation.
Okay.
But Wike went overboard. You don't have any right, even if you are the president of this country, to call somebody a fool. That's a direct assault. If it were to be in Senate claims, that guy should be held by the Nigerian Navy to sue Wike.
Like Chukuma asked the question, and I say, is it an overreach? So we can all agree that was an overreach.
It was an overreach on the part of Wike. He shouldn't have called him a fool. That guy is not his son. There's a limit to what you can even say to your son. I have grown up children.
Even if he were a colleague in the workplace.
Exactly. It's wrong.
Cannot use that.
It's wrong.
Respect.
There are certain things you do in the university environment that you graduate immediately. You wear your academic
Let's look at another angle to this now. A lot of Nigerians on social media are hailing Adam for his actions, and they say yes, he stood tall, he stood firm against the Wike, the minister of the FCT, and a lot of Nigerians are hailing and praising him. And then, let's not forget what's been happening around the world. Nepal, what happened in Nepal not too long ago? What happened in Kenya? Where the youth, that's a Gen Z. And, it's been said that the Gen Z should not be overlooked. Do you foresee, if this is not properly handled, if things are not properly set right, do you see this escalating into something more sinister?
It will not.
No, it will not.
It will not.
Something
It will not. Our in Nigeria here,
because we are docile.
No, not just that we are docile. Our fault lines speak a lot into who we are as a people. Our fault lines, ethnicity, religion, and all of that.
Okay.
Now, the incident that happened yesterday has raised a lot of talking points, so many talking points. We have tried to address some of them. Well, as far as I'm concerned, what the minister did yesterday was excessive. It was an overreach. The fact that he had to call a young man a fool, he let his emotions take a better part of him. He betrayed his emotions. He couldn't control himself and all of that. But for one, the minister going there, to supervise demolition or whatever, I personally don't have a problem with that. I call that hands-on, because we also see governors, go to inspect road projects, go to inspect market stalls that are being built, terminals that are being built. Governors go there, to inspect and all of that. And because the governor of Enugu State, Sullivan Chime, used to go to site and say, look, Mr. Contractor, bring your tape, let's measure this. And they'll measure and they'll discover that, look, it is different from what they have in their books. And they'll say correctly. I call that hands-on. When we have problems in certain zones, people are killed, and we troll our president, Mr. President, you haven't been there, you haven't gone to see the people, and all of that.
I think that's all different from this.
No, I call it hands-on, So I don't have a problem with...
Not in this particular...
No, Barrister, that is my opinion.
Barrister, don't worry.
You have enough time. So that is my opinion about it.
Barrister will attack your opinion on this.
If I were a minister, I would go and supervise.
Demolition of people's properties.
Properties
not
that,
one, not two.
No, many. Properties that defy, the master plan.
Who says it defies the master plan? We understand that the master plan was changed by Wike.
Good, and all of that. Was it changed legally or illegally?
Well, they will have to prove that.
They will have to prove all of that in court. But my position is that, look, I don't have any problem with the minister going there. But what I have a problem with is what came out of his, engagement there. If they had stopped him and said, please, you can't go in there and all of that, courtesy demands that he will go back, reach out to the police commissioner of Abuja or whoever that is in charge of that. But again, this particular incident speaks to a deeper problem that is going on in Nigeria. And that is why I will literally cite Wike for what he did. You remember Colonel Tunde Obebo, the Richalori incident in Abuja, that Wike took over, and reallocated to his friends and all of that. That is not my concern. But my concern is that a certain Colonel Tunde Obebo from Edo State had his property confiscated. You remember Nicholas Okachukwu,
Yes.
His building, his property in Abuja was brought down and demolished. And
Against court order.
Against court order. I can count 1, 2, 3, 4 men. You know why this thing happened? It is because the person in question is a northerner. Northerners feel entitled to Abuja. These things have been going on to people in the south and nothing like this happened. But because we have a northerner involved, now there is this backlash. That is the angle I am coming from. So we have to speak, to who we are as Nigerians. Why do we have separate laws for separate people in the same country? And I think that is what Wike is trying to address. If we could do it too. Look, El Rufai came, demolished buildings. And so Wike is doing the same thing. Why do we have a problem with that?
Sorry, please. Was Wike right in taking those actions against the Ogbebo? Was he right in demolishing a property belonging to someone else against court order?
Wike was.
Because somebody does something that is wrong and he get away with it, that shouldn't make it
No, Mr. Somi Ranta, when you say was he right, we had people who hadn't paid land rates for how many years? For close to 40 years. Is that right? Against our laws.
You see, I am against this issue of every time demolish.
No, but people had contravened.
We have shortage of housing in Nigeria, and from state to
Mr. Oranta, people have contravened. You see, the problem we have in this country is that when we don't, I'm sorry, sir, if we don't punish small crimes, the big crimes thrive. That is the problem we have here.
Okay.
And now Wike goes to say, look, PDP in Wadada Plaza, you didn't pay your house, land rent and all of that, and it takes over the place, and people have a problem with that. Why should people have a problem with that? If you contravene, the law is blind. It doesn't look at anybody.
Okay.
So that is my,
Are you sure it doesn't look at anybody?
No, but it shouldn't look at people.
It looks at some people.
It shouldn't look at people.
But it does.
Even if it does. But it shouldn't.
But it does.
But it shouldn't. That is why we are where we are today.
You see, if you want to stick to the rule of law, stick to the law, you must not just do it. You must be
Mr. Aranta, I want to ask you a very direct question.
Yeah.
Do you think that if this land belonged to a retired military officer from the south, that the soldiers will have the effrontery to do what they did?
I really don't know.
Okay.
I really don't know.
I make bold to tell you that it wouldn't happen. They will have their way. They will go in
but you see, my concern about this whole thing is that they are not showing a good example. It's a very bad, example they are showing to the world, to Nigerians. Recall, sometime, in around 1988 or so, the late MKO was just given Are on Akakanfo as the Generalissimo of Yoruba land. And something happened. Recall the mad dog syndrome.
Between him and Air Force.
Yes.
His son and the Air Force.
So, you see, you don't go and start confronting people with arms. Or maybe carry some other armed men to go and confront. Are you starting a war or what? His actions was very, very wrong at that point.
Who? Wike?
Yes. He couldn't have gone there and start, because just a little thing would have happened and there would be so much calamity.
Bulldozers.
Fatality. So it's not expected of a minister to go and enforce. It's not expected.
Barrister, you have something to add?
Yeah, Moses, I thought you said I should keep quiet.
No, I didn't ask you to keep quiet. Go ahead, please, Barrister.
Now, when it comes to land matter, you don't enforce it. It is the courts. These things have statutory connotation. When it comes to land matter, you don't willy-nilly enforce it by yourself. Your document will prove whether you are right or wrong. Wike had the opportunity of going through the court process. Why is he taking laws into his own hands? Why? Is there any court order against that land? The answer is no. So why must you be the one to enforce it without going through the normal and usual process? Like Okoro was saying, he's not even looking at it from that angle because that is not his property. Whatever happens to any land, don't enforce it by yourself. Go to court, call the person, come and prove how we got this land. The court will be there to look at all the sites. That's what we are saying here.
Barrister, I think I looked at it from very different angles. My position is that if it got to a point where a demolition had to be carried out,
out of court order.
No. Whether court order, I say if it gets to a point where a demolition has to be carried out, I don't have any problem with the minister going.
I have a problem with that.
With the minister going there to supervise.
No.
Personally, I don't have a problem.
I don't have a problem, but he does. So let's hear him.
Yes. I don't have.
I have a problem with that.
What's your
Even
problem
at
with
that point, you must demolish on court order.
No, barrister, we have gone beyond court
We
order.
are
I'm telling you.
Let's allow him to express himself.
Hold on.
We are not talking about court orders now. We're talking
We are not talking
demolishing
about court orders. Yes.
So he's saying you must demolish with a court order.
And I'm saying my position is that if it gets to a point where you have to demolish, by that instance, I assume that all the normal processes must have been done through.
Yeah, there is none. Don't assume. There is none in
Barrister,
here.
you are missing the point.
I am not missing any point. There is no need for you to go on your own and demolish a property without court order.
Okay, beautiful. Assuming he had a court order.
He has not assumed there is no court order. We can never acted on court order.
Barrister, we are holding a discussion now.
Did he produce it?
No.
The ones you mentioned, listen, the ones you mentioned, was it with court order?
Barrister, we have expanded the conversation
No,
beyond what happened yesterday. Assuming, Barrister, we have.
I said leave that one.
Barrister, yesterday the minister didn't have a court order.
You
right?
don't assume.
Barrister, yesterday the minister didn't have a court order. Right?
Yes.
Okay, let's take away what happened yesterday. Expand the discussion.
Okay, to where?
If it gets to a point where the minister has acquired there's a court order, go and demolish. Do you have a problem with the minister going to supervise it?
Look, there is no court order.
Barrister, you are missing the
I am not. You do.
No, we don't have. It's okay. Let's have him give his own point. He gave yours, and let's have him give his own point. We don't always have to agree.
How can you get to that point without court order? That's my question. How can you get to that point without a court order? Yes, answer me.
Barrister, I won't answer you because you are missing the point.
No, you see who's missing the point.
No, you are missing the point.
Why are you assuming that he has the right to go and demolish a property without a court order?
You see, you are not listening. You are a defensive listener. You already made up your mind.
No, tell me.
There's an argument here, Barrister.
Yes.
I said, let us take it away from what happened yesterday. We have expanded the discussion because it is not a one-off. These things happen from time to time.
Okay,
and now my question to you
I said
is,
we can be acting with impunity in Abuja without a court order. I am telling you that when you need that place, people will come and rearrange this thing is doing in Abuja.
Barrister, you are very fixated on your position. No, on your position. You don't want to expand. You don't want to open up your mind.
Okay, so where?
No. Moses, I understand that you shouldn't demolish without a court order. Beautiful. And I'm saying we have gone beyond that. Let us expand this conversation.
Without a court order. No, how can you?
And he doesn't want to go beyond that. He doesn't want to go there. That's the problem with him.
You misfired. How can you assume or expand to anywhere without a court order? How?
You see the point I'm making.
What point again? What point?
Sorry.
He's gone beyond that. He has not gone beyond that.
Yes. And he doesn't want to go beyond that.
What Court does in this instance is that he creates an opportunity for all the documents to be looked into. Find out, is it real
or not?
Is this your property? How do you get to it? Is it a false document? And all that. So to jump up and start enforcement.
Is it right for the minister to take a property that originally it was designated for parks and gardens and convert it to multi?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Even building the APC headquarters.
Is that part of the things that they want to do?
That's what they have done. He has done it already in Abuja. Yes, these are things without organ, with impunity. Tomorrow now somebody will say no, this APC headquarters shouldn't be here, or you take it out, and you say somebody is acting with what? That's what I'm saying. If it is valid court order, nobody can change. Even the president cannot change it. It will be valid. But when you are acting with impunity, with arrogance, somebody will definitely upturn it in future. That's what we are saying here.
Okay, so have we all agreed?
No, we can never. I can never agree with Barry. On this point, I will never agree.
I said, Mr. Okoro, don't expand to anywhere without court order. I told you now.
The English language is even confusing you, Barrister.
Don't expand anything without a court order when it comes to land. I'm telling you now. I'm telling you. So I don't make mistake or fire yourself in the right place.
Is this judgment enforceable? The judgment you just passed. Is it enforceable?
Which one? Which judgment?
You just passed the judgment on Okoro.
Okay, yes.
And you shouldn't
expand anyway without court order.
In fact, in your own interest, keep quiet.
Imagine what will happen if you make this man minister.
I wonder.
Imagine what will happen.
Don't be saying you are a fool.
So let's get into another conversation. Ambition, legal battle, stall PDP convention, threatening 2027 prospects. Crisis self-inflicted, not caused by outsiders, says Ukweni. Ogunbayi, PDP, a conglomeration of powerful individuals with destructive egos, while judiciary should sheath sword, embrace collective interest. Those are the riders to that headline, the PDP. We all know the story of what's going on in the PDP. One court says, you see, you're back to the courts again. But I think the courts are
they are in business.
Problem.
They're having a field.
One court says don't hold convention.
And lawyers
in the
are passing out.
PDP is in the ICU.
One court says don't hold convention.
We have not gotten the medical expert
to
properly diagnose his ailment.
Okay. So, with all the, I mean, there's a song that comes to mind. This is the end. This is the end for the PDP if they're unable to, because another court in Abuja has said INEC should not recognize the convention if it is held. INEC should not monitor and should not recognize the convention.
And INEC will obey that.
Can they seek an expertise? Can they find a way to vacate that order or get another court to authorize INEC to?
As long as they are the same court of coordinate jurisdiction, whatever they are saying is not allowed until they move to appeal. It is the appeal that will break the tie, whether the one from Ibadan or the one from Abuja. As long as they are the same federal high court, forget it. Let any of the parties go to appeal court to decide this matter. But if they refuse to do that and go ahead with their convention, it is null and void.
The convention will be null and void.
It is null and void because the primary things were not done. Before a convention can come up to national, I've said it here before.
Barrister, what is the difference between a court of concurrent jurisdiction and a court of coordinate jurisdiction?
Is it not the same thing? What is the difference?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, two of them are the same thing. Now, Federal High Court Abuja, Federal High Court at Oyo. What is the Ogbomoso? What is the difference? It's the same Federal High Court. So when they give orders like that,
why do we have such conflicting orders?
Because
it further confuses actors.
No, it doesn't. It's just that they try to. You know, I have told you here there are 3 rules of interpretation. I don't know who brought that thing about. That person is not helping the legal profession. You have the literary rule of interpretation. You have the golden rule that opposes the law. And wait for it. You have the mischief rule of interpretation. That word alone will tell you what people are doing. Whenever they want to put the gullible, the uninformed in confusion, they go for the mischief rule and leave you to interpret it how you like. That is what is going on here. Most times, that's what happens. So that mischief rule of interpretation is where the problem is. Most times, it's left for legal interpretation of all the lawyers. They choose where to go.
So let's x-ray what this portends for the PDP, saying that the convention is really just around the corner. Will they be able to get any, will they be able to approach is it the Supreme Court or the Appeal Court?
Yeah, that's the Appeal Court.
Will they be able to approach the Appeal Court with in the time available?
Because all electoral matters take preeminence in court. If they look at the timeline, they will give you a preference.
I thought the Appeal Court said party issues should be dealt with within the parties.
No, not in this particular issue. We are talking about the process leading to the leadership of the party. The process leading
the leadership of the party is a party issue.
That is, if it had been elected now, you don't need to intervene. But before the election, because if it were so, they wouldn't have applied it in Rivers State in 2019. That thing is well known to everybody. And that was even APC. They did not contest election in that state in that year. Because of what? no primaries was conducted. Is that not a fact? No primaries. From the president to the governor to National Assembly to State Assembly, they did not, because they did not conduct primary, no time to Wike. And so that is, so they will apply it to any other party. They will apply it.
All right. So me.
Well, for me, I think the PDP, I keep saying that it's a party in comatose. The party can only be resurrected possibly after 2027 election. The fact that the party could not sanction people like Wike and his G5, you know, the integrity group, you know, that he could not, the party could not sanction them. Now they've splitted. The governor of Oyo State is now on a different camp. And that's a head-on collision.
Damaga was spitting fire yesterday. So this is going to go on.
He used to be Wike's man, you know. He used to be Wike's man, but things have changed. But the fact that Wike is still, for me, I feel that that party is in Wike's pocket. So they should better go and rest, you know, till after 2027 if they have what it takes to resurrect it. Maybe dry bones can rise again. But for now, they are going nowhere. Anybody that stands for election under that party will just be wasting his time. Because the courts will nullify whatever action taken.
In any state at all?
Yes.
In any state at all?
I'm telling you, because there are confusion. Who will sign your documents? Who is the... So there's so much confusion in the party. And that's Wike again for you.
So much confusion in the party. I like the fact that you talked about suspending Wike and the G5 government. But there's news out there that the same PDP that we are talking about has suspended the Anambra State Guber candidate.
Yeah, for congratulating Soludo.
No, over poor performance, that he didn't perform well and they suspended him.
To go and congratulate him with Soludo now.
And they slapped suspension on him. Last Saturday election.
Anti-party. You know, that's anti-party.
They're not looking for scapegoat to hear. Nobody could have taken it from Soludo. Nobody could have taken it. If Okachu could not do it with APC, it's not possible for any PDP.
APC was not even in support of Okachu.
So really. That one is
APC was obviously not in support of Okachu.
They didn't even go to campaign.
They didn't go to campaign for him and with him.
No, Barrister Darlington on my show, Political Lens, said that look, there was an agreement between Soludo and Tinubu. You know,
yes.
Quid pro quo, you know, I'll give you, then you give me and all of that. So that it was more like...
and we've heard that he's going to join the progressives.
Ojuzo Okalu said he's a member of our party.
Yes.
Well, that would be his own doing. I warned him yesterday. That would be his own doing. Because
they don't care about your
Anambra people, they know Sendo.
Okay. Would they
so.
They will not vote for him. Whether if he's
they don't vote for who? He doesn't need their vote.
People that lined up to collect monies.
That one, no, that one is because that was the state election. But if he's taking them to another party,
Barrister,
it will not happen. Anambra
did you see the number of people? The number of people that came out.
That one was empowerment.
Empowerment.
So you think they won't be empowered in 2020?
No,
and even the figures, I think we should be troubled about the figures. 2.8 million
registered
for that election. Yes.
Is this
registered voters?
No, 2.7. 2.7, Abi?
Approximately.
Less than 2.7. And less than 700 voted.
Less than 700.
And Soludo collected 400.
No, but is it strange?
About
but the people that voted that they will count.
Oh, it's bad.
No, it's bad. It's not, but it's not strange. This is not the first time it's happening. We have about 93 million registered voters.
That will tell you
how many votes did the current president score to
that will tell you
become the president? If you put together the votes of the PDP and the Labour Party, it exceeds that of the president. So it's an ongoing thing. It's our currency.
When people are trying to demonize the Soludo for scoring lower votes, they are not looking at Tinubu'S vote, 37%. 37%. Is that if we know even reach let my people go, which is 40%. So if you look at it from that angle, in Lagos here, Osowolu won with 700,000 out of how many?
No, that's the norm. That's the norm.
So that's
it was only
now.
it was only because why? You know, because why somehow because with the Electoral Act and all these roadblocks, barriers that we are trying to build against malpractice and all of that, the people, the actors have more like leashed themselves. Because if you recall in 2003, a certain governor, your former governor, Peter Odili, his total number of votes he scored was higher than the number of votes.
So now they play within the numbers. Now they play within the numbers. They don't try to exceed it.
Yes.
Because then it makes it obvious.
Yes.
But even at that, that shows that the people have, they are devising means back in their own coin. They sit down at home, they don't come out to vote.
No, you are paying yourself. You are not paying politicians. Politicians don't care.
You are doing yourself.
You are doing yourself. They don't care whether you come or not.
What is the fate of those who didn't vote in the Anambra election?
You are doing yourself injustice if you don't come out to vote.
They will suck for 4 years. That's all.
If the guy is not doing good by
yes, now.
Another aspect to that Anambra election is since we're talking about it, the position of Bayo Onanuga and the presidency about Peter B losing his local government. I mean, there was this. He was being attacked on social media. He was being attacked.
It's normal.
It's normal for people.
But he was not even in
when
the
Obasanjo lost in his polling unit in 1999 and 2003, because even if it's a fraction, I mean,
but all that happened with Trump doing CPC and all of that, Bayo Onanuga didn't pick a pen. His keyboards went blind.
He couldn't talk.
But does it really? What we saw play out at the local government of Peter Obi, does it affect his perception? Does it reflect on his perception, how they perceive him going into 2027?
Well, somehow, I have my reservation because for a man that came from that state and with his political standing, his local government would have been
his candidate who he supported
a walkover.
So that they will go and waste their vote.
Was that an election?
They knew they were going to waste their vote if they vote for him.
Was that an election? Let's face it. Was that an election? Before our eyes, they were sharing food and sharing money to people. Is that an election? So people that did all that could actually ensure that Peter B is his own.
But there is no election in the last, at least in the last 16 years, that had not been bedeviled by what you are saying. It is the highest bidder. I was in Ekiti, I monitored the election. I was in Ondo State, I monitored the election. I monitored the election in Lagos State. The party that loses is the party that cannot give more.
So they all
when you go to polling booth, this is the way it is played. When you go to polling booth, as a voter, you look around. APC will be beckoning, PDP will be beckoning, Labour Party will be beckoning, ADC will be beckoning. Then you weigh your options. Why should I come here and take 1,000 naira from APC? I mean, from PDP, when APC is dangling 4,000. You go, and they will assure you, you want to vote for us, go ahead and vote. And when you get there, you thumbprint and pretend to the electoral officer that you want to sun dry your ink so that it doesn't spill over, just to show them that you have delivered. And when you drop your box, you turn around and go. If it's Labour Party you want to vote for, if it's PDP you want to vote for, you do the same. So it is part of our electoral process. I don't know how we are going to stop. I'm not saying that it's normal.
It's not normal. It's part of it. Let me offer some kind of
electronic voting will stop all this.
Let me offer a simple explanation as to why Peter Obi probably lost his local government. First of all, based on what you said, the premise that you have laid, Obi didn't share money. The Labour Party didn't share money. That's one. Two, the average Anambra man is also discerning to the extent that they will say, look, Obi is not on the ballot. If I vote Labour Party, I'll simply waste
my vote.
So why don't I give it to a party that will likely win? Let us, align with the party, at the state level that wins. In 2027, no matter how Soludo tries, no matter his bitterness or whatever he has against Peter Obi or with Peter Obi, if the votes are free and fair in Anambra State, if Peter Obi runs with party XYZ, he will win Anambra State.
He will win in the area of between 80 to 90 something%.
He will win.
Hands
That's
down.
my opinion.
That's my
opinion. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
2027.
Oh yes.
If he gets on the ballot, if he gets on the
Barrister
ballot,
shares a different view.
Not in this particular situation whereby our elections have been monetized.
And Barrister said if the elections are free and fair.
But
The elections were then not monetized in 2023. What happened?
It's not going to be free and fair then.
Barrister, the elections in 2023 were they free and fair?
Look, what the surprise the people...
Barrister, straight question, straight answer.
Is that what?
The 2023 elections, were they free and fair? Were they monetized?
No, it was mad with violence, not money.
It was monetized too.
It was not monetized to this extent.
But there will be one Anambra State.
And so many other states, yes, because...
Okay. And you think that won't happen in 2020?
No. The paradigm have shifted though.
What shifted?
People have solidified now. They have now that in 2023, did all the governors defer to APC?
In 2015, PDP had 22 governors.
Where are they now?
They lost the election.
Where are they now?
No, I'm telling you, in 2015, PDP had 22 governors. Here, they lost the election. So should that be a yes?
No, it is. It is now.
Okay, it is now.
It is now, yeah.
Barrister, you like shifting the goalpost.
With the goalpost again. Yes, he said 2015. Yes, I agree. So what happened? Don't you think things have shifted? Now that hold on, the person in office today, is it your Democrats who would take no for an answer?
Okay.
Yeah? Jonathan surrendered and they allowed everything to go. This person in office, will he do such a thing? No, tell me. That's the difference now.
Okay, that is what shifted.
He believes that you can grab it, snatch it, and run with it. He doesn't believe in due process or whatever. That's the truth.
Barrister, he ran with it, he grabbed it, he snatched it in 2020. In 2023, he lost Lagos State.
I leave that. He won. He won. The place he lost. He won. That's it. He's in office.
Barrister, we were talking about Anambra State. Okay. So you think APC that the PDP, Peter Obi will lose Anambra in 2020?
In that year you are talking about, there was no agreement between Tinubu and Soludo. But now there's an agreement. So what are you telling me?
In that same year, did ABGA have a presidential candidate?
Whether they had or not, there was no agreement.
No, Barrister, I just asked.
Okay, there was no agreement. That's the important issue here. There was no agreement between ABGA and the APC.
Okay. But you also know that there's always been this agreement between ABGA and the ruling party, especially in the last 2 or 3 elections. They didn't feel
that was not so under Peter Obi. Peter Obi never entered into any agreement with anybody. That's the truth.
Since he left,
Willie did not enter into any agreement with anybody.
But the ABGA, did they have presidential candidates?
You answer that question
no,
now.
I'm asking you.
Your presidential question, okay, how far did he go? How far did he go? Since there was no agreement, how far did he go? But in this case, they are not even featuring anything just because of this agreement. Can't you get it? Because of this agreement, the ABGA is not featuring any presidential candidate.
Barrister, in 2023, did ABGA have a presidential candidate?
You are going back again. You are going back to that thing. The candidate they had, how far did he go? That's the question.
Did they have? That is my question.
You tell me now. You tell me. Maybe I don't know. You tell me. How can you make an agreement when your candidate is on the ballot box? You know it's not possible now. They deliberately sacrificed the Okachukwu for 2027. That's what APC did. If they wanted, the same way they gave Edo people Edo, they would have given APC to Anambra. And what would Soludo do? Since they are not orphan. Remember, politically, Soludo is an orphan. Our ABGA is an orphan in the southeast. Who will come to the rescue? Who? That is the issue here. If they wanted, they would have taken Anambra, money or no money. They would have taken, they would cook up something. They will cook up something that will end up in court. Have APC lost in court before? That's where they will be going to. They will use a political gimmickry. Just like they did in Imo State. Did you ever believe that such a thing will happen in Imo State? Did you ever, even Ihedioha had never thought it was possible until the Supreme Court told him to get out of that place. Don't doubt this APC. When they want something, they'll get it.
Okay, so let me just take a few headlines here, and we could just make our pick and react to anyone that we choose. Amechi Ezekwesili asked Nigerians to hold politicians accountable, urge electoral system overhaul. Nigeria eyes 2.8 MBPD oil output as NUPRC begins licensing round. Senate rebukes NNPC, rejects explanation on unaccounted 210 trillion naira. FG may suspend planned CGT over market concerns. Well, we've touched on that one. Genocide. Nigerians urge Tinubu to go harder on terrorists and bloodshed. NAFDAC outlaws production, sale of sachet alcoholic beverages. FG moves to ban single-use plastics. And anxiety as investors lose 4.6 trillion naira in equities, single largest post-COVID daily loss. Well, those are the headlines on the cover page of The Guardian. Do I take another paper before we react, or do we want to react to the ones we've heard so far? Mr. Uranta.
Yeah, I think let me talk about the genocidal issue.
Okay.
You see, Nigerians, in fact, the world, are still waiting for the government of Nigeria, the federal government, to release the names of those 400 terror sponsors. Because if they don't do that, the government might be seen to be an enablers of this terrorism that is plaguing Nigeria. Again, government must wake up to its responsibility by scrapping that policy of de-radicalization and reintegration. How can you be reintegrating people who have killed, maimed, raped, kidnapped Nigerians, sacked them from their ancestral homes, take over the place, they are living there comfortably, then the people you sent out are in IDP camps in their own country. Yet, you are spending taxpayers' money in taking care of these people under the policy of reintegration. So government must do that. Otherwise, they'll be telling the world that actually what they are saying is right. And by the way, it's not just Christians. Everybody is dying in Nigeria, and it ought not to be that way.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy that Somi Uranta brought us to this point. You know, this issue of genocide in Nigeria. Moses, I want you to recall, before the CPC designation, like 2 weeks ago, we discussed the issue of genocide in Nigeria. We were joined by a virtual guest, Sunday Dada from Port Harcourt, you know, and I had an argument with him whether there was genocide in Nigeria and all of that. And I read out, you know, the bullet points, you know, the final points that gave me the impression, you know, and the conviction that there was genocide in Nigeria. Now, in all of this, the Nigerian government, we have been, you know, there's this talk, pushback and all of that. Nigeria is a very interesting place. This is a country in 2014, you know, we had people, the current people in government, APC, they took a trip to the United States of America, you know, to go and tell the president then that, look, Christians, that there's genocide in Nigeria, that Christians are being killed in Nigeria, asking them, you know, to come and rescue us. And 10 years, you know, we have the same people in government. And now they are saying that there is no genocide in Nigeria. And we have our brothers, you know, from the West, you know, trying to defend that there is no genocide in Nigeria because they want to defend the president. I find it curious. I find it strange. You know, people sit on this table and say, look, there is no genocide. They don't even think back what happened like 10 years ago. It's quite unfortunate. We have our Christian brothers from different parts of the country, you know, especially the South.
It's even worse now. You know, this
is worse now. What are you defending? It took an America to say, and at that point, the day we heard that argument, I said, you see, why it's difficult for countries, you know, to accept genocide at the United Nations level, at the level of going back to the Geneva Convention and all of that, the Rome Statute of 1982, you know, that bettered the ICC. The moment countries admit, you know, that there is genocide somewhere, it will call them, it will be a demand to action. And that is what Donald Trump has said. It took a Donald Trump and United States of America to say, look, there is genocide in Nigeria. And up until this moment, we are going back and forth. We have our eminent son saying, look, it is not genocide. It is sectarian violence and all of it. It is not sectarian violence.
It is not.
People are being killed, both Christians and Muslims. But the proportion of Christians who are killing Christians, how many Christians have killed Muslims in this country? We don't tell ourselves the honest truth, and that is why we are where we are today. Unfortunately, that is what it is.
When John Fayemi, the former governor of Ekiti, was talking the other time. He said everything they did to come into office was all politics. That even the subsidy that they rejected and refused, that it was all politics. As he was saying, he was laughing. So that will tell you that these guys, they came into office with propaganda. And Nigerians, unfortunately, bought that propaganda. But until today, nobody is holding them accountable. I've never seen anybody who has Tinubu and APC come. All the things you people promised us and all the things you people told us about PDP, why are you repeating all of them? Nobody have gone through that narrative. Nobody. Rather, they are looking for a way because these people, they are very clever. They have bought a section of the media and they have paid the social media rats who will counter everything on social media. And people like my brother here, Fanimo, is looking for a way to even support whatever they are doing now. God. All those things that they condemn under PDP, Fanimo will never see it as a problem. He will always tell me, yeah, that is politics. Yeah, you are clever. Yes, you are clever. Meanwhile, Nigeria is dying. So
you have to drag him into it. You have to drag him into
it.
Deliberately. Deliberately.
We need to get issues with him.
With reason. If he did not call out himself, why will I call him? Have you ever seen him saying that this government have done so bad? Though? Have you ever seen?
No, areas.
You are not being fair.
Barrister, there are times.
How can I be fair to you? Are you fair to yourself?
No, Barrister, let's be very fair to Dele. There are times that Dele has said, look, this action taken by the government is wrong. But on the case of genocide, I was pleasantly surprised. In fact, I was shocked for Dele to say that there is no genocide. But that's his opinion. That's his opinion. That's his opinion. I respect that.
Hold on.
I respect that.
A serious issue
and he's entitled to it.
Hold on.
And he's entitled to his opinion.
Look, listen very well though. If Dele now said that there is hunger in Nigeria, is that
his opinion too?
I say if you agree that there is hunger in Nigeria because of the whatever. Yeah, but a serious issue like this killing.
Why must you drag me to genocide?
Why should
I said, it is my opinion if I say there is no genocide.
I know you are Babalawo, but then it doesn't
Barrister, he's still celebrating his birthday, so please.
He's an elder.
Don't come down on him like that.
He just turned 60.
No.
So.
Did you celebrate your 60th?
Are you sure?
Maybe I'm not even sure you are.
Are you sure of the age you mentioned to us? Are you sure? Because from where you come from, you people.
I don't doctor my age. I have all my documents from primary school.
You have three
primary school.
Three birth certificates.
He's just this is on a lighter mood anyway.
They use one certificate.
You
have examples.
And you give birth at 5 years.
5 siblings.
One
certificate.
And you give birth at 5
years.
One
works in Coca-Cola. One works in Pfizer.
He just joined the League of Elders.
The League of Elders.
Let's allow him.
Until he has until
he's not an elder. He said he's a mate of Kanu Wako. And what is Kanu Wako?
Leave that thing.
So
until I see your certificate. I said in football. You see. I should have joined them as a junior Spartan.
If you tell me that you are a classmate, I mean age mate of Kanu Wako, then that means you doctored your age.
No, I didn't say so.
Because Kanu is not up to 60. Older than Kanu.
Kanu is about 56 or 57.
Even the one
Kanu is 57. So by football. Don't worry. I'm not your mate, so you respect me.
We are going to ask Lasisi.
I will tell you a story. Lasisi told me.
All right, thank you very much, Barrister Darlington and Kumar. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you, Samuel Ranta. And big thanks to the birthday boy, Dile Fanimo. And also,
no bad day. Did you celebrate anything?
He will celebrate as we go around.
The day have passed too.
No, it has not. It's still the period.
Birthday was celebrated here yesterday. And I'm still going to continue for those.
Really?
My fans.
And you waited for me to go.
Can you imagine?
I was not part of the.
No, he said
we'll have that conversation.
It continues after.
Continues.
You cannot celebrate that thing without
Chukwuma Okoro makes a return at 6 p.m. on Political Lines. You want to tell us what?
Yes, I'll be joined by Barrister Asim Adams. He's a human rights activist as well as political affairs analyst, and we are going to talk about what happened. Barrister Adams is Wike's man Friday, so we are going to discuss what happened between Wike and the soldier yesterday. And the fact that Ojuke Zokali said, look, Soludo is now a member of the APC. We are going to walk around all of that.
All right,
6
then.
o'clock, it promises to be
6
quite
p.m. later today. It promises to be interesting. Don't miss it. Well, that's it on the show. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Bye for now.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
I've been in this profession over 30 years. And I must confess to you, VOP is just too welcoming. You can't do without VOP on a daily basis. The moment you join VOP on a daily basis, you are all in all. I must confess to you.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TN. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
That's obviously how you write into a show. The start of a very big show like this. Yes, good morning. Feeling very great to have you join us. Welcome to the Sports Republic show. It's a lot to talk about this very day, and I'm so super excited to be on the show today, if not for any reason, because I'm here to tell you about the news that you already know. People are saying it should be debunked, but that's not a debunked news. It's very crucial. It's so vital, and it's so lots to be checked about on this very big day. It is a Wednesday, and if you look at Wednesday very well, you know what happens tomorrow. Tomorrow happens to be the very big day, the day that you can say, if you want to say that the Lord has made, you wouldn't have it wrong. But tomorrow is a very deep day. Tomorrow means a lot to every Nigerian, for sports-loving people who knows the game so well and how much we want to be part of the very biggest Mondial coming up. If you're a sport enthusiast and you're watching from anywhere all over the world today, we'll let you know that the biggest one is also coming. World Cup is close. 2026 is the World Cup, and that is a very joint hosted new format of the World Cup. But this you have on your screen is the recent, and just after this, December 21, the African Cup of Nations kicks off right in Morocco, Rabat, Casablanca. It will be a whole lot to be talked about. But the first one we have to say on the show today doesn't sound very good, and this is so tough. So bad that we just have to look into this case. So bad that you need to say that, why is it always Nigeria? Last I checked, Nigeria is not the Balotelli star. Back to me. Now, you look into Nigeria cases and you begin to wonder, and you're asking a question and you're saying, how do we go? It's no longer news. We know about a song by Samuel Kosun. That's the name. I think I'm corrected on that. I should be corrected if I get it wrong. Samuel Kosun or whatever, but I can't recall the name. But he used to be a legend of the game. He's still a legend of the game in the music industry of Nigeria. And he sang a song, I wasn't even born then. That song states a fact and says, which way Nigeria? Why always Nigeria? If you look me in the face tomorrow, you tell me, Kizzy K, can I tell you something? This country, Nigeria, we are three-time African champion. We are the biggest side. We are the giant of Africa. I don't like to say that we are the giant of Africa because we've put ourselves into a precarious situation, and I feel like this mess doesn't feel like we're trying to get out in any time close. But we've seen this one in a brief statement jointly shared by players and officials. This statement, what we're about to tell you now, the team confirmed this one, and it's the development. Nigeria preparation for the Thursday crucial game tomorrow. The World Cup playoff against Gabon have suffered a major setback on Tuesday as Super Eagles players and officials boycotted training in Rabat, Morocco, over what? Unresolved issues surrounding unpaid allowances and bonuses. This is so sad. Now, according to veteran sports journalist Oluwashina Okeleji, the entire squad, including the backroom staff, refused to train on Tuesday due to long-standing financial grievances with football authorities. Why now? And in a brief statement reported to have been jointly shared by the players and officials, the team confirmed that the development is real, saying the full squad, including officials, withheld from training today. That was yesterday, as at when the news broke, in Morocco because of the unresolved issues with the outstanding payments. Now, you know, the Super Eagles are awaiting a quick resolution to continue preparation for Thursday's game against Gabon. Now, this boycott comes just 2 days as at when this report came, before the Super Eagles face Gabon in the first semi-final World Cup tournament playoff, and that was played at the Heritia Moulay El Hassan Stadium in Rabat. So this is not a good news. The result of the match could be determined, or could rather determine, if Nigeria's path to the expanded 26 World Cup will come to pass like a Bible verse, to be co-hosted by the United States, Canada, and Mexico. Before this disruption, Nigeria's camp had shown signs of growing allowances, growing confidence, following the arrival of one man, the star player, Victor Osimhen. Of course, you know, he is the 23 African Player of the Year and joined by 22 players in camp at that in Rabat, bringing a fresh wave of optimism to head coach Ezekiel's squad. Training session has been brisk and also tactical, focusing on shape, pressing, transitioning, and set-piece coordination. However, the payment dispute has now cast a shadow over the team's build-up. So the players are reportedly unhappy about the late bonuses and appearance fees from previous international engagement. The Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, has yet, this is just the recent, they are yet to issue a statement on this matter, though discussions are believed to be ongoing and also to resolve these impasses swiftly. Super Eagles currently have 23 players in camp, including the likes of Victor Osimhen, the king Alex Iwobi, Fede Didi, Ekong, Calvin Bassey, Samuel Chikwueze, Ademola Lookman, and the goalkeeper, Madko Koye, are also expected to be arriving as at when this news broke. But this development adds to an intense and already tense preparation period for the Nigerian national side. You already have on your screen. Now, I want to say this. It could be a delicate talk. Yes. We'll have to analyze this, hopefully in the second half of the show, because if you leave, because Nigeria have that very game coming up, we'll have to look into all of those games and talk about the football style, the football methodologies, and how the Super Eagles can go from here. You have on your screen, but just what it is. We'll tell them more about that one. But if you look at the Super Eagles team now, we learned the news that Victor Osimhen is back on the show. And then Victor Osimhen coming back on the show feels very good. But we'll tell them more when we return from the break.
Touch that dial. Yes, sir. Kábíyèsí Olúọ̀run, we were born to give you toilet, to give you a shame. People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel. You know, we live in a very perilous times where there are some things you watch on television, you will lose faith, you will lose God. Keep your eyes on Voice of the People TV and remain blessed. Flo Rocker says so. Kuzoshi.
Yes, so quickly, we just had to go on that brief one, a quick break, and we return it back to the show to tell them more and how it's transpired rather in Rabat, Morocco, because it's very, very intense. And the Super Eagles camp, like we already told you, is bubbling at this point in time, if not for any reason, for the fact that one man, the star player, Victor Osimhen, has arrived. He is in camp as of yesterday, but we told you about players who were yet to arrive also for yesterday. But right now, it's bubbling, and it's a good news. And I'm also happy to share with you that right now, Victor Osimhen is in camp. Yes, well anticipated player. Everyone knows how big Victor can be. But on the show this day, when we go on a break, or possibly might not really be a break, but the second time of the show, or second half, better word, you could call it a segment, we'll be doing some analysis together. We'll talk about the reliance on Nigerian players, the country, on one star player. How can we go without Victor Osimhen? If that is very possible, we'll be looking into that very story. But quickly, let's talk about this one. This doesn't sound political. A lot of people have said this is political, and they are saying Peter Obi should not be in the news. Why is Peter Obi on this said story? I used to know him back then at the eastern part, Oka to be exact, back in Anambra State, well-developed man. He likes to be part of all of this, something that sounds to be very good. But Peter Obi has condemned the federal government over the failure to pay the Super Eagles their outstanding allowances ahead of the World Cup playoff. In a post via his ex-handle described as truly unfortunate, he called this, lamenting that players who consistently give their best to represent Nigeria are being owed, and he's not happy with this very sad story. And he said, while the government continues to waste funds on lavish spending and political patronage. Now, in the words of Peter B, who told me on the show this day, he said, we always seem to find money to waste on needless lavish spending and political patronage, yet we cannot pay those who particularly raise our flag. That's the word from Peter B. He said, bring us pride and serve with dedication. This is what is found in a now disgraced country. When I saw this, I'm like, you don't say it's me saying this. This is Peter B saying that very one. And you heard it. I like to reiterate again, and I'll say it so you hear. Not me, not VOP TV, not go out in another go say, VOP TV don't talk. See, let me bring it. I'll say it again. He said, this is what, or let me quote him well so you can understand what he's saying. He said, we always seem to find money to waste on needless lavish spending and political patronage, yet we cannot pay those who patriotically raise our flag, bring us pride, and serve with dedication. This is what is found in a now disgraced country. That's coming from the man you have on your screen. And he also said the neglect of national players sends a dangerous message to Nigerian youths that hard work and service to the nation are not rewarded. When those who serve their country are not treated with dignity, it sends the wrong message. It sends the wrong message to our youth, and also that hard work and service are not rewarded. Those who represent Nigeria deserve to be paid properly and treated with respect. We must do better. Now he's saying the comments also come amid report that the Super Eagles and the official rider have boycotted training in Morocco over unpaid bonuses ahead of the Thursday's crucial game. Now if you look at all of this scenario, you understand, you find out that this is not the right time to be talking about this kind of a thing. We have a game coming up tomorrow, and that's how dicey the game is. When you're looking at the Nigerian Super Eagles squad, you might say we have the quality, but I just don't see that unity, not just about the players now, from the heads. You don't want to owe your players who are giving you what they need to do, who knows this is just could be at the detriment of the nation. Tomorrow is crucial. I like to say it, that we give you all of this Nigerian football news. Tomorrow says a lot about the energy, I tell you, because if we lose that game tomorrow, if Nigeria fails to win tomorrow, because you need to know there is no extra time, we are heading straight to penalty shootout. And while you're thinking you have the better side, you have the better team, you also need to understand that the Panthers of Gabon are ready for this encounter. They are so ready. We might have all the qualities, right? All the names, the Osimhen, the Lookman, the Onyedika, the Wilfred, the well-known players. And a lot of people just say Aubameyang, Lemina, and then you're thinking of who's next. You need to understand that the game is not about the names alone. And this game in African football does not have meanings anymore. Anybody could hurt you. It could be Comoros, it could be the Benin side, you know, you've seen the game. It could be the Chad side. They might be small. It could be the Sudanese. African is big right now. We've had a different kind of, gameplay. So when we play tomorrow against the Gabon side, we need to understand that we're not just playing against a team that has less squad or less quality. We're playing a game against a team that is so organized. You have this on your screen. How ready can they be? Who's going to get a start tomorrow? We are yet to find out how this plays out. But I want to believe and I want to be optimistic because I want to be Nigerian, right? And I'm trying to be biased at some point, trying to be sentimental, I'm trying to say it from my body, soul, spirit, and mind. I want to just give it to Nigeria. Left for me, I'm not going to give them more. But if not for any reason, because Nigeria has played their way out on this, they've gone so far, and how far we've come now, you can see that they've done so well for themselves. If you look at the Super Eagles now, you understand that they are a very good team. They have what it takes to go. They are ready to go. They can get that result right. They can play the game. You can do all of these things. You sound so good. But I'm looking at a game tomorrow that the results will determine who plays Democratic Republic of Congo or the Cameroonian side. If you ask me, I'll tell you Nigeria would make it out from Gabon side. But I don't know who comes out from the Cameroon or the DR Congo. Someone said to me, I would prefer a Cameroonian side. I'm like, you want Cameroon? These guys are the Indomitable Lions. They know this game very well. And he said, if you go for the side that you feel that the minnows, which are supposed to be DR Congo, so Democratic Republic of Congo, you might be missing it out. So if you look at all of this nation, ranking-wise, Nations Cup 1-wise, if that's a word like that, we'll give it to the Cameroonian side to qualify from this road, because Nigeria, three-time African champion, you don't want to connect to compare with the Cameroonians. They've won the Nations Cup more than Nigeria. They've got quality team, but it might be a different team that we've seen now. So when we return on this short break, we'll tell them all. We'll bring you the squad list of all of the players from the Congo, the Nigerian side, the Gabon side, and what side you want, the Cameroonian side. You see for yourself, because I saw Cameroon and I'm scared, because Bremo is there, Choupo-Moting is also there. They've got quality players who can hurt any team in the world. But for Nigeria, this is me being optimistic. We'll be back shortly. Please just don't go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be back.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Yes, so welcome back from that quick break. So we want to talk about the analysis segment of this show, and this is where we'll be looking into the very big team, and then we'll have to be bringing you all that you want to know about the Super Eagles squad and how it needs to go. Now, we already talked about the shameful act, where Peter Obi, the former governor of Anambra State, said a lot about the national team and how bad it is. But at this point in time, we look into the football style, and you could say the football methodology of the national team. What formation is preferable for Super Eagles tomorrow? And then tomorrow happens to be a very big game, like I already said. The formation style is what people are looking at. So there could be a 4-3-3 formation. There could be a 4-4-2 formation. There could be a 4-5-1 formation. There could be a 3-5-2 formation. So all of this formation is likely going to work. But if your side is the side that wins the game and decides how the game goes, then you just might be having a 4-4-2. I just want to believe Nigeria tomorrow might play a 4-4-2. In my head, I'm trying to do permutation just about the squad and how they start. I want to believe Nwabali gets to be on the post. If you ask me, Stanley Nwabali on the post. Maybe on the right back, Bright Asai Samuel returns back to the team. There's no Ola Aina. I don't know now if Eric Chair will want to play 3-5-2 when we are in connection of the game, when we're in control of the game. But recent football shows, and particularly we can understand that if you play the Dender man, talk about Benjamin Frederick, in the position that he needs to play, it gives him that edge to get the balance. He has shown quality. He can play from the right side. He can also play from the center half. But he feels so comfortable playing from the center half, which is naturally his position. Now, if you ask me, I like to say, Eric Shaw, please play a 4 at the back tomorrow. You are a playing side. I know you want to play because you've got the quality. Nigeria has that team. Now, you want to play 4 at the back, possibly. Would this be a return of the Birmingham player, the former Fenerbahce player, Bright Asai Samuel? And I like to see Asai Samuel start tomorrow. I don't know why. But I just think the major reason for me is that Ola Aina is out of contention, and he is a natural right back. It works. So, possibly Bright Asai Samuel plays from the right side. Then the Dender man, Benjamin Frederick, the youngest of the team, plays on that role. Then paired with him could be Calvin Bassey. Now I was watching the list and I asked the question, why is Oluwashemi Logo, that's the name, Simi Ajayi, I like to call him in short abbreviation, Simi Ajayi, why is he in the team? He plays currently for Hull City. He made a move from West Brom. He's quality. He's calm and collective on the ball. But I like to say this. He's yellow carded. He can't play. He can't feature on that very game. He can't play on that game. But maybe Eric Chell knows why he got him involved. Could be the leadership quality. We need players like that on the national team. Now, you look at the left back role. So maybe tomorrow we might be seeing a brighter side Samuel, the Dender man, Benjamin Frederick, and then we just might also have Calvin Bassey pairing at the center half with the man. So Benjamin Frederick and Calvin Bassey at the center half, from the right back to side somewhere. Now the problem comes at the left back. Who plays the role? If we transition to play a 3 at the back, or when we are in control of the game, you happen to see Calvin Bassey drift into the left. But according to reports, we've seen it at Fulham. He doesn't play that left back role more. He played that role when he was playing at Ajax. I'm talking about Calvin Bassey now. But if you look at the Nigerian team, you would say maybe tomorrow we might play Bruno Onyemaechi at the left back role. So that's a 4 at the back. Now where comes the problem might be the midfield, because the return of Alassane Yusuf, I don't still see him getting the start. Rafael Onyedika is back to the team. Good boost for the Nigerian side, but I also don't see him getting the start. Now, one problem we've had in the Nigerian setup is that we like to play our game like the Real Madrid side. In other words, we like to play from the left. Possibly, we always go to the left. You have Iwobi can play from the left. You have Ejuke, he's back on the team. You have Moses Simon, you have a Lookman. All these guys like to dominate from the left part of the game. Now, I would want to see a transitioning. For me, a 4-4-2 would not be bad. A 4-3-3 would not be bad. But because of Victor Osimhen, we must play for Osimhen now. We must accommodate Osimhen so well. So if you want to accommodate Osimhen well, what I would suggest rather, is that we have a 2-man up front. Have a hungry strikers up front. Have 2 players pairing. Aroko Dare can come from the bench. Not because of his club side not doing so good at Wolves, but because Ako Adams for me feels to be the preferred option to pair with Osimhen up front. So if I have Osimhen, if I happen to be the coach anyways, and I play Osimhen and Ako Adams at the front line, now I bring it back to the midfield, the 4 at the midfield. But don't forget, when we transition, when we are in control of the game, we turn the 4-4-2 to 3-5-2, where you now have to see Bassey, Benjamin Frederick, and then you're having, Brad Asai, someone who are advancing high, so they'll spread at the back. So you're having this 3 at the back, but that is only if you are attacking, because the Gabonese are very, very scary. But in the midfield, if you ask me, Samuel Chukwueze should be getting the start this time around. He's proven that I came alone to Fulham from AC Milan. I'm a big player. We need him. We need his gameplay. This connection has been there from the under-17. If you know, you know. If you watch the under-17 very well, when Victor Osimhen scored about, I think, 10 goals tally. Yeah, that was when he stole the show. He announced himself to the world and said, yes, I'm Victor Osimhen. The world should notice me. Royal Charleroi, Wolfsburg, all of the clubs that he's played, he has shown immensely how good he can be. And that's why he's our best player at this time. But look at Samuel Chukwueze. There's this connection between Chukwueze and Victor Osimhen. That works so well. Now, if you look at that one, I wish it was a ball so we could draw on the ball, but regardless. Now, you have, what's the name? Chukwueze. You're playing the Chukwueze from the right. You have in the midfield, you're playing the Frank Onyeka. You want to play Onyeka because you want to get the man that runs from the box to box. Now, where the problem comes is the coach. Who does he start? These players are the problem for the coach. Moses Simon, Alex Iwobi, Ademola Lookman. Because normally, or formerly before now, we used to see a Lookman, if he wants to play 4-4-2, a Lookman pairing alongside Victor Osimhen. But now, with the introduction of Ako Adams back to the team now, or good call-up, he will be making his return to the national team after the first call-up he got, you might be seeing both guys start. But where the problem lies is who plays from the left side. Would it be a Lookman? You can't play him from the bench, just maybe, I'm saying. But are we going to see that depth? Moses Simon or Lookman? The coach is supposed to maybe choose one, but I know he will know what to do. Now, Eric Chell, for me, I know we want to play in Simon, we want to play Lookman, we want to play Alex Iwobi. That's what is causing the problem. And you now play Osimhen. Every time Osimhen plays as a lone man up front, he tends to suffer because these passes are not coming. We might not have that creativity that we need in the middle of the park, but one man happens to be the best creator in the midfield, and that's Alex Iwobi. You might not like him, sorry to say, but he's our best at this point in time. No, how do we break in? If you're playing this 4 at the back and you want to play 4-4-2, are you now going to start a Wilfred Ndidi and Alex Iwobi? Of course, yes, that's what I think. Let's advance. You don't need to be scared to attack. Eric Chell is always so scared to concede. That's why you see him playing Onyeka sometimes. The other day he came from the bench, but you see Onyeka, you're seeing that Wilfred Ndidi, you're seeing Iwobi. Why? This change or this changes or this game plan should come when you're dominating, when you're getting the result already, not when you need a goal. So if you want a goal, the better position to play is you play a Chukwueze, you play Wilfred Ndidi, Alex Iwobi. So this is 3, and one man from the left side. You're now going to play a Demola Lookman. but he just cannot imagine playing Moses Simon from the bench. So this is a very tough task for Nigeria. And if you want to be the coach of Super Eagles, you know it's a very big test for you. How do you put it right? Who will you get to start and who will you drop? But one time we need to know, football is changed. I was watching a John Terry talk, and he said every team wants to play from the back. If you don't know how to play, then why do it? So we are the dominating side. We are a playing nation, a sport-loving country like Nigeria. So if you ask me, it's optional. Have you ever imagined when you bring a Moses Simon from the bench? Have you ever imagined when you bring a Lukman from the bench? These are sometimes what I think coaches will want to do. But when you're bringing out your best legs, the Chuka is also on the bench. So when you're bringing out all your best legs, they are feeling they have seen it all. I watched Paris FC play against Lens. I watched him against Monaco. Moses Simon is doing brilliantly well for himself. But it's the coach option. This is just my opinion. Maybe. But I know about 5 key players who start tomorrow. We cannot play without Osimhen. Osimhen must be a starter. He's a must. Victor Osimhen gets to start tomorrow. Alex Iwobi gets to start tomorrow. Wilfred Ndidi gets to start tomorrow. Nwabali starts tomorrow. Benjamin Frederick starts tomorrow. So if you ask me, these 5 players are sure. But the problem is we need to start changing our game away from the right, from the left side, and connect it more also from the right. If we give players like Samuel Chukwueze more opportunities, trust me, they will do so well for themselves. So we need a Chukwueze to dazzle from the right side and give us all we need. But quickly, let's shift attention and talk about Victor Osimhen, the reliance. Let's get to the next part. Victor Osimhen, there's this Super Eagles struggle without a star player. You know, I know, we accept it. That's what it is. Nobody can say we don't know this. We all know this. Now, the Super Eagles find it very difficult to play without their star player, Victor Osimhen. And report has shown it. We've seen it, we've really seen it. Literally, everybody knows the story. That Victor Osimhen is our best player. But can we have a nation that would have a team never rely on one man? In as much as Kylian Mbappe is key for the French national team, they are game changers. Do you see the way Didier Deschamps was able to get off Antoine Griezmann from the team? Now, you watch them. If you don't have Mbappe playing as a number 9, there's Jean-Philippe Mateta, he's also doing well. Ronald Colomani is in the team, even though he might not get the start. Hugo Ekitike, that's the name very well, sorry. Ekitike is in the team as well. Now, these are star players. You look at the French midfield, they got Kone, they got Kamavinga, Tchouameni is out for now. They got Ryan Cherki. That's the team. Now, it's about how you transition. Without Kylian Mbappe, they might struggle because he's a star player, but they can still give you results. Of course, there's a Bradley Bacola. There's an Ousmane Dembele. They can hurt you from any side of the game. You go to the English world, Belly and Foden have been off for a while. Look how far they're playing. They've got Scott involved. Small boy from Bournemouth, he's just 22. So these are the transitions we want to see in our team. And these players don't rely on a star player like Harry Kane. He's their best player. He's the skipper of the side. They've got players in the team. Kopama is out, but they can still play. I think they got Trevor Chalobah, and I can't recall the other player's name, to the team to play against Serbia and Albania. That is how a team should be. When are we going to see the Super Eagles play a game without putting so much reliance on Victor Osimhen? When? If you remember very well, you understand that we are in this space this time around because Victor Osimhen was not part of the start of the qualifiers. When other teams are jubilating and celebrating that they are out to play at the World Cup, automatically they are not going to that road roof. I call this road now, this playoff, like the second coming of Jesus Christ. That's how I tag it to be, because I can't imagine Nigeria playing from that road. It's very, very hard though. Don't think it's it's hard, because you're going to play. Now you're playing on the shore of Africa. This is Rabat, Morocco, right? When you're done playing from this playoff, aside this match, don't also forget that there is no extra time, penalty shootout. So we need to get the result on time and as fast as we can do. If we happen to get the result or get the early goal, then seal it, not get a goal and start trying not to concede. We want to see a City style of play. Our Paris Saint-Germain, a Bayern Munich, and now a hungry team. The Super Eagles needs to be hungry. 1 goal is not enough. We want 2, we want 3, and that gives you the edge of what you want. But quickly also moving on to the show now, we tell them all. So the reliance on Victor Osimhen is what I want us to dwell on right now. Victor Osimhen knows him. See, personally, Osimhen himself knows that I am the best player. Even if he does not know, at this point he should know. There were no qualifiers when we started. Victor Osimhen was off. All of the time he has been off, we never get to win games. We struggle, and he returned. He stole the show the last time. He took the ball home, scored a hat-trick, now went to the Champions League to dominate again. Just 2 Nigerian players have scored a hat-trick in the Champions League. I think Maccabi Haifa, Yakubu Yegbeni, legendary of the game. Now maybe they tell you, and I say, they watch me, I try to watch, now they give me Yakubu vibes. If I tell you the point, you will miss him. That's Yakubu. But I will forgive Yakubu against Korea, that big miss. Now Yakubu Yegbeni did so well for himself. Then Victor Osimhen also scored a hat-trick at the Champions League. Now he won Man of the Match 3 times in a row. He stole the show. So in Europe, they know Osimhen is announced. We saw him on the video. I want to travel. I have to travel. He was saying it. Now, Victor Osimhen was among the players who returned to camp late. Do you know? Now, when you talk about Victor Osimhen, some said Osimhen wants to be in the news. Why are you announcing you have to travel, and you still join the team late? But let me say this. If Osimhen come back to... the game does not condone this indiscipline, right? Violence, no. But if Victor Osimhen just sleep, wake up, come camp today, you're not getting a chance may start. You're not change him. They don't change him. Say you get a chance may start because report don't first show say start don't they. Without Osimhen, we not fit play with the struggle. Person when zinc the leak, they like rainy season. So Osimhen on the own now no say without me safe Nigeria not fit play. But I don't think it's getting to his head. He's so patriotic. He's so determined. I think he's got the resilience. That passion shows determination. I want to be at the World Cup. But maybe I can't think that they check out the tick. I know the reason that they think because say now my way the reason that is scratch baby. I can't check and say you know sure say not be age. You should they talk this thing because also I don't know say if you don't go this World Cup so how old is they now 26 years? Maybe you just check out. Maybe you do some calculation now. Carry your phone. Do some kind of calendar talk. Carry around reach 2030. You can't put Osimhen don't old. You want to go that 30 years or 31. You know if you go World Cup. And I love to say it all the time. If you're playing a game and you never played at the World Cup, then I'm so sorry. It's like a very big miss. Why do you think players like JJ, Kano Wanko, all of these guys look so big on the national team? Because they played at the World Cup. JJ was involved in '98. I saw him with a tinted hairstyle. He did the dazzle things against Croatia, we remember. Now you look back at US in '94, he was an integral part of the team. He was quite young. He played with legends, the Siasia, the Finidi, the Osho Kichuku, the Peter Rufai of blessed memory, Thompson Oliha. He succeeded Oliha in the team of blessed memory today. Eguavo, Benny Roja. They got quality team. Emenalo, Westerhoff was great to see at '94. But that being said, can we have a Nigerian team dominating the game and getting the result without a Victor Osimhen? It might be impossible, but I just want us to get focused. Without Osimhen, we can play. We can. I think it's about the belief of the players. Osimhen is like a big boss. When they returned to camp yesterday, you need to see what was going on in Rabat. Everybody was jubilating. Osimhen don't come. Cameras, foot, everybody. Now Osimhen won't see. Because Osimhen, I go pay money to go watch Osimhen. I will pay to watch Victor. I will gladly pay to watch Victor because he has shown that I want to play. I want to be on the score sheet. I don't get happy if I don't score. That's the mentality we are wanting every Nigerian player to buy into. Are we going to see that? Time tells. But quickly now, let's talk about this. Who is really Super Eagles captain? This is more of a political talk at this point. I never knew I was going to bring this, but let's talk about it quickly. Who is the captain of the Super Eagles now? Do you know? Interim captain is Trust Ekong. If Super Eagles happens to win the Nations Cup, it will be Trust Ekong lifting that one, even if he doesn't start. And when I mean he doesn't start, Ekong should understand he's quite aged. This is not the first time we've seen a national team go on to lift the trophy when the skipper is on the bench. We've seen it happen a couple of times. Now, if you remember very well, at the USA '94, for those who watched the World Cup and who knows the team, the question is, were you born at that point? But I could tell you, right? Now, the USA '94 squad, let me just try. I think I recall a Guavo from the right side, Uchokechuku and Chediwano pairing, or Okafor. Then the left back used to be Bruno Benny Roja. Yeah, Benny Roja. Now the midfield is Sunday Olise, JJ, Finidi George from the right side, and Monique Emmanuel from the left side. That's the right, we call them the wingers from the 7 and 11. They like to call at that point in time. Now, up front, Rashidi Yakini was their star player. Now that team has a lot of offers to give. Siasia was in that team. He could play as a number 8. Now, if you look at that team, is quite different from what we had now. As at 94, the Super Eagles happened to be the 5th best country. And nobody was relying on any star player. We were all good at that point. We were good to go. We had that very structure. Now, that team had a captain. Some said injury. I don't know. I don't care whatever you make. But the truth of the matter is this. Stephen Keshi, he was so good that they had to rename his name in the stadium in Asaba, Stephen Keshi Stadium. Stephen Okechukwu Keshi, who won the Nations Cup as a coach and as a player in the team, was not a starter. So Nation 94, Nigeria went on to leave that trophy, if you remember. But Okechukwu, Stephen Keshi, that's the thing. Look at this. You have on your screen. I was right to say. Yeah, I got it right. Thank you so much. I got this so right. Yes, Peter Rufai, Chidimano is there. You can see Okechukwu. I got this so right. Bruno Iroha is there. Amokachi there. So now you see this squad. Now when you look at this team, this is the 94 squad. This team can hunt anybody. They are good to go. Now this game that you have, I think this one that you have, Siasia, was a game that JJ never started. Because later on, after the first game, JJ got to start against Bulgaria. Now you have Peter Rufai, Chidimano. So let's start from Peter Rufai upstanding. Peter Rufai and Chidimano, Finidi George, Augustine Guavo, Samson Siasia, Uche Okechukwu, that you have on your screen. And down, we start from the other side. The man with the number 9 jersey, Rashidi Yakini of blessed memory, Emmanuel Amonike, Sunday Olise, Bruno Iwoha, and then Benny Roha, better word, Benny Roha, that's his name, and then Amokachi. This squad will bend you one side. You see this team? You see this one? So I they call national team. But can I even tell you, the national team captain is not here. So I want to believe Ekong will understand. The national team captain is not in the squad. Their captain sits on the bench and watch them play. I think he had less gameplay. His name is Stephen Keshi. He won the Nations Cup in Nigeria. The last time we collected the trophy, that was back in 2013. So we can have a game, we can go on to win the game, and the captain comes to lift. But aside this, let's bring it back to what we're talking about. The question of what led us to this point is we are talking about the leadership in the national team. Why are we going to have our captain? Do you know who's your captain if you're Nigerian watching? Our captain is Ahmed Musa. I recall on the radio, I had a radio show yesterday, and someone said to me, this is how Nigerians act, like our politicians. And I'm like, why are you bringing the game to politics? He said, when they are done, they will not leave the office until they tell them to go. They're not. And they talk, I say, national team, not be anybody, Papa. Oh, nobody. You don't understand the matter. National team, now, not be nobody, Papa, get on. It's for everybody. It's open. It's big. Can I tell you, Ahmed Musa is our captain. I'm still personal. I mean, they wait. I never hear Ahmed Musa say, I want to retire. I don't retire. He doesn't travel. He is the ambassador of sports in Kano State. He is the general manager of Kano Pillars. That's Ahmed Musa. Played at the World Cup before. We know him. He's good. But why not retire when the vision was high? Maybe now say want to retire, but you know they make sense. Even me, I call the tick. I say, which day coach I retire? They don't see Nigerian players. We can be good. This is what I call administrative issues. We retire without information. No big player for Europe. Go and check it. Check a fact. Totti, Cambiaso, the Inter Milan legend. Check them out. Check all of these players. Big players retiring. They let you know. John Terry. They knew there was a set date. Messi has told them. Messi said, if my body tells me I can no longer play, then I'll retire. He will tell us the date. We'll go celebrate that. Ronaldo don't talk. I say, after this World Cup, I'm not sure I go play again. See, their body go tell them. You carry captain band, go Kano State, go the office. Why? They call on Nigeria. In a country, they call Nigeria. I don't know where I come again. They say there's a next world, but we can be good. Let's make things right. How will Ahmed Musa be the captain? Okay, now, I don't know if it's political because I think he's waiting to know if we'll make it to the World Cup. Who will call him? What could be the criteria they will use? I beg. The North African Ahmed Musa come. I don't think that will be possible. Why you carry Musa come back to the national team? Left for me, I felt like he would have retired after the Nations Cup with Pesaro, 2024, the Ivory Coast. I felt like Musa just dropped captain band. We'll just celebrate you. Musa not agree. Musa still carry captain band, go Kano. If we have a captain band in the office, Ekong want to retire after Nations Cup. We go there like 31, 32. When they don't retire now, you go retire as interim captain. For your head, now captain, people. Instead of those interim, maybe. I beg, we'll just shift that matter. Now let's talk about the World Cup, the big one coming up. The World Cup, yes, I had a show as well, and we asked questions saying, what nation do you see as a favorite to win the World Cup? People said, some said France, some said Brazil, some said Belgium, But if you ask me, I'll tell you, favorite to win the World Cup. A team that has the capacity, a team that's well organized, a team that's structured. I'm talking about fact-wise, not because I want to just give it to them because I like their players, because they have one of the best midfielders in the world, and that's my best midfielder currently, Pedro Gonzalez. Now, one thing we should be looking out for during this World Cup is the Spanish side. Luis de la Fuente, you fear him well. I'm scared of the Spanish team because they look to be favourite to win this one again. They've won it once, 2010, if you remember well. Andres Iniesta, Javi Hernandez, you know, the big players they had at that point, Cesc Fabregas. But you look at what they have now. Grimaldo from the left, not a starter. Marco Correa, big starter in the game. Look at Emerick Laporte's back to the national team. And Simon Nogopos, you're looking at Pedro Porro. They got quality. Hudson is there. They have a team that can hurt anybody. The Spanish team is good. Now you look at the midfield, it might be like, we don't like Rodri again. He's not doing well. Are you watching Zubimendi? They can hurt you. Mikel Merino is not a starter, home and away, but he gets to play more games. Lamine is out because of the groin injury recently we had. Now you see them. Alvaro Morata were making the call. Oyarzabal is in the team. They've got players. Nico Williams is in the team. So this Spanish team, for me, if you ask me at a time of the day, are the favourites to win the World Cup. I'm not saying, no disrespect to the French side. I know the French side is good. They are one quality team. I used to liken the French to the English, but I think they have a better team than the English side. Now, the French team is made up of quality. Let's take a look about the French team, the left backs, or the right, I mean, their backs, the players at the back, the defenders rather. You have players like Malo Gusto. You have Joe Conde. Joe Conde is the best dresser. You know, he likes nice outfits. An international break. You're looking at Upamecano, you're looking at Ibrahima Konate, you're looking at quality back line, long legs in the team as well. They got Lucas Hernandez, they got Theo Hernandez, Luka Dean. So they are compacted. They have got a quality in the midfield as well. Chomeni, Mano Kone, Fofana. I don't know who gets to start. So it's a job for Deschamps. Now up front, Michael Olise is creative. Ryan Cech is creative. That's an Ousmane Dembele. That's a Badi Bakola. That, oh goodness, I have on your screen. This team can hurt anybody. They are quality. And it's good to remind you, N'Golo Kante is back to the team. And there's also Rana Kolomani. There's also Thuram in the team. See Kante, you have him there. So I don't know if Griezmann will be making it, but Saliba, oh, let's not forget, I'm sorry. Because I think Saliba will start with Upamecano. I don't know, but Mina on the goalpost, Chomeni. This team got to the World Cup final and they lost out. And Rana Kolomani said, I barely sleep again. I will not forget missing that one to Emiliano Martinez. And this is the French team. So if you ask me, they are not wrong also to call the favorite in the World Cup. But for me, this is my opinion, right? I'm not the VOP team when I mean now, Kizike. My opinion is that one side will win this one, and that might be Spain. Yes, I'm writing down. Okay, so lastly on the show, let's talk about coach decision. Eric Chell, my friend. It will be a very tough test for the Super Eagles come tomorrow. Then who should be getting the start? We are asking the question, do you see an Eric Chell placing my friend just Ekong to get a start on that game? I don't know if Ekong will start tomorrow, but if you ask me, I would rather say let him play from the bench. Possibly he might not even play tomorrow. Let's continue what we're saying so far. It's not a must. Not be must. Not go at the right and say Ekong you go play match. Not be must. See, the day when they give that small boy a chance. See that small boy, that Benji Frederick, the day they give a chance to start that match, now they have to say don't finish for Ekong. Now this boy at the talk, say for screen, so where coach like him. The day they give a chance to start to the play match, now say Ekong, blast say it don't reach. You understand? Just allow this boy to do it to sabi to you. You blast it, don't they win, I will carry you come. Don't they give like 2-0, 3-0, 4 condo, 5 condo, it don't make sense, result don't balance. We'll carry you come, make everywhere, make your lecture, me for just stay. Not be saying Nigeria with the struggle, you can't carry you come. Because they tell you every time, say the worst word and the best word, we tell out to the old landlord, they talk. They always talk. So please give me some time. Even when money not there. Okay, so we just have to call the close very soon. Well, I like to say this. Now, pocket, we say money not there, and I had the tea inside. But it's a very big one. So, Eric Chell tomorrow, I wish the Super Eagles all the best, and I say they can do it well. Ekong starting, please. Me not starting. Me not keep Ekong one side. Me not start Benjamin Frederick. Me play with Kevin Bassey. Week in, week out in the play ball. I call you that they watch Ekong go, they play for Saudi Arabia. But I be young, see, not be age. I be young then in 30s. Ekong then not be age they tell they play more. I be young they get eye for back. So Econ fit not see am before you know you don go abeg. See, no be time to come dey blame. And again, this is my letter. I will feel right after now. Me, I wan write give federal government. Federal government, I write give now. Understand? I write give now say abeg. Me na try. If I do this show for me, still go cut am. This part I'll carry am. See, federal government, I wan beg una abeg, me na help us. Me na try address that matter. We see just clear since morning. We don't like that news. Because I talk am before, I go talk am again. If to say wetin I dey do, they sweet, me, if I not go the talk out here, what they call American President Trump. If I want to see Trump, I'll go watch CNN. But now, you know they had me again. I don't even need to on television to see USA president because you know will cancel everywhere. I bet me I just try help us. This allowance still not good. It's bad for the nation. See, when I conclude my now, it's bad. It's so bad. We don't even the shame again. We don't even know how they talk about us for outside. You don't also see me this team. You see me now, international player. You see me on the team boycott training. Boycott that English big go. More can come down for not be leave boycott. They're not great train. Me market to my one understand how I talk. They're not great train. They're not getting their bonuses. Super Eagles. Tomorrow now still be giant of Africa. But it's just what it is. We have to call it a close on the Sports Republic show this day. Thank you so much for being part of this analysis segment. And hopefully tomorrow, yes, I feel the Kumanja will be here on the show to tell about the Super Eagles game. It's a star match, it's a star game, it's a very big game. Yes, so when Afis comes, Afis figuring out the lineup at the start. If you don't control Richard, say Richard like this, it's not saying so. But me, I don't give my own updates. And to carry my bag on move, come out. But this is where we'll call it a close. We have the midday news coming up next. And please don't go anywhere. Keep watching Voice of the People TV. Have yourself a very great time. Most of the time, it's still morning. We'll see you. Have yourself a good time. Good morning.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now. The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TN. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV, entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOPTV. Now, you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to the Media News and Voice of the People Television. I am Fina Okechukwu. For headlines, Army Chief meets Tinubu, promises better security. Sheikh Gumi denies fleeing to Turkey over Trump threat. Wike's SSA alleges scam involving former naval chief. FG bans sales of alcohol in sachet and small bottles. NOA Al-Manjuran join forces for child rights. Tinubu ministers orders to grace editors' conference in Abuja. In business, World Bank finds major GAPs, that's gaps in Nigeria's social benefits. In sports, Peter Obi criticizes FG over unpaid Super Eagles allowances. In entertainment, GTCO Fashion Weekend draws designers enthusiasts in London. In Lagos, I beg your pardon. Now the news and details. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, has assured Nigerians of improved security nationwide. He spoke with journalists after briefing President Bola Tinubu at the State House in Abuja. The Army Chief said his operational assessment, particularly following a recent visit to the Northeast, showed encouraging progress in the fight against terrorism and banditry. He added that his briefing covered the outcome of his tour in the Northeast and an overview of nationwide security development. The visit comes amid the U.S. President Donald Trump's declaration of Nigeria as a country of particular concern, the threat of intervention over alleged attacks on Christians. The Tinubu government says diplomatic engagement with the U.S. is ongoing and producing positive results. Monday interview on the UK-based Sky News program, The World, with Yalda Hakim, Information Minister Mohammed Idris said channels of communications have been opened with the U.S. government. Meanwhile, controversial Islamic cleric Sheikh Ahmed Gumi has clarified that his trip to Turkey was not to escape a possible U.S. invasion. Photos of Sheikh Gumi in Turkey sparked online speculation that he had fled Nigeria following threats from U.S. President Donald Trump over alleged attacks on Christians. But Sheikh Gumi, still in Turkey and speaking to the media, said his visit was planned long before Trump's statement and was unrelated to any security concerns. Larry Olayinka, Senior Special Assistant to FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, has addressed the minister's clash with soldiers. Olayinka said the incident involved a land dispute in Abuja, where a former Chief of Naval Staff, retired Vice Admiral Awal Zubairu Gambo, was allegedly scammed. Instead of seeking legal recourse, he reportedly used military force. Olayinka added that the disputed land was not allocated to the former naval chief, but to a company which attempted to convert it for commercial use against its original designation. In the meantime, former Chief of Army Staff Tukur Buratai has condemned FCT Minister Nyesom Wike over a confrontation with military personnel in Abuja. A viral video showed Wike in a heated exchange with soldiers over a disputed plot of land. In a statement, Buratai described the incident as a threat to national security and called for swift action. He said the minister's verbal assault on a military officer undermines the chain of command, disrespects the commander-in-chief, and could weaken the morale of troops. Moving on, the federal government has banned the production, sale, and distribution of alcoholic drinks in sachet and bottles below 200 milliliters. It is part of effort to curb alcohol abuse and protect public health. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, says full enforcement will begin on January 1, 2026. At a briefing in Abuja, NAFDAC Director General Mojisola Adeyeye announced government approval to recruit 1,000 new staff from December to boost the agency's regulatory and enforcement capacity. She further said that the ban follows a Senate resolution and a directive from the Health Ministry aimed at protecting children, adolescents, and young adults from the harmful effects of alcohol. Adeyeye added that the spread of strong alcoholic drinks in small sachets poses both public health and security risk, as early alcohol exposure can lead to substance abuse and crime. She emphasized that the ban is protective, not punitive, and is based on scientific evidence and global best practices. Away from that report, the Senate has rejected explanation from the Nigerian National Petroleum Company and unaccounted 210 trillion naira from 2017 to 2023. Senator Aliyu Wadada, chairman of the Committee on Public Accounts, led the action after NNPCL failed to appear in person before the committee. Despite responding in writing to 19 queries from the Auditor General's report, Wadada criticized NNPCL's management, calling their responses evasive, and warned that the committee may no longer recognize any representation from the company. All committee members supported the chairman's stance. In another development, Vice President Kashim Shettima says the reforms introduced by President Bola Tinubu's administrations are stabilizing the economy, boosting investor confidence, and earning praise from international observers. Declaring open the Digital Nigeria International Conference and Exhibition 2025 in Abuja, Shettima cited recent upgrades by global rating agencies like Fitch revision of Nigeria's sovereign rating to B with a stable outlook, and Moody upgrade of the nation's issuer rating to B3 with a stable outlook as proof of renewed global confidence in Nigeria. The Vice President appealed for stronger private sector collaboration, saying government cannot achieve its economic goals alone. He added that the conference theme, which is Innovation for a Sustainable Digital Future, Accelerating Growth, Inclusion and Global Competitiveness, aligns with President Bola Tinubu's reform agenda. Moving on, Nigeria's candidate for the International Court of Justice, Olufemi Elias, says he is the most qualified for the seat. Speaking to newsmen in New York, Elias highlighted his extensive international legal experience as a distinguishing factor among the candidates. The ICJ, a principal organ of the United Nations, was established in 1945 to settle disputes between states under international law. The upcoming election will fill the seat left vacant by Judge Abdulquik Yusuf, whose term ends in February 2027. Elias currently serves as judge ad hoc at the ICJ and is a full member of the Institut du Droit International. He has also held top legal roles in international organizations, including UN Assistant Secretary General, legal advisor at the Organization for Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, and leadership position in OPEC-related tribunal and Islamic Development Bank. You're watching the Media News and Voice of the People television. It's time for the Media News analysis. And with us in the studio to help analyze the stories that made it to the bulletin thus far is Barrister Darlington Agumo, who happens to be here in the studio in capacity of a public and political affairs commentator. Good afternoon, Barrister Darlington Agumo.
Good afternoon, Finan. How are you?
I'm good. Good to have you join today's Media News.
My pleasure.
Well, let's start off with the vacant seats that we know we have within the United Nations, the ICJ election that is upcoming, and the fact that we have a Nigerian candidate there. I'm talking about Olufemi Elias, who come up to say that he's the most qualified for that particular seat, highlighting the role he has actually played within the international organization. What do you make of this, and how do you think this particular position is going to impact Nigeria in any way if Elias manages to become the new ICJ chairman?
Yes, it's a good thing because our experience the last time when Buhari was in office was not too good. When a vacancy came out, we were supposed to take over, occupy that seat. I don't know whether it's ICC or ICJ. I think one of them. The man at Abuja division was, appointed by Buhari to go there with 9 slots that belongs to Nigeria. When he got there, the 3 tests they set for him, he failed all of them. I mean, a man heading Abuja division. I think I've forgotten that name. I don't know why I keep forgetting the name. He failed all of them, and because of religion and tribe. A man who went there to disgrace Nigeria. The 9 people, including here, were sent packing. They came back. So this time around, I can see a square peg in a square hole. Yes, Elias is not a small boy in this matter. He is well grounded in law, especially international law. He will make us proud. So I pray that Tinubu will make sure it happens because of his pedigree and all that. He has a nice credential to occupy that position. This was a position that people like Bola Jibola, Teslim Elias, and the rest made their mark. And they made Nigeria proud. So they should not toy with that position again. They should not base it on tribe and religion. Let the best go there for the image of the country.
Now, when you say let the best go there, we know that picking someone who will be, the next, or rather, yes, the next chief of the International Court of Justice at this point in time, apart from a personal review and every other thing, some actually have come up to say that contribution from the country of origin where this person actually come up actually will play also as a vital role. I'm talking about part of the things needed for the selection of the next candidate. And with the qualification or the index or the position Nigeria occupies, in some of the international index, or will I say port that have actually come up, do you think that that in any way is going to deter Mr. Elias Olufemi from becoming the next?
Out there, what they are looking is for the best. The international community, they don't have time for your tribe and religion.
For a country that does not really come up well, I'm talking about what we have, the position that we occupy now when it gets to the respect for rule of law and even human rights and all that. Do you think that might actually play against us at this point, clinching or taking that position?
No, as long as the man have not dented his image in Nigeria, I think he's mostly... In fact, the legal this thing has been abroad. He has been a member of that body.
Yes, he has.
So they know him for what he is, not what the country is. That's the truth. They don't have time for all these sentiments. They are looking at your contribution to that body, what you have done, your pedigree, your antecedents. These are the things they are looking for, not your country.
So when we have the likes of Elias become the judge or the chief of the ICJ at this point in time, do you also think that, because we're looking at United Nations as a body after the war, and then the establishment of this particular organization in 1945 and all that, Africans are actually clamoring for them to be part of the Security Council. They made mention of that when they went for the ONGA, United Nations General Assembly meeting and all that. Do you think that, this is more like paving more ways for Africa to be recognized, to be part of that too? If and only if we clinch or we get this one, are we going to see a champion or a more elaborate talk on Africa getting representative within the Security Council?
The ICJ is a professional body.
Yes, it is.
They don't dabble into your politics. They don't. They don't take part in what is going on in your country, except where there is need. Maybe your country or any other country are having border boundary issues and all that. So they don't have time. When it comes to killings or human rights abuses and all, the ICC is there. So the ICJ is cut out. Their job is cut out. It's purely legal. They don't have time for your political shenanigans. That's why most times you don't even hear what they are doing and all that. It's purely a country against another country. You don't see them dabbling into it. Like this genocide issue. The ICJ cannot come in. They can't. It's not their forte. It's within your country to do that. Their job is between a country and another country. Yeah, that's all.
Right. I was asking the question actually because if, for example, we have Africans doing well, in every other arm of the United Nations, then why is it that they are not included when it gets to the Security Council? Why is it that they're not
Look at what you call it,
that?
Security Council. Have you secured yourself?
Oh, so you think this time around the big block, we call them the power blocks at this time, they still hold the power and the might actually to be there?
I mean, when you are looking at Security Council, it's not for the Boy Scout. It's a serious issue. Can you be able to muster the resources needed to secure the world? Do you have what it takes? How can you be a member of the Security Council when you are borrowing money up and down, when you are not even independent in military hardware? All your arms and ammunition were supplied by one of the superpowers.
So you're saying that the statement made by Ramaphosa and even the vice president at this point in time, when they went for the under 30, it's more like them trying to overreach themselves or trying to position themselves.
They can make noise, though. The noise they are making they cannot give them a position in the Security Council. Because,
interesting.
Yes, because look at it. You are looking for Security Council, yet you have not secured yourself.
Right. Thank you very much, Barrister.
Mention any of the superpowers in the Security Council that terrorists are disturbing them every day.
Interesting. But some will still say that they are the ones who actually wear the shoes of insecurity and they know where it pinches them. So they will be able to be the one, if being given the opportunity to be there, to be able to, because they know the terrain and they can easily push out or pull out.
There is no explanation, no excuse. If you cannot secure your country, don't talk of Security Council.
Thank you so much.
You will never be a member. Never.
All right, let's move slightly away from that to another story where we learned that the committee, the House committee, in charge of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, yes. And now they are so famous. They're now talking tough regarding the 210 trillion naira that cannot be accounted for. And this money we learned were spent between 2017 to 2023. So they tell you who happens to be the chairman of that committee, say that the officials of the NNPCL must come to explain to them in person what happened. But guess what we saw? We saw that they answered to the 19 queries and they weren't there in person. They just sent the answer to the queries back to the House, which the House have called an evasive move. At this point, Barrister Darlington, with a threat coming up from that they are going to, not being able to recognize any other representation from NNPCL at this point in time, and they must provide the 210 trillion. What do you make of that?
Leave that thing. They are wasting their time. That money will never come out.
210 trillion naira is not going to come out.
That money is gone. Forget it.
Barrister, do you know that money actually happens to be, it's higher than the whole debt Nigeria is owing, and they're saying
more
it's not going to come in. It's more than.
If we have that money now, naira be 1 naira to $1.
How can we not account for 210 trillion? And this accumulated from 2017 to 2023.
Since APC came into office, thank God they are the one revealing all these things. Thank God they are the one. Imagine the amount of money that have gone down the drain in Nigeria. I was thinking they would call on the Minister of Petroleum to come and explain. As long as they did not do that, and they are not holding anybody accountable, forget it, that money. All this one, they are blowing hot air. Nobody will be held accountable. Nothing. Forget it.
When you say calling on the Minister of Petroleum,
yes.
If you check the time that we're looking at this point in time, from 2017 to 2023, we have the late president. So are we going to, how are we going to go on?
Those people are very clever. They are very clever. That's why I told you that they are being clever by half. The last time I heard of this issue, they said since 10 years ago. That means 2015 to 2023, or 2025. That means 10 years ago. You want me to believe that since 2 years plus now, there is no financial infractions in NNPC? Is that what you want me to believe here? They deliberately avoided this present administration. Deliberately, yes.
So when you're calling on the Minister of Petroleum, what happened then to the Group National or the Group GMD of the company we're looking at, NNPCL, at this point in time? Why is it that they have not really gone there in person to represent themselves and answer to the question? Why send a hard copy or a soft copy of questions or queries, respond to the queries back to the committee?
No matter what you answer in a query, in a matter like this, oral and verbal discussions are very important, because there are questions members of that committee would want to ask you. all of them cannot write in that query. They can't. But when you come physically, question will be thrown to you from all the members. And from there, we will now know, what we are looking. We will now discover where the money went to or what we are looking for. Those queries cannot just be answered by a written paper. They need to come and explain. And I was thinking the National Assembly will extend their invitation to the Minister of Petroleum, either past or present. They should come and explain that money is not 2 naira or 3 naira. It's not, in the history of this country, we have never lost such an amount of money. We have never. And yet that money is somewhere in somebody's account, and we are looking for money. They are taxing the hell out of us. Imagine if that money is brought at night. You just imagine what will happen to the economy of this country. Just imagine. This is why other countries are moving forward that we are not. With that kind of money, in fact, this nonsense about subsidy will be gone. Nobody will talk of removing subsidy because you do that money to cushion whatever effect. And like I've always told you, nobody is paying any subsidy. Nobody is removing any subsidy. That money is being paid through the back door. That's the truth. Unfortunately, no accountability. We don't even know how much you are paying. Up to today, nobody can say, this is exactly the amount of fuel we consume in a day.
Barrister, why is it that we don't have, why I'm asking this question is, if you go to Saudi Arabia, the Saudi Aramco actually were able to bring out something from the oil that they have, to the point that they subsidize basically everything. Everything. And in Nigeria, in other hands, also happened, and we're looking at countries that happen to be part of OPEC and how they are benefiting and enjoying the largesse coming from the oil producing economy that they actually practice. Then why is it that when it comes to Nigeria at this point, we can't even say that this is one thing we're benefiting? Why is that oil sector, the petroleum sector, always having lots and lots of issues without proper clarification? Why is the activity most of the time shrouded in secrecy?
The question now is, why is it that all the presidents always wanted to be Minister of Petroleum? Why? They cannot be Minister of Agriculture. They cannot be Minister of Education. It's always Minister of Petroleum, all of them. And they are not even accountable. You can see now. You cannot call them to account as an accounting officer in that ministry. So why are they there? Under your watch, such an amount of money is missing, and nobody sees it as anything. They deliberately said it is up to 2023. Let them come and tell me that this present administration have not committed any financial infraction in that ministry. Let them come and tell me. They avoided including this other 2023 to 2025. Why? So that will tell you that these things are deliberate. If you are missing such an amount of money, Fina, how can your country grow?
It's painful, Barrister. You know what? It hurts me because I can recall earlier when our debt ratio turned out to be a certain amount of money, and then, after proper calculation with the number of persons who believe we have in Nigeria, it was interesting to know that each household, you're owing 500 and 1,000 and some 19, fraction added to it as a debt you and I had to pay. But now, from what we saw on the cover page of the National Daily, if we're to go on with the recent approved money from the National Assembly that were to borrow, our debt will rise to 194 trillion naira. And we are looking, we cannot account for 210 trillion naira. That's a humongous amount.
And all of us are just going about as if nothing happened.
Do you think that Nigeria is having figure problem? Are we having figure problem at this point?
Oh, no, it's only Okpobolo that is having that problem, not Nigeria.
All right, Boris, so let's look at another story where we learned that from 1st of January 2026, the federal government will start implementing with full force the ban on all the products. I'm talking about alcoholic products at this point in time that is below 200 milliliters, both in sachet or in PET bottles. I think it was in 2024, 2023 thereabouts that they decided to rule out this particular act, saying that it is going to help reduce the accessibility of alcohol in Nigeria, as what we saw, let's say youth and every other person or most other persons on the street actually lay their hands on those PET bottles because it is easily accessible and it's cheap. What do you have to say about this?
I don't think they have solved the problem. If they are trying to solve that particular problem, no. These people can devise another means of doing it. Which is doing it through the back door.
But NAFDAC told us today through their GD that they are going to have 1,000 more recruited members join the force to make sure that they will be able to implement this crackdown on the ban. I'm talking about the sachet.
People that patronize them, they know themselves. People cannot be hiding and selling it.
But don't you think that if we're to go for the companies producing them, if we're to go, because most of those products, they have a name, they have a tag, you understand? So if we're to go for the companies producing them, that it would deter them at this point from producing such content, being accessible, reachable to people.
Well, it cannot be stamped out completely. The fake ones will surface. It's just that they won't have NAFDAC approval. But those who are addicted to this particular brand of alcohol, my dear, they will have no choice because some of them, except they take this in the morning, especially at the motor parks, business has not started. Business has not started. This thing, according to them, it warms them up. It makes them to be active and agile. It makes them to work. This is their own belief. So how do you deny them this ingredient that make them to work?
But we're trying to, numbers I say they are addicted to it, and we know that addiction is not really a good thing. And then when you check also on the health part of it, you found out that they are actually taking their health. They are killing themselves gradually without knowing it. So with us weeding it out in the society, don't you think that will actually be beneficial to them? Some also have raised concern about how it's going to throw people off, especially those who think they are making money from it. It's going to relieve them of their duty and all that. And, but we're looking at a way to make sure we protect lives of Nigerians, and we know that we have the highest number of us actually to be youth and adolescents.
If you want to clean up the society, start from the root. The social disequilibrium will not accommodate what you are saying, because these people are, like I told you, they believe when they take these things, it makes them sober. It brings temporary relief to them. And so, is it not better you keep them quiet through this means than to allow them run amok or run berserk?
Even when it is detrimental to their health, barrister?
That what you are saying about, look, it depends on what you believe is the problem of the health here. Because the people you are talking to, they don't believe that such thing is detrimental to their health. As long as you give them temporary relief, you must provide an alternative to stop them from taking this thing. That's the truth.
All right.
Yes, because like I told you, some of them take it to energize them in doing their hard work daily. Especially these keke and Okada drivers. They can't move without it in the morning. That's why they tend to drive in the motor park. That's the truth.
Imagine driving or riding a public vehicle under the influence of alcohol. That is also danger, speaking on its own, danger on the highway.
Yeah, they should.
Because, we know it's against the law, being under the influence while driving or even anything.
Exactly. What I'm saying here is that let them go to the motor park.
All right.
And yes, and sensitize them. Don't just ban it, because it may not be completely banned, especially in those places where the business thrives. Except you go there with a very good propaganda, so to say, so that it will now get into their mental reasoning. If you don't educate them, they won't even know. They'll say you are talking to yourself. This thing I've been taking for 20 years. This thing that my father has been taking. They will give you 1,001 reasons. So, except you go and convince them, it will not stop. Seriously, it will not.
Barrister, I think in the morning while we discussed this, you weren't around, so let's bring it back. There was a video that surfaced on the social media yesterday about an altercation between the Minister of FCT, Wike, and a particular naval officer, over a dispute over land and all that. We have stories. First, I would like to get your opinion on that video. What happened? What transpired? The choice of words used by the minister, you know, and the attitude or response given by this particular officer of, I'm talking about the naval officer also who was there. And we also saw, well, let's say, a response coming from Larry Olayinka, who happens to be the senior special assistant to the FCT Minister Esomwike, addressing Nigerians and talking about the clash that happened yesterday, saying that the former Chief of Naval Staff, retired Vice Admiral Awal Zubairu Gambo, was scammed over the property that led to that particular confrontation. What do you have to say about that? Because it's more like, because well, I say raped at this point in time, because in one breath or in another breath also, Brutai have come up to warn the FCT Minister Wike about the attack or the threat and the choice of word he used while talking to that officer yesterday.
Now, when it comes to land matter, you don't take unilateral decision outside the court. You don't. If there is such an infraction over that land, the best place to settle it is in court. You cannot come out and tell us that somebody was scammed and all that. Are you the person? It's the person that was scammed that will come out and tell us that he was scammed. And the only way to determine is in court. Why didn't Wike take this matter to court? So that those that scammed and the person that they scammed will all appear in court. And then the court will look at the issues involved and come out with a decision. Whether the man will be compensated or he will be reimbursed or something like that. But for you to unilaterally enter into the land and say this and that will not happen. Meanwhile, you are telling me that the man was scammed. How did you know? Did the man come out and tell you that he was scammed?
According to what Olayinka said, he said that that particular land was allocated to a company. You know, but at this point in time, it ended up in the hands of a former naval officer, which, according to what Olayinka also is pointing out, they are trying to convert it for commercial use against its original delegation. Recall that some people were of the opinion that that land is being used as a park, you know, for commercial vehicle loading and all that. And Wike decided to, you know, do the needful by returning it back to its original destination.
What we are hearing now, it means that that matter will end up in court, so that all the parties will come and state their position. Yes, the land that was allocated for commercial use or for some people, how do they now, you know, sell it to another person? Who gave them the order? How much was involved here? These are issues that must be trashed out in court. And you now come in as the FCT minister and decided on your own to take decision on the matter. It's wrong.
Now, what do you make of the words said by?
Very, very bad. It shows that Wike is not well tutored. You know.
How can you say he's not well tutored, barrister?
No,
he's a legal practitioner.
Oh, please.
These are the people that we expect actually to know how to use
Where
words.
did they practice?
He's a lawyer to start
Where did they
with.
practice? Fina,
you mean after going to school for 5 years, passing the law school and every other thing, and he was also made member of the, I think, indefinite member of the
body of benchers, live bencher.
So live bencher at this point. So doesn't that speak to his personality?
Leave title. Leave title and look at the real issue. Anybody can collect whatever title. It doesn't make you an expert. The way he has behaved so far, some of us are very, very ashamed. I'm not joking. Very, very ashamed. You called him a legal person. Where did they practice? This man that started from a local government chairman. I think it started with Motopark, whatever, chairman, collecting receipt and all that, to local government chairman and all that. Is that not what happened? Did you hear that he practiced anywhere in River State? That's the issue here. A well-tutored lawyer cannot behave like this or talk like this. No, it's not possible. In fact, I'm even I sympathize with the wife, because the appeal court judge, who happened to be his wife, must be, I don't think he's very, very happy. I don't think she should be, because you should be asking herself, how did I end up with this kind of person? Because that profession is a decent profession. Decent profession. You don't talk like a motorbike tout. No matter what happened, you have the opportunity of taking this matter to court. And use the court process to obtain a judgment, either for or against. By the time you are coming to that place, you'll be wording the court judgment and telling everybody that this is so at that point nobody will even talk to you.
Barrister, let's square what the former Chief of Army Staff, Tukur Buratai, said. He described that particular incident that happened yesterday as a threat to national security and called for swift action, you know, saying that the minister's verbal assault on military officer undermines the chain of command and also in a way weakens the morale of the troops. Do you also share a lot of thoughts? And if that actually is to continue, what are we going to expect in the nearest future?
In fact, the naval officer should be promoted. He demonstrated the ethics of his profession. He demonstrated the lessons he got in his profession. He showed what it means to be in that profession, not deferring to any political intimidation or whatever. He showed that he's a well-grounded naval officer. And so, every other person should take a cue. This is how you should behave. Your first allegiance is to your profession and your commanding officer, not to any other person. That's the truth. That's why I sympathize with all these policemen who are carrying bags for politicians' wives and their children. A police officer protecting a thug, a political thug. This is an insult. I don't think you can find any military man or naval man doing this kind of. It can never happen. But politicians police are doing it routinely. I remember during the last election, some policemen were standing behind M. Oluomo while he was carrying boxes and destroying polling units and all that. Policemen were there behind him, guarding him. And when they asked him, he said, what can we do? We don't have any weapon or not. We don't, you know, a very lame excuse. That's why you are standing behind a thug who is causing electoral infraction, and you call yourself a policeman. This is why the police don't have any respect, seriously. They have reduced themselves to nothing. No army or naval officer will descend so low. So, in fact, the whole world is celebrating that naval officer. He deserves all the accolades. His organs should promote him. He represented them very, very well, because his first allegiance is to the commander-in-chief, then to his own direct commander, commanding officer. Apart from that, no other person, because he belonged to a military tradition where obeying the last order is respected. The man was telling him, look, I was sent to do something here. I was sent here. I am on a mission here. My Oga commanded me to come here. So what are you saying? I should now leave my Oga and follow your own, Abi? That means he has lost his job. Oh. That's the truth.
All right, Barrister, thank you so much. I would like to get your opinion in 1 minute, over the promise made by the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Wayidi Shoibu, assuring Nigerians that improved security nationwide is the next goal. Because I don't know if you are aware of the fact that 6 members of the Defense Directorate, they were traveling to Abuja from Lagos for their promotion exam, and they were kidnapped somewhere in Kogi State. The people of Katsina State, a particular local government, also blocked the Kanu-Katsina highway, protesting incessant killing and all that. In Kaduna the other day, we also heard about how a particular village also was attacked and all. So help us actually what makes sense of
nothing.
And are we seeing all the statements coming up just for people to delay or divide the attention of the president of USA, I'm talking about Trump, over the statement he made about coming into Nigeria to kill or to take out or exterminate the extremist jihadists operating on the soil of Nigeria.
That meeting was held between him and the president. Is that not true? Other things that we had discussed, they didn't tell us. Look, you don't need to hold any meeting with anybody in a matter like this. The order should be in an open press release. That is order. You don't need to hold any meeting. As a matter of fact, Fina, I don't believe he's going to do anything. Do you know why? Because we have passed through this road before, even under Buhari. How many order was given, yet no result? Tell me, under Buhari, how many order was given, marching order, yet no result? So in this case, the only time I will believe these people or listen to them is when they go and dislodge those people in Benue and Plateau villages. Okay. And then the people of those villages return to their villages, return to their farm, and begin to go to their farm. That's the only thing I will listen. If this was not done, then forget it. They are not ready to do anything.
So does it mean if they didn't do that, we should expect the gone brazen statement made by Donald Trump at this point in time? And maybe in 30 seconds, there's a rebuttal coming from Sheikh Ahmed Gumi that he went to Turkey on a special visit. Nothing has to do with fleeing the nation over Trump's statement.
Mm-hmm. Even if he flee to Turkey, it will be easy to get him. America will easily get him, but they are not looking for him. I don't know why he's running away or whatever. What did he go to do to Turkey? Why didn't he travel to America?
Personal business, if you ask me.
You see, when did he become an international businessman?
Thank you so much.
The only business Sheikh Gumi does is this bandit that he protects.
Barrister,
that's the only business.
Thank you, Barrister.
He does so if they did not dislodge them, then what other effort have they made?
All right, we're pressed for time, and this is how far we can go. You know, the media news analysis is also important to note that the opinion shared on this table by our analysts is solely our analyst own and has nothing to do with Voice of the People television. You're watching the media news on Voice of the People TV. We'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, the rest of the news continues. Still the media news and Voice of the People television. Still on the news, the National Orientation Agency has partnered with the Almangerian Humanitarian Development Association to promote child rights and support vulnerable groups across Nigeria. During a visit to the NOA headquarters in Abuja, Director General Ranre Issa Onilu emphasized the agency's commitment to amplifying the voices of disadvantaged citizens, including children and widows, and ensuring their needs reach relevant government bodies. Issa Onilu stressed the importance of social, economic, and psychological support to help vulnerable groups live with dignity and contribute meaningfully to society. He reaffirmed NOA's dedication to policies that foster inclusivity, equity, and access to opportunities for all Nigerians. Almangerian's Chief Liaison Officer, Ansa Meitamani, praised Issa Onilu for his leadership and noted that the association's mission aligns with NOA's mandate to advocate for child's rights, promote peace, and raise awareness of social and humanitarian issues. Today being the 12th day in the month of November, the world marks World Pneumonia Day 2025, a global call to action to protect children from the world's deadliest infectious disease. This year's theme, Child Survival, draws attention to the urgent need for better nutrition, vaccination, clean air, and timely medical care. Voice of the People's Television Praise Peters has more in this report.
It's World Pneumonia Day 2025, and this year, the theme is Child Survival. Pneumonia remains the leading infectious cause of death in children under 5. Yet, most of these deaths are preventable. Every child deserves a chance to breathe freely, to grow, to laugh, and to live. But in many communities, children still face barriers like malnutrition, polluted air, lack of vaccination, and limited access to prompt medical care. Pneumonia may start like a simple cough or fever, but without early attention, it can become life-threatening. So what can we do? Ensure children are vaccinated, provide good nutrition for stronger immunity, keep the environment smoke-free and clean, and most importantly, seek medical help early when symptoms appear, especially fast breathing or difficulty breathing.
Pneumonia is the leading cause of death in low-resource communities for these reasons. Malnutrition. Malnutrition is major. Many of these people hardly have access or hardly have enough funds to make sure that they eat, let alone their children. Access to quality health care. They don't have access to proper health care. Incomplete vaccinations. Many times they don't complete the vaccinations. The conditions of living. Many times so many people are living in a small community. Many times they don't recognize the symptoms early. They are not aware that this is what they are dealing with. Now, fast breathing. Child that is breathing fast. A child that when they are breathing, their chest is going inside. It's called indrawing of the chest. A child that is coughing profusely. A child that starts complaining that their chest is paining them. Or you notice that this child all of a sudden, they are not eating properly. These are signs that once you notice it, quickly get them to the hospital. Don't try to manage it. Proper hygiene, good nutrition, proper ventilation. Make sure the children get their adequate vaccinations.
Every action counts. Every breath matters. Let's work together to protect our children. World Pneumonia Day 2025, child survival is not a privilege. It is a right. I'm Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you so much, Praise Peters, for that wonderful report. Now onto the business segment of the midday news. The World Bank is raising concerns over the inefficiency of Nigeria's social safety net programs. In a new report titled The State of Social Safety Nets in Nigeria, the bank says that while over half of programs' beneficiaries are poor, most of the country's poor still don't get any support. According to the report, only 44% of safety net benefits reach poor people and their household, a sign of major inequalities in how aid is distributed. The World Bank asks the problem, says, the program stems from how benefits are allocated, often to household instead of individuals. In sports, Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has criticized the federal government over the reported boycott of training by the Super Eagles ahead of the Thursday's crucial 2026 World Cup playoff against Gabon. In a post on X, Obi said it was disappointing that players representing Nigeria are still being owed allowances, calling the situation shameful and discouraging to young Nigerians who believe in hard work and service. He urged authorities to resolve the issue quickly and treat athletes with dignity and respect. In entertainment, it was a weekend of glamour, creativity, and culture as fashion lovers, designers, and enthusiasts came together for the GTCO Fashion Week 2025 in Lagos. The annual event highlighted the best of African fashion and underscored Nigeria's rising influence on the global style scene. Oyin Damola Olokutun has more in this report.
This once again became Africa's fashion capital at the GTCO Fashion Weekend, brought together top designers, fashion entrepreneurs, and industry experts under one roof. The event featured runways, masterclasses, and exhibition celebrating the diversity and creativity of African fashion.
I feel good. I feel really good. And the fact that I get to see a lot of people, witness a lot of fashion styles, it makes me feel good, honestly.
I think what I like the most is that I've seen a lot of like fashionable people that isn't just limited to my phone screen. Like I'm not just seeing them on Instagram. I'm seeing them, okay, you people actually dress well in real life, like him. I love how expressive we are when it comes to fashion in Nigeria. I believe that Nigeria has grown in recent time and it keeps evolving to be a fashion center for Africa and by extension the world. So just seeing people be very expressive.
For many, the GTCO Fashion Weekend isn't just an event. It's a platform empowering young creators and entrepreneurs to showcase their talent and connect with global markets. Fashion analyst says Nigeria's fashion industry, valued in billions, continue to attract global attention through such events, bridging the gap between creativity, commerce, and culture. From bold statement piece to minimalist design, this year's edition of the GTCO Fashion Weekend reflects how far the Nigerian fashion industry has evolved, confident, expressive, and global relevant. Oyedemola Olukuta for Voice of the People TV.
Thank you so much, Oyedemola Olukuta, for that. And with that, we come to the end of today's Media News and Voice of the People television. Do want to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all the social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People television is a Spotlight show with Precious Agumanu. I am Fina. Okay, Chuku. Good afternoon and thanks for watching.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Hello, beautiful people. Yes, welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub, where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. Yes, and I'm your girl, Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. Woo! So today is a beautiful day. I'm sure that you can't just wait to hear what we have for you today. So it's a day to stay positive and inspired and grounded. And yes, we're bringing you every gist, every exciting gist and purpose. So please don't go anywhere, sit tight while we ride together. And first off, you know, the week has been so busy, a lot of things have been happening, but yes, we can't just get off where we talk about the AFRIF film and content market. And yes, we talked about AFRIF, and it's the first of its kind in Nigeria, providing a business hub where filmmakers, distributors, and investors can network, you know, and strike deals. The festival's vibrant opening night dazzled with red carpet glamour featuring prominent African stars and international guests, setting the tone for a week of screening, workshops, and panel sessions that showcases the depth and diversity of African storytelling. The festival will culminate with the prestigious AFRIF Globe Awards, honoring outstanding achievements in categories such as Best Feature Film, Best Director, and Best Actor and Actress, with the addition of new awards like the Herbert Wigwe Trailblazer Awards. AFRIF continues to solidify its reputation as not just a cultural celebration, trust me, but also a key trade and talent platform from Africa's creative industries. And trust me, we had a lot of people at the AFRIF Globe Awards. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful evening. And I'm sure you don't want to miss this video because we had a lot of people there. They came to connect. A lot of people around the world. We had the Japan, we had the Chinese, we had a lot of people coming together at the AFRIF Globe Awards. And trust me, it was actually a beautiful evening. So please, let's see this video. We have a lot of guests there.
We're at the All Africa International Film Festival, and I'm sure you don't want to miss this. We have a lot of people here right now. We have a lot of cast here right now, and I'm sure you don't want to miss this. We're here to talk about culture, talk about style, talk about fashion, talk about a lot of beautiful things. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
I mean, it's been an amazing 6 days of AFRIF. AFRIF has been AFRIFing as it always is, and we've got the Globe Awards tonight. So people, all the works that we've showcased, everything, some of the works are in competition, and people are going to get awarded tonight. So I'm here to celebrate with my friends, have a good time, network, enjoy another successful festival, celebrate with those who are awarded. My film also got nominated, so I'm also here to celebrate with myself and my team, and it's going to be a lovely evening.
Wow. So with this, how do you see AFRIF in the next years to come?
So the thing is that every year upon year, AFRIF keeps upping the ante.
Yeah.
The discussions keep getting better. The words are getting deeper. So for example, this year we had the AFRIF film and content market, which we didn't have before. So now, real buyers, sellers of real content are sitting down having conversations. We're talking about global distribution. We're talking about global investments and collaboration. So the next 5 years, 2026 to 2030 is very important for Africa. This is the time for Africa.
Well, I mean, tonight is over. I'm presenting an award tonight for Best Documentary, so look out for that. And I'm just so excited to celebrate Igbo culture with Flavor tonight in his film.
So what should people expect today?
So just expect, everyone to receive their awards and to see some of the best films throughout the week. And of course, Flavor is premiering his short film.
So before we go into the questions we have to ask for you today. Please, we really need to know who styled you, because what is all this?
That is I'm wearing non-antics, but my other designer styled it. It's so weird. So I'm wearing non-antics, but Ogokoro styled it with the hair. I don't think I never saw myself in this hair, but here we are.
So this is AfriF 2025. So what are your expectations for today?
I just want to enjoy. It's been 7 days of work. I'm a jewelry member, and we've been watching films. And this is the grand finale. So I'm just here to enjoy it.
What are your expectations for this year's 2025 AfriF?
I'm expecting an eventful night, a beautiful award night, everything really beautiful. I'm expecting it today.
So you really want to have fun?
We want to have fun because it's been an amazing AfriF. AfriF has been an amazing one for me. As an actor that is coming up in Nollywood, I'd say it's the most eventful, it's the most connecting, networking. AfriF has been the best for me. And shout out to AfriF. See you next year, AfriF.
Nigeria's music lives in the heart of our people. From the talking drums of the Yoruba to the Ogene of the Igbo, and then the Kalabo of the North. But then everything started to change. So did our rhythm.
Hello, everyone. Yes, we.
Beautiful. When I even saw that dance, it just they do me like say make I just follow them. You know, they move my body, but then so it was actually a beautiful day at the AfriF, and trust me, I love every bit of it. You see the act, you see the dances, you see this is just celebrates the film, just this film festival, and this is I'm actually looking at films in the future. It's, you know, Nigerians, trust me, Nigerians are really doing the best now. Our producers, our actors, our movie producers, they are doing great things, really, and movies are really trying. I can't just say a lot about movies right now, but we have a lot of movies that are really putting it out there. A lot of movie producers that are really putting it out there, and I'm giving it up to you guys. You guys are really trying. And yes, so that's it for AfriF. And we're not going out from this entertainment sector. We have a lot of things to talk about, and yes, you know, the week has been so busy, so inspiring, and a lot of them. So yes, we had another event, and that happens to be the GT Co event, and that happens to be the Guarantee Trust Holding Company held their Fashion Week. And yes, once again, Lagos lit up with its highly anticipated GTCO Fashion Weekend 2025, held on November 8th to 9th at Plot 1 Water Cooperative Drive, Oniru, Victoria Island. And the annual event, which has become a major fixture of Africa's fashion calendar, brought together designers, stylists, and fashion enthusiasts from across the continent and beyond, with its mix of runway shows, business masterclasses, and a vibrant retail marketplace. So GTCO's Fashion Weekend showcased the creativity, diversity, and innovation driving Africa's fashion industry today. So it's a lot of things, and this year's edition featured 12 stunning runway presentations and engaging workshops led by global fashion experts, providing insights into trends, sustainability, and brand growth. So true to GTCO's visions of promoting enterprise through creativity, the event offered free access to the public, creating an inclusive space for both established and emerging designers to connect with consumers and industry. And trust me, it was actually beautiful. As Lagos reaffirmed its place as Africa's fashion capital, GTCO's Fashion Weekend once again demonstrated how banking and culture can merge to drive economic empowerment through style and creativity. It was actually a beautiful scene. Let's see this video.
Lagos once again became Africa's fashion capital at the GTCO Fashion Weekend, brought together top designers, fashion entrepreneurs, and industry experts under one roof. The event featured runways, masterclasses, and exhibition celebrating the diversity and creativity of African fashion.
I feel good, I feel really good, and the fact that I get to see a lot of people, witness a lot of fashion styles, it makes me feel good, honestly.
I think what I like the most is that I've seen a lot of like fashionable people that isn't just limited to my phone screen. Like I'm not just seeing them on Instagram, I'm seeing them, okay, you people actually dress well in real life like him.
I love how expressive we are when it comes to fashion in Nigeria. I believe that Nigeria has grown in recent time and it keeps evolving to be a fashion center for Africa and by extension the world. So just seeing people be very expressive.
For many, the GTCO Fashion Weekend isn't just an event. It's a platform empowering young creators and entrepreneurs to showcase their talent and connect with global markets. Fashion analyst says Nigeria's fashion industry, valued in billions, continue to attract global attention through such events, bridging the gap between creativity, commerce, and culture. From bold statement piece to minimalist design, this year's edition of the GTCO Fashion Weekend reflects how far the Nigerian fashion industry has evolved, confident, expressive, and global relevant. Oyedemola Olukuta for Voice of the People TV.
We did a lot. See, fashion, I don't just know. Me, I love fashion. In this Nigeria where we did, I love fashion. And trust me, what we saw that day, things are coming. I don't just know. A lot of things where I see. I don't know what I want to talk because they normally have this fashion police, but a lot of people just they wear things. I just they see things and I could not say. I saw a lot of things like some, using the net on their faces and the rest of them. I'm like, oh, this is fashion, though. Oh, God. But it was actually a beautiful scene, seeing a lot of young ones trying to create something beautiful with their pieces, with their fabrics. And trust me, everything is now fashion. See, if you wear socks like this now, wear TAT now, all of a sudden, you don't turn to fashion, or you go still come outside. All right, it's actually beautiful seeing all those kind of stuff. And trust me, fashion designers are doing the most. And yes, I'm giving up to them because we have it is that just cut and join. It's not easy. I'm telling you, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Sitting down, making those kind of, sketching, making clothes like that. It's a lot of work. A lot of people put in that work to look good. And that's true. So that's a beautiful one. And yes, that takes us to another gist where we are talking about our popular Nigerian comedian and actress Anita Oswoha, better known as Real Worry Pikin, has joyfully welcomed the baby girl with her husband Ikechukwu. And yes, the announcement which surfaced recently on social media has sparked widespread celebration among fans and colleagues, many of whom have flooded her pages with congratulatory messages and warm wishes. The couple, known for their strong bond and inspiring love story, expressed deep gratitude for the safe arrival of their daughter. So Real Worry Pikin, who often shares her life experience with humor and honesty, continues to endeavor herself to audience across Nigeria and beyond with her openness and positivity. And trust me, I've been saying this thing, this 2025, hey God, a lot of babies, like we need to even just say, okay, let us just do Thanksgiving for all the babies that they gave birth to, like that arrived in this 2025, because from January to, everybody just they download, if you talk about marriage, you talk about engagement, you talk about babies, and I'm like, God, this is actually beautiful seeing our celebrities, see people, you get what I'm trying to say, come out with their own testimony. It's beautiful. Babies where we don't count this year, plenty. I don't know, you just plenty. We the online in-laws, we are just here, smiling. You got, a lot of beautiful babies. Trust me, a lot of people are like put to bed this year, and it's actually beautiful seeing you, nurture your child and so that. And a lot of people don't they talk say, hey, worry picking, don't go. She's a mom again. Person say she's a mom again. I'm like, she's a mom before now. She don't already get one, get two, get. You understand? This one where she just born now. Your family don't they, grow. So it's actually beautiful seeing those kind of things. Yes, we have a lot of comments. People have actually come out to say congratulations to you at Real Worry Pikin, and to you and the husband at Real Worry Pikin. And it's actually beautiful. So we're going to take you know, we take some of the comments and see what people have come out to say concerning that. Some are saying congratulations to her. So the real Dr. Pan said, oh, hearty congratulations to her. And Team Power official said, congratulations. Heavenly said, which one be mom again? I beg, help me ask. You know, a lot of people don't come out to say that she's a mom again. I'm like saying, why people say she's a mom again? But she has children already before this one that came in. So someone said, which one be mom again? Was she not a mom before? She has always been a mother. Oh, that's actually beautiful. So Omoli Apparel said, beautiful, congratulations. Berry Brownie said, congratulations to Real Warrior Pikin. We have a lot of comments. A lot of people are actually coming out to say congratulations to Real Warrior Pikin. And Gbemi Benedict 84 said, fresh and newbies are ready to marry her. Una don't they find husband for Pikin when they una don't start you. Hey, voila. All right, she said she should also let people know if she can still have kids and willing to have more kids. Okay. Liz Girl said, love will find uses. Many people who have lived without romantic love emphasize that while they survive, it's a difficult experience involving feelings of loss and sadness. They often differentiate between merely surviving a lifetime and truly living. Oh, it's well. You know, trust me, this whole thing about, you know, childbirth, it's not easy. You get what I'm trying to say? A lot of people put in that mothers are actually very strong. Let me just say that. Mothers are really strong. Women, as a lady, really, really strong. Because, you know, going through all the process of childbirth, you know, carrying your child for like 9 months, you don't even talk about the whole stress we face. You get what I'm trying to say? A lot of stress, you know, doing all that. And Real Warrior Pikin, check it out. She has really, you know, doing exercise and still having her baby. Hey, Jesus. A lot of people, she's really a strong woman. I'm telling you the fact. She's really this strong woman that has this energy and the rest of them, because I can't really imagine, you know, you're having your baby, you're pregnant, and you're still, you know, trying to exercise yourself and all the energy. A lot of people can't really, a lot of women, you know, cannot really find their self in that space. But me, my own be say, if you fit, you know, do the exercise, if you fit, just make sure that you, your child, you guys are healthy, because that's the most important thing. You know, go to the hospital, go for your antenatal. All those things are they are very, very important. You get what I'm trying to say? So a lot of people where a lot of women go, you know, have children and the rest of them. And I don't really like the fact that some men, I don't want to put it, just categorize it. Some men come out to say a lot of bad things. You know, when your wife wants to put bed, you come out and say she's this, she's that, you know, body shame them or say a lot of things. You guys don't know what we women face. When I does they talk, say men, to be a man is not a day job, and it's not this, it's not that. We women, we face a lot. Just carry, Shebi, you get one day where I just play one video concerning where man just carry, just for 5 minutes, tell us, say you feel cramps. You get what I'm trying to say? Just they feel cramps. It's actually painful. It's actually painful. You know, it's actually painful, you know, when we face those kind of things. But then, just because we are strong women, we always come out strong. You guys cannot even stand. You guys can't even stand carrying a baby for like 5 minutes. A lot of men can't do that. I'm telling you. A lot of men can't really stand carrying a child for like 5 minutes. If the child doesn't cry, especially those ones that cry a lot, you just carry the baby. A lot of people, a lot of men can't really stand that. And trust me, women, we are really strong. I don't know how you know all those bad talks that men do and say a lot of things about their wives and do that. When I hear those kind of things, it's you know, it pisses me off. But then, what can we say? What I'm just trying to say is that to our men, please, I'm begging you, you people should cherish your wife. I don't know where to get. Like, we are really strong women, and you guys need to cherish us. You people need to love us. And to our women, you know how they do well. If you want your husband, maybe take it. You just, you know, respect yourself, respect your husband. It's very important. And no, because I don't they talk, say make men, you know, cherish you and love you. You don't be say you can't tell your husband any kind of talk. You open your mouth, you speak to him wrongly, maybe speak to him the way you are not supposed to. But it's actually good that you people live in peace, and when there's peace, there's harmony. Trust me, that marriage could be sweet. You get what I'm trying to say? That marriage go there sweet, because a lot of people are going into divorce, going into broken homes, depression and the rest of them. It don't too much. If it be like normal story now, everybody will just they hear things upon things. And trust me, Nigerians self sometimes no they even do try. They like if no be bad story like this or negative story, they no agree. They know they calm down. They always like hearing negative stuff. So it's also good that when you are trying to choose a partner for yourself, be very careful. This marriage thing is more spiritual. Like I always say it's more spiritual than the physical, because it's not the physical eyes that you will use to see this thing. You need more insight. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? Marriage is not a plaything. You need more insight. You need to be careful. A lot is happening. To be careful with the person you want to spend the rest of your life with. Both the man, both the woman. You guys be careful, because not be everything just wake up one day, you just say, I want to marry. So it be. Somebody said to me that if you rush in, you are going to rush out, because you need to take your time to calculate. And I always want to say this: if you're getting married, you're sure as a man, as a woman, you need to be financially stable, because you cannot tell me that you want to go into a relationship or go into a marriage that you cannot feel. I just see you as suffering. In fact, I just see you as suffering. The young lady, you're not financially stable and you want to go and marry. I beg, don't see all these stories that you say you got married with just 200 naira. You got like I know that there is miracles, but let's tell ourselves the truth. You get what I'm trying to say? Let's tell ourselves the truth. It has days financially in this age where we did now. Nobody, cannot tell me that you will not have money. You want to use to where you see that kind of thing. But what I'm trying to say to you guys is that if you're getting married to somebody, you have to be careful. Just watch out. A lot is happening in this period, and you wouldn't want to be on that side where you say you come out from relationship, you go on another one, be jumping up and down. It's not nice. So yes, we are still talking about Worry Pikin and her child. A lot of people are actually coming out to say things concerning her and her baby and the family. And trust me, she actually has a beautiful home. Seeing the family with her children and the rest of them, it's actually, seeing that it's peaceful. So what we're trying to say is, when you're going into any relationship or any marriage, you just have to be careful. Shall know the kind of relationship where you want to enter, because it's a life thing. It's not that now that people are saying yes, you can, if you don't want to do this marriage again, you can go out and the rest of them. But is it not better? You marry once and for all, and you're okay. You get what I'm trying to say? All right, let's take more comments on Real Worry Pikin. We're still talking about her. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things about Real Worry Pikin. And Ade Badmo said, "Live pride." So we have a lot of comments. People are saying congratulations to Real Worry Pikin. It's actually beautiful seeing babies. And babies this year, they're too fine. Hey, they're too fine. No be joke. They're too fine. Seeing the babies. In fact, we even need to see the picture. Let's see Real Worry Pikin and her baby. Oh, this is beautiful. See, peaceful home. You see what I'm saying? The babies and everything. I like this now. These are not turn last born. You get what I'm trying to say? Everybody now go maintain their lane. All the first child go come, they maintain their lane right now. Seeing this is actually beautiful. And yes, we're also celebrating with her, saying congratulations to Real Worry Pikin. It's actually beautiful, yeah? So let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this, saying congratulations to Real Worry Pikin. And Sabi Men Help said, congratulations to the latest mom. Ooh. So using her as a point of contact for all pregnant women, safe delivery. Amen to that. And yes, if you're waiting for your own child and expecting your own testimony to have your own child, amen to that. Yes, it will also be your passion. You will also have your child. And yes, we'll celebrate you too. And another person said, abroad, she's in Abuja, even tagged the hospital name. All right, Eddie Tush said, congratulations, mommy. And Suki Collection said, congratulations, mama. Official Nasty Babe said, Congratulations, Mama. It's congratulations are just pouring out. You get, it's actually beautiful to see these kind of things. Congratulations just pouring out, saying congratulations to your newborn baby girl. And trust me, baby girls are so adorable. Hey, let me tell you something. You see, I know baby boys are good, but trust me, baby girls are adorable. When you see them, hey, there's always a difference with the smile, we are always, men will not know the verse as men, no, but then we women, we are too beautiful. We are too full of life, full of the vibes. You get what I'm trying to say? A lot of people are still congratulating her, so please let's take more and more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this, and yes, someone said she gave birth at Nisa Premier Hospital in Jabi, Abuja. Congratulations to her. Yes, congratulations. And BJ Oja said, God bless your home. Amen. And somebody said she born for Nisa, una say na abroad. Now, wow. Anywhere where she born, no matter waiting I be one talk, waiting I still they talk, be say congratulations to her. It's fine, and it's beautiful to see she and her baby girl, mother and child, are healthy and happy. Yes. All right. Yes, enough of that, and that takes us to our next gist. What happens to be Wizkid's 14 years old son, Boluwatife Ayodeji Balogun, popularly known as Tife, has officially stepped out into the music scene with his release of his debut EP titled Champion's Arrival. So the 5-track project featuring songs such as Champion Montana, Grind, Superstar, Champion Sound, and Champion dropped on November 11, 2025 and is available on all major streaming platforms, including Spotify, Apple Music, and the Audiomack, a lot of them. So it's actually beautiful. Announcing the release on the social media, Tife declared the champion has arrived, signaling his confidence and readiness to carry on his father's musical legacy. So the young artist has earlier teased the project with a studio clip hinting at his determination to carve out his own part in the industry. While many fans has praised his sound and lyrical maturity, Champion's Arrival marks a promising beginning for Wizkid's son as he marks his first major mark in the Afrobeats world. See, cow not the born goods. That is just the truth. If you are doing to music, where is this big? And now he's just passing this down into his son, and it's actually beautiful. This guy will be next Wizkid. With the vibe and everything. With the vibe and everything. This is actually beautiful. This is actually, see him now. Fine boy, everything. Wizkid really dropped this one. Make on their ways, because this hit is going to be everything. See, I've been saying this. A lot of our artists are really doing a lot this time around. Like, I'm telling you the gospel truth. Our artists are really doing a lot. Don't be jokes, so. This period, I don't talk about Wandiko. I've talked about B-Red. I've talked about a lot of artists that are dropping songs this time around. I don't just know. This December, I said this December go hot. This Obule is going to be on a high level. Hey, it's actually a lot. It's going to be on a high level because everybody wants to, want to vibe to new songs, new sound, new. Even if your DJ self not supposed to find song, where you go they play. A lot of things are going to be happening this December, and I'm sure you don't want to miss it. And come to think of it, looking at Tife, it's a lot. I see just Wizkid, in this boy, because this is just how he is. See how, look at, he's doing a lot, and trust me, I admire people, I admire parents that actually have this passion, to take the people that actually work on their children, because a lot of parents wouldn't want their child to go into entertainment. Basically, do what they want to do. I don't want to categorize it as entertainment, but trust me, a lot of parents don't really love their children being into that entertainment space. And that's the truth. You don't want them to be on that spotlight. But right now, I don't think you trying to hold your child away from that thing which he wants to do or which she wants to do, it's necessary, because really, children these days know what they want. These not at the Gen Z age. And trust me, you just need to nurture them. That's it. You just need to nurture them, because they want to do this, and this is who they want to be. Because if you didn't carry your pikin, say make him go learn, make him be a lawyer, or he should be a lawyer. He don't study law finish. You can't tell and say make he go practice them. If he tell you say you no want practice them, I'm telling you, if he tell you say you no want practice them, that he wants to really be into the entertainment space, and then I go say maybe your money go down ways with that, but then that doesn't stop me from saying that you should go to school. It's very important. Tell me, even if you want to become anything where you want to become, shall go now school. Now you go first, go to school. Anything when you want to be a musician, yes, you after your schooling you can now decide to go into that, because a lot of people don't want to just drop out of school and say that it's music that they want to basically. Not that there's no funds to really go do that, but yes, there are funds, but you just decided that you want to just put in all your energy into music, but then shall go school is very important. All right, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning it, but then we'll take some comments, but let's take a short break, and when we come back we have a lot to talk about.
And here's to Voptvlive. My name is Madikuti, and you're watching Voptv. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOPTV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Beautiful people, welcome back to the show Spotlight, and yes, I'm still your girl Precious Agmanu, aka call me Prezi. And yes, I'm sure you're enjoying yourself, because I am, because we're talking about a lot of things. And yes, we have been saying a lot of things. Well, we even talk about Whiskey picking Tife, and we've been talking about Tife a lot, because that guy is doing a lot. See his music, small pikin, you know what I'm trying to say, young one trying to do his music, and it's actually beautiful. And come to think of it, this was exactly the way Whiskey started. So young, doing his music, and the rest of them is actually beautiful. Seeing his own son, coming to, shred, and still doing his song too. And I'm sure, because with everything I'm saying right now, with every video and everything, that guy is going to be another. In fact, he's a superstar already, not even another superstar, because at that young age, he's doing a song. It's actually beautiful to see. Yeah, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning Tife's new song that he has dropped. So please, let's take some comments. A lot of people are saying, Whiskey, now your picking be this. You really burn yourself. All right, Swag Prince said, let him be a kid. It's too early for him to enter the music world and its lifestyle. I don't understand. At Swag Prince, See, this is where a lot of people really get this thing wrong. Yeah, it's another thing that he's saying. If your child wants to be in the entertainment industry or wants to be into music, I'm telling you the gospel truth, because why would you say let him be? He's just a kid. Kilo day. Yes, the youngs, they grow. Allow him to do what he wants to do. You get what I'm trying to say? Like I said before, yes, let him go to school, but then the father should also nurture him on his musical career. Yes, because children like that they already know what they want to do. They already know. Not be you go come, because you go they force your pikin, say you must be a doctor. You must. When they don't read that you finish, now they will come out from school. They will tell you, say no be waiting, they won't do with that. And why would all those drama take place? Why? When you don't already know what your pikin won't do, and you've already started seeing the signs of what he wants to be or what he wants to do, and you want to choose what your pikin won't do. It's well with you. All right, please, people should leave this boy alone. Don't just bring all those your bad energy, you understand, to where Tife is. Allow him to do his music in peace. If you want to train your child to do that one which you want him to do, it's your choice. The Wizkid and his child has followed their own step. Allow him to be himself. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are actually talking about this. Yes, let's see what someone else has to say. So Dan Alaji said, true, lion know the born goats. Yeah, so lion can never born goats. Wizkid has really shown himself in his child. And yes, another person said, gone. Gone to where? Lekan said he don't set again. Don't be small thing. Wizkid don't set another of himself, in another place. And it's actually beautiful to see that. Yes, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people have to say. And yes, another person said the Champs lineage. Yes, so come to think of it, this is actually beautiful, from your child who wants to do music. And oh, yes, another person said Haddad's voice on him, same voice. He's not, and come to think of it, his voice is everything. Do you get that guy's voice is everything? Because when I heard him sing, oh God, it just be like, say, I don't talk him before. I said this December go hot. Make everybody just go buy your Bluetooth, buy your thing, keep them, because everybody go they drop. All our celebrities go just they drop songs up and down. They go just drop songs. Now if you just listen, you go tired, but try so that you won't miss out on any song. I'm telling you, because this one is a banger. It's a banger. It's not be jokes, so it's a banger. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are actually talking about this. Yes, a lot of people are saying things. And another person said, I don't know if my ears are working, but that was not good enough for me to lie to hype. Like you all, no offense, he should work on his cadence and delivery some more, and he is rapping about street life or struggling life. Make it make sense. At the real Agumai, will I say we go come open studio for you personally? Maybe you come open your own studio. Maybe you go do this. It is said that they play for when they go do when they sing. Now wow. See, one thing with Nigerians is that sometimes we are too, I don't know, like a lot of Nigerians just come out to say things. Like you can't just really say, make you just calm down, analyze this thing. You don't open mouth, why? They talk plenty. Why? Instead of you don't like it, no jokes, we don't need your opinion, auntie. We don't need it. Because even if you drop song now, your own self go even worse. I don't know why. I don't just know why. But it's all good. It's her own thing. But I just want to say, as they talk again, when I leave this speaking, make him do what he want to. Not just come the bad mouth or negative words that will kill his morale or anything. I want to stop all those kind of things. If someone is actually doing something, you should encourage that child. It's not about talking plenty things that people want to spoil. If they call you now and make you go sing now, you're not going to even lift one song. I beg, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. A lot of comments, a lot of people are saying things about Tife and saying, wow, this is a good hit. And yes, somebody said he is going places. Yes, so well done, my champ at Tife Balogun. And another person said he has his father's voice, kind of. Yes, it's actually beautiful, yeah? So Paradise Wedding said, You'll be greater than your father. Go, boy. God got you 100%. And big amen to that. Yes, a very big amen to that. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people actually coming out to say, yes, Tife, this is a good one. And to Wizkid, your son is going places. And another person said, I don't want to hear anything except it is commercial break in your intellectual life. Hey, blood of Jesus. You people don't start. Oh, God. All right. Another person said, he's ready. Banty F. Queen said, small Wheezy. Oh, that guy. Like, seriously, Tife is really doing a lot because that his voice says a lot, too. That online, the song, when it don't drop like this, everywhere don't bust. I'm telling you. So, just check them. Check them out. All right. Somebody said, you are blessed, Sham. No take drugs, I beg you. Hey. Hey. But I know lie you or lie. What you talking about? True, no be lie. All right, Hector Babe 001 said, hope saying Papa go support him. They know they give show she. He's well, oh. He's well. I bet I want to leave this guy to do what he wants to do. And yes, if as Wizkid, he will also always support his child. And trust me, this is out to all the parents that are actually that also have children that want to really go into entertainment or go into that which they want to do. I feel that you people should just give your child that chance. You understand? Give them that space. Nurture them. Your own is just to guide them. You understand? Not be you go impose waiting you must be It gone are the days when they do all those kind of things. Not be now. Not go they post something for your pikin. Say you must if you got tell your pikin, you must be a native kilo day. Take just nurture your child to be what he wants to be. It's left for you to guide him. And yes, and that's it. Trust me. We also have a lot of gist to talk about and a lot of things. And it takes us to our next gist. And I'm sure you don't want to miss this. Yes. And yes, Nigerian singer Tiwa Savage has clarified her earlier remarks about being open to becoming a second wife. So she's emphasizing that her primary desire is for genuine love. And the all-over singer has previously sparked headlines after stating in a podcast that she might consider being a second wife if she met the right man. So adding that she would be respectful towards the first, the comments generated widespread discussion on social media, with many interpreting them as an endorsement of polygamy. So however, Tiwa has since explained that her initial statement stemmed more from emotional frustration than genuine intent. So she told reporters that she does not want to be a second wife and is seeking a real loving relationship. It's not my choice though. I don't want to. I wish I could tell my truth, but I will be dragged. She clarified, stressing that love, not status, is her true priority. And trust me, who doesn't love love? Because love is supposed to be it's important, yeah? You get what I'm trying to say? It's important. A lot of people are going into the polygamy thing and everybody wants to be a second wife. With all the whole drama happening this period, you decide, say, nah, second wife you won't become. You say, nah, third wife you won't become. It's your choice. Me, I cannot become, I'm telling you, don't do this, don't be a second wife. No, it's your choice. Anything that you feel that you want to be doing, you should do. So if I say you'll find love where you did, me, I don't have issues with that. So why you have love, no problem. But I'm always saying this, that you should be careful. You should watch person where you want marry. Say you want spend the rest of, I don't they talk as it. Person where you want settle down with. You guys stay careful to know the person you are trying to spend the rest of your life with. Because it's a lot. A lot of things are happening on social media now. A lot of things. People are bringing out their marriage into limelight. They are bringing it. Everybody is saying a lot of things. And I'm sure you are not even happy seeing all those kind of things. And you decide saying that one is your choice. Is so far saying that you wear the shoe, now you know where you want to put them. Yes. That is what you should. Me, I know they're ready to tell you, oh, don't do this one, don't do that one. It is your choice. But what I'm trying to say, and I will always keep saying, is that for you, marriage is not something that you just wake up one day and you want to do. You just have to be careful. I've said it before, it's more spiritual than the physical. You just have to be careful. You pray, know how you are putting yourself, know where they go. You understand? Child, they very careful. That's just what I can say about that. And you know, a lot of people, because you know, Tiwa don't already talk about this thing before. Say, you know, she doesn't mind to be a second wife. Even emphasizing basically on where she said that the first wife will understand her and the rest of them, that she's not a troublemaker. You know, those kind of things. Now, people be like, say people don't go online, they drag her. People don't go online, they drag them. Now she don't already turn. Say, na true love she they find. But Sha know say, if they find true love, man, you got to be careful, because sometimes now this true love where people they find now self no true love again. Oh. I tell you truth. A lot of people are doing a lot of things. All right, let's take some comments, because a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning Tiwa. Her statement that she has actually come out to say that that's true love that she's actually looking for. And yes, Shanky40 said Tiwa self-confused. Voila. The babe don't already talk. Anyone where she talk, it's her own choice. So another person said Tiwa puts that smoke down. Is well. All right. Another person say, Paned, you do this one. Please, though, we don't talk about Tiwa. I'm gonna leave Paned for this matter. I don't tell you now. All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning Tiwa. So a lot of people are saying things concerning Tiwa. Let's take more and more comments, because trust me, relationship. this guy will sing relationship and not. You know what he sing, you. It's not a plain thing. You know what he sing, but then I just talk about when I just be careful. You know when you want the into relationship, into marriage, into anything that you're dating, married, just try be careful. Know who you're dating, because these times we have now are very critical and are very dangerous. Channel December don't they reach? Open your eyes. All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are actually talking about this. We have a lot of comments. And yes, somebody said Regina don't spoil things for polygamous marriage. Hey God. More I leave Paned and Regina for them. More I leave these people. Oh. All right, Amorasa X said, you go try sit down one place, I beg. So Fusia said, the Regina Daniel effect is well. Dear Umami said, you don't they learn from small picking experience. You're a fast learner. He's well, everybody I don't declare small, but it's all good. And yes, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are actually talking about this. Let's take more and more comments. And somebody said, correct bodies in the next 10 years is well. Kachis AN said, I know she wasn't serious when she said that. Seriously. And Annie Grace said, now every day we hear talks from Mama Jam about relationship. What's going on, gang? All right, and that is it, because me, I still they talk. If you are going into relationship, be careful. That is my own. All right, this is where we draw the curtain to our amazing viewers. Thank you so much for staying with us on Spotlight. It was really a blast. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your journey. And yes, tell your story with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our platforms at VOPTV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So bye for now.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue,
the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
2564 is coming up on 29, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am Fina. Okay, Chiku. Before we begin the news, kindly visit the website on www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. We begin today's African news from what is happening across the world, where we have that the Human Rights Watch has accused Cameroonian security forces of using lethal force, committing killings and arbitrarily detaining hundreds of people in a violent post-election crackdown following the disputed October 12 vote. In a recent report released on Wednesday in Nairobi, Kenya, the rights group say that police and gendarmes fired live ammunition and tear gas to disperse opposition-led protests contesting the re-election of President Paul Biya 92, who was declared winner on October 27 with 53.66% of the vote. Many protesters are said to have been shot dead by security forces and dozens left nursing gunshot wounds. The rights group said it interviewed 20 witnesses, including relatives of victims, lawyers, and opposition figures, documenting killings, injuries, and arbitrary arrests in several cities. UN sources reported that security forces killed 48 people, while opposition groups say the toll was 55. However, in a statement, the Human Rights Watch senior African researcher Laria Algrozi said that the authorities should immediately rein in, investigate, and prosecute responsible security forces, and all political leaders should call on their supporters to reject violence. In another development, the United Nations has called for an investigation into the alleged killing of hundreds of people during the protest that erupted during last month's disputed election in Tanzania. This comes as Tanzanian authorities have charged hundreds of people with treason over these demonstrations. According to UN Human Rights Chief Volker Turk, there was an apparent attempt from the government to conceal evidence of protesters' death. The accusation follows reports that security forces were taking bodies of those killed in the violence from mortuaries to undisclosed locations. While urging the authorities to release bodies to families for funeral, Turk described as harrowing the report of families desperately searching everywhere for their loved ones, visiting one police station after another and one hospital after another. The main opposition party, Chadema, has said that about 2,000 people were killed during 3 days of protest following the disputed poll. The government has yet to give an official death toll regarding the report. Still unavoidable that the United Nations says Wednesday that 42 migrants were missing and presumed dead after a rubber boat capsized off the Libyan coast, with only 7 survivors rescued after 6 days adrift. In a statement, the UN's International Organization for Migration said that tragically 42 individuals remain missing and are presumed dead, including 29 from Sudan, 8 from Somalia, 3 from Cameroon, and 2 from Nigeria. It added that the 7 rescued survivors were 4 people from Sudan and 2 Nigerians, and 1 person from Cameroon. Libya, divided in two since a civil war broke out in 2011 in the wake of Muammar Gaddafi's ouster, has become a huge disembarkation point for migrants from across Africa and the Middle East trying to reach Europe on small boats. The US IOM said that end of October that since the beginning of 2025 alone, no fewer than 527 people had died off the coast of Libya. In the meantime, a court in Gabon on Wednesday convicted 4 First Lady Sylvia Bongo and her son, Bongo Valentin, of multiple charges related to graft and sentenced them to 20 years in prison. Silva was found guilty of embezzlement and of public funds and money laundering, according to the verdict read by the president of Special Criminal Court, Jean Asmo, in the capital, Libreville. She denied the charges, claiming the court was not independent. Meanwhile, Nuruddin Bongo Valentin was found guilty of embezzlement of public funds, usurpation of titles and functions, aggravated money laundering, and criminal association. Currently exiled in London, both were tried in absentia when their trial opened on Monday. The court also ordered the duo to pay 100 million CFA francs in fines to the state. Still on crime and legal matters, South Africa has formally charged in Durban Magistrate Court, Siyabonga and Malusi Ndimande, 2 brothers accused in the high-profile killing of South African rapper Kenan, aka Forbes, and businessman Tabelo Tips Mososeni in Durban. After months of legal battles in Eswatini, the brothers were extradited to South Africa and are facing 20 charges, including murder, attempted murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and firearms offenses. Their charges also related to other violent crimes, including the murder of a taxi boss in Amanzimototwi near Durban. The extradition handover took place on November 11, 2025, with Interpol officials from both South Africa and Eswatini coordinating the operation. The brothers appeared in court the same day, where officials announced that they will stand trial alongside 5 other co-accused persons in the murders of AKA and Tabs, who were shot dead outside a popular Durban restaurant in February 2023. Away from that report, South Sudan's ambassador to the United Nations, Cecilia Manyok, has reaffirmed her country's commitment to fully implement the 2018 Revitalized Peace Agreement, describing it as the only path towards stability and lasting peace. Speaking before the UN Security Council, Manyok said her government remains unwavering in its dedication to the peace process in spite of the ongoing challenges. Referring to the agreement signed by President Salva Kiir, rival Riek Machar, and other political parties, she stated that the Revitalized Peace Agreement remains the only way out of the transition and the only way into stability in South Sudan. Reiterating that the government continues to uphold the permanent ceasefire and condemns attacks on humanitarian workers, she said the administration does not condone attacks against humanitarian workers or UN personnel. She further urged all signatories to the peace agreement to exercise restraint and refrain from inflammatory action, stating the need to engage constructively through established peace mechanism. Meanwhile, the Mali Prime Minister, Abdoulaye Maiga, has emphasized that Africa should no longer see security as an option, but a necessity, speaking at the opening of the Bamako Expo Fair, known as BAMEX 25. Maiga noted that Africa is at the center of unprecedented security and geopolitical challenges that undermines its stability and hinder its development. He emphasized that terrorism knows no border in the world, noting that it is no longer confined to weapons or explosives, but is undergoing a profound operational transformation that utilizes artificial intelligence, hidden social network, and digital platforms to plan and execute attacks. In this context, Maiga said that success against terrorism in Africa depends on an autonomous security architecture and collaborative effort, adding that the country will not retreat in the face of terrorism, but to rather resist and eradicate it. This comes as Turkish companies are participating with stand at the fair for the first time this year, led by the Turkish Defense Industry Secretariat. According to Maiga, the fair is an international gathering to build a more secure, sovereign and resilient Africa. He noted that Turkey, the guest of the honor, ranks amongst the top global military equipment and its exporters. Angola's president, João Lourenço, says his government will focus on building an inclusive society with equal opportunities for all citizens. He recognized, however, that Angola continues to face what he described as enormous and highly complex challenges. Lourenço made the remark in his address to the nation for the stand of the Independence Memorial in Luanda during the country's 50th independence anniversary from Portugal. Citing political difficulties during the Cold War and overcoming Portuguese colonization, Lourenço noted that the country has made a difficult journey in these 50 years. Angola declared independence from Portugal on November 11, 1975, at the end of a 13-year war. But the country quickly entered the devastating civil war that killed about 500,000 and 1 million people, which ended only in 2002. After 50 years, and in spite of progress in infrastructure and urban development, all-rich Angola remains plagued by economic and social inequalities, just as issues related to poverty, unemployment, or access to education and health care remains. You're still watching the African News and Voice of the People TV, and we have with us in the studio Barrister Darlington Agomo. Barrister Darlington Agomo is here in the studio in the capacity of a public and political affairs analyst. Good afternoon, Barrister Darlington.
Good afternoon.
Good to have you join today's African News.
It's my pleasure.
All right, without wasting much time, Barrister, I would like to start off from Angola, where we learned, today that even as they try to celebrate their golden year jubilee, the Angolan president, João Lourenço, actually is talking about how the government of that country is focused on building an inclusive society with equal opportunity for all citizens. How possible or how soon do you think that this is going to be, even with what we saw playing out in Angola after they gained their independence from Portugal, which was described as an enormous and highly complex, challenges at this point, 50 years down the line? Remember the war, the civil war that played out, where we learned that over 500,000 people or even 1 million people were killed.
Now, if you look at Angola, it's a Portuguese vassal state, though they've gained independence. But a lot of colonial mentality is still on them. But so far, after the Civil War, I think they have regained their balance. There's a little bit of stability. Even corruption in that country, I don't think is as high as we have it here. And so they have done so well with their oil resources. That is the truth. This inclusiveness they are talking about now. You mean it is today they remember that they should have an inclusive country and government?
It was yesterday that they turned 50. So a country celebrating their independence and also the Jubilee anniversary. I believe they must have looked into the whole thing that led to the Civil War, which just ended in 2002. for the president to come up to say, we are finding a better way for us to make sure that we include everyone, everybody actually will be there. And also for them to be able to eradicate the issue of, hunger, poor education, and poor infrastructure development.
If they are sincere, they don't need to tell anybody. The whole world will see that, yes, there is inclusive government in Angola. That is the truth. Whenever they say this thing, go and check, they are doing the opposite. Because a country like Angola that gained independence from Portugal, how come it is taking them 50 years to be telling us about inclusivity in Angola? How come 50 years after?
Barrister, Nigeria gained independence in 1960, 65 years down the line. There is still agitation for secession. There is still agitation for people to stay on their own, for self-rule and all that. And also we've actually, when we go back to check what played out during the Berlin Conference of 1884-1885, the scramble and partition of Africa. Africa happened to be a continent, or rather a place where people, kingdoms, and empires were erected. And don't you think, forcing people to be under an entity, for example, what we have in Nigeria, where we have a border. People, imagine before now, Dahomey was a tribute to state to the likes of Benin Empire, and now they are no longer part of that empire and all that. Don't you think that those things actually must be what will disintegrate the people for that made them to still have the war, civil war that lasted for so many years, that ended in 2002?
So the issues that caused the war, has it been taken care of?
We're looking at differences. We're looking at different ideology, religious differences, even ethnic differences also will come in. We still have that turn out even in Nigeria too. Before now, people can boldly tell you that, some people will tell you that they are this or this talk of this tribe before they become a Nigerian.
Look, there is no place you don't have such things. People identify themselves first with their ethnic stock before they can talk of the country. Anywhere in the world, you have family ties, tribal ties, and ethnic ties. Very important in the life and history of a people. You cannot run away from it. It is how you manage it that is very important here. That is the truth. Why do you have black and white Americans? Up to tomorrow, that difference is there. It's just that they have not taken it to national level. It doesn't play any role in the national level.
Some was to tell you that it does play the role, because the red Indies, that happen to be the original inhabitant of America today, we don't really see them. Most of them turn out to be the president. It's more like they've been relegated, where we have people who are not, I'm talking about people who have America to be the ancestral home. They are not playing any, I've not seen, one coming up to say, okay, as a ready, I am a president of United States of America, and check the person's background, and find out that the person is either from another country or from another origin. What happened to the original?
What if your original Indian friends, as you call them, your friends, what if they are not interested in politics? Will you force them?
Is it them being not interested in politics or another extension of suppression?
A Muslim got a New York mayoral position today. How did it happen? Look, America look for the best in anything they do. They will not beg you. If you come up and they see you to be a very good quality material, they will use you. They will include you in their society. But for you to say and be talking of original inhabitants, and those ones are past tense. So you have to move on. The thing is that, do you even have the population? Do you have the population? Or do you have the interest that will make you be recognized? When it comes to assimilating people from outside, America and UK, they are very good in that. Was it not an Indian that was the Prime Minister of UK? And now an Indian is the mayor of New York. So,
Barrister, how are they assimilating? We're looking at, if we're to go back in history to break down how America came into existence and all that. Barrister, some persons today will still tell you how aggrieved they are especially the original inhabitants of those territories that were occupied by foreigners. And when you say that they are so good, in assimilating foreigners, and you're making a exception to the fact that we have an Indian and all that play out in American politics, the question still remains: what happened to the original people of that particular territory? How many of them actually are there? How many of them have been accepted? How many of them actually are given the voice to talk? And because they are now in minority after the suppression and after what happened to them, is it their fault that such a thing actually played out?
It is their fault because they have not moved on. If they have moved on, they would have arranged themselves and then have a block vote and promote one of their own. Maybe they can begin from the states. There are states in America where these original Indians are dominant. And so what is going on there? Did they stop them from voting? Did they stop them from pursuing their political career? The thing is that these guys, I think they are still living in the past. If they become prominent and visible, America will accept them. This man that become a mayor today, how did it happen? Did they just go and pick him? It's just that he showed interest. That's it. He showed interest. So if they are still living in the past and they are not taking part in what is going on in America, America will not come and beg them more. That's how that society is. They will not beg you, but when you struggle to come up, they will recognize you.
All right, Barrister, thank you so much. Let's get to Mali, where we learned from the Minister of Mali, Maiga, that Turkey participated in that was the first time ever when they were doing their BAMEX 2025 trade fair, and then Turkey went there to showcase the defense product, which they believe they are going to market to the country and any other country that happen to be interested in that particular BAMEX 2025 fun fair. Barrister, what do you make of that?
It's a Muslim society. And so if people like Turkey are coming, I will not be surprised. That Turkey, he has been trying to have a foothold in Africa, in West Africa to be precise. That Turkey is trying to be a voice in the Muslim world. But you and I know that the people talking there are Christians formerly. In fact, that was the last standpoint of the jihadists before they enter Europe. That was where the Crusaders stopped them, in that Turkey. It was a bitter fight that the Crusaders had to say, no, you cannot enter Europe. And that was it. So whatever they are doing now, they just want to reinvent themselves. They want to be visible. They want to be recognized as a voice in the Muslim world. And that's why these things are going on.
Barrister, Mali actually have been facing, will I say, an insurgent attack of late, to the point that some people, some non-state actors at this point have also barricaded or blocked out their fuel supply and all that. But they have this particular fair organized there. And then when the Prime Minister was talking, he made mention of, a way that we're going to end the issue of terrorism in Africa. He said we need to have an autonomous security architecture, form a collaborative effort, and even move further to, reiterate that in the face of terrorism, that we find a way to resist and eradicate them. Are we seeing Mali at this point, more like moving with Turkey or trying to patronize them at this particular time that have decided to participate in this their BAMEX 2025 fair in getting that sole or lone, security architecture that will help them in fighting terrorism?
You see, Turkey, like I told you, is looking for allies. Yes, Turkey is looking for allies, those they can partner with, and in doing so, they are looking for their own interests.
So are we going to see another repartitioning of Africa from what you're saying? Because if you check it out, China, it's coming into Nigeria, speaking or talking tough about the possible invasion of Nigeria by US. US in one other breath is saying something. France also, they are aggrieved when they are, well, let's say the people that they impose the policy of assimilation and ask them to leave. Now Turkey is coming in. Are we going to have another repartitioning of Africa, even as a continent?
If Africa decides they can repartition themselves,
What is that thing, Barrister? Tell me that honeypot that is here, that is attracting all the, the people, the ants, and every other thing coming into Africa at this point. What's
Your natural resources, which you have refused to tap. The natural resources in Africa is enormous.
Which the same natural resources that made them to end the slave trade, and then decided to move over into the excavation of mineral resources. Is it that they did not cater enough when they ended the slave trade to move over to that?
Most of them did not discover the gold under the earth that is in Africa. It was after. And so they have come back to exploit it. Since you don't have the capacity, you don't have capacity to exploit your mineral resources. And that is why they have come back. If you have, why have you not done something about it? Imagine Nigeria at our level and everything, signing agreement with France, Abi, to mine our gold and all that. It's an embarrassment on its own. We ought to take charge of this because out there in the Western world, they will not allow you to come and take part. They will not. As a foreign, you will not. Mention one particular African country that is doing road construction in America or in UK. Mention one. But all of them are here. From Germany, you have Julius Berger. That one is becoming more richer than Nigeria because of the contract of road they have enjoyed in Nigeria. The same thing with France and Gufanti. So all of them, but where is your own? Can you see where the problem is? Where is your own construction company of international standard that can go out there and get contract? Look at China's CCC. You are the one that invited them. They didn't even come by force. You invited them to come. That means you don't have the capacity. So why will you blame them?
So that's enough reason for us to be facing what we're having now.
Well, you asked for it because you refuse to grow.
All right, Barrister, let's move away from that and get to Sudan, where the United Nations ambassador to Sudan, Cecilia Mayok, have come up to reaffirm that the country needs to go back and make sure that they implement the 2018 revitalized peace agreement, describing it as the only pathway to stability and lasting peace in Sudan. Barrister, what do you make of this, please?
Except the warring parties sheathe their sword, there will be no peace. If they like, let them revive 1905 agreement or 1907 agreement. If they like, let them go and revive them. It will not bring any lasting peace until the warring parties sheathe their sword and, surrender their pride for peace.
Now, when you say that part, if they like, let them dig up, many years old agreements and all that. Barrister, when President Salva Kiir and his rival, Riek Machar, and other political parties actually decided to sign that particular peace agreement in 2018, don't they see the future to say that it's not going to work or that it might be marred with one thing or another or personal interest to play out before agreeing to sign or have such agreement in the first place?
Look, if not for greed and ego, this war shouldn't have occurred in the first place because that is what is playing out here. The two leaders have refused to, put Sudan first. An ego fight, who will be the leader? Who will be at the head? Who will be on top? Who will be the commander of what and what? Who will be in charge of this? These are the issues that is playing out in Sudan, nothing else. A situation whereby the vice is fighting the principal. Don't you see that it's ego? If not, what else? Imagine a Shetima rising up against Tinubu today. What else do you think is at play? Ego. That's all. Ego. I want to be on top. I don't want anybody to tell me what to do. So in such a situation, the country will never move forward. That's what I'm telling you here. Except they surrender their pride, especially the vice, and said, okay, let me be obedient to my Oga. Things will not work.
Can such heal the pain and the wound that the people of Sudan is facing at this point? Because we know that people have lost their lives and properties have been destroyed. And, you know, people will actually still bear that burden as time goes on. Let's juxtapose that what happened in Nigeria from 1967 to 1970 till today, even when it was declared no victor, no vanquish. Some persons are still pained and aggrieved over the outcome of that civil war.
Now, if you are trying to build a country, a lot of things are involved. You have to swallow some of your pride. You have to accept certain inequality, you know, because if you begin to claim your right, the place will not move forward. That's the truth. If you begin to say, it is my right, I am aggrieved, I'm not getting my fair share, that means that country will be in trouble. But most times, because of the love of country, you swallow some of these things so that there will be peace in that country. And that's what I expect the people of Sudan to do, or the leaders of Sudan to do. Because except they come to this realization, Sudan will burn until nobody is left. My happiness is that ICC is taking note now. Yes. All the ringleaders, they will be called to account, especially the massacre at El Shafa, which is the last stronghold, what they are doing there today. The people that are causing that humanitarian crisis, they will account for it. They will. No matter how long this war takes, I believe that at a point, the warring leaders will become tired and there will be no resources and all that.
How possible would that be when we learn also that people are sponsoring it? Some countries have been fingered, you know, to be giving aid and arm to the people or the warring parties.
Fina, please, is there any war that does not have an end? Answer me. The First World War ended, the Second World War ended. Even if there's a third, it will equally end. So no war that doesn't come to an end.
But Cold War is still going on, if you ask me.
That one is not...
the war is still
even
there.
The Cold War has broken down. If you know what Cold War used to be in the 70s, 80s, and the late 90s, it used to be terrible. America and the USSR, they don't see eye to eye. But today, they can, for Donald Trump or an American president to talk with a Russian, it means that something is happening. So they have all realized that, look, except that they play down some of this, they will destroy themselves and this world one day.
All right, Barrister, thank you so much. Barrister, but before I would let you go, let's go to Gabon, because we have the story today that a court in Gabon convicted the former First Lady, Sylvia Bongo, and Hassan Bongo Valentine, who happens to, Sylvia happens to be the Ali Bongo's wife. And they have been charged with multiple charges related to graft and sentenced to 20 years in prison. Barrister, how do you explain this?
The people that carried out that sentence and that prosecution, they are not sincere. In fact, they are economical with the truth, because I don't see how non-state actors will be more corrupt than the state actor. After
being 14 years, yes, he spent 14 years as the president of Gabon. So what is happening?
They deliberately didn't want to mention. Maybe he's too big to handle or something. They now choose the low-hanging fruit. Maybe, the son and the wife.
When you say the people are being economical with truth, have you ever seen any president of Nigeria before now tried for anything, any infraction or any offense at all prior to this time?
No.
So you don't think that is what is playing out?
But it will happen one day. It will happen. That's what I'm looking forward to. It will happen one day. Because the level of impunity and arrogance of these people, whenever they get into office, is so annoying. They don't even think that you exist. They mess up our laws. The constitution they swore to uphold, they don't even think about it. These are things that somebody must account for one day, so that we can move forward. The mess in the country is mostly carried out by the people at the head. Whenever they get up there, they forgot everything about rule of law, human rights, due process, obedience of court order. These are serious issues that somebody must be called to account. Maybe by the time it happens to one person, others will learn a lesson. That's my prayer. All this idea that the president cannot do wrong is a lie. They are the head of doing wrong in their countries, especially in Africa. These people, they feel so big. Even out of office, they feel so big. Now, 2 innocent people have been sacrificed because nobody wants to talk to the big man. You can imagine. It's an indirect way of indicting a bongo. How can you be there, your wife and your son are indicted for corruption and they have been sent to jail? You, who is the principal? You mean you didn't chop any money? It's not possible now. It's not possible.
All right, Barrister. On a sad note, we learned that over 40 persons, presumably are dead, appear dead after a boat sank somewhere in Libya. Barrister, before now, prior to this time, before U.S. invasion, of Libya and Iraq and all that, when Muammar Gaddafi and co. were actually in power, we don't really hear of such. I'm talking about people trying to migrate from Africa to Europe. In the words of the sitting senator in Nigeria, Ojizo Kalu, he said that after that particular invasion, the borders become porous to the point that, prohibition of arms become normal and any other thing can actually happen. But when we had the person manning his border, I'm talking about the Libyan president manning his border then, Muammar Gaddafi, things like this actually rarely come up.
I don't think so. What happened is that the hardship that made them to go to Europe is present. But during Muammar Gaddafi, it wasn't. Let us situate these things properly. In those years, it is easier for you to go to Libya than to start going to Europe. Because the per capita income that time in Libya is very high, even up to today.
But some people will say that the reason for the increase in migration now at this point has to do with the issue of insecurity, which we know we have to blame on prohibition of arms. The fact that every other person, for example, the information we have today says 29 persons were from Sudan, 8 from Somalia. We have 2 from Nigeria. And these were the people trying to run away from their country to Europe. And, they met their death over that boat mishap, Barrister. These are also war-torn zones, places where guns are already going abrasion and people are dying, in their numbers.
It is the hardship that caused all this. The hardship today is too prevalent, unlike before. I've told you, in the days of Gaddafi, things were okay in Libya. In fact, some Americans were doing a driving job in Libya. Yes, it's on record. They were doing driving jobs. They were driving some big men in Libya. And so, when America got envious of what was going on, Obama had to enter there with his cohorts and destabilize Libya. The result is what you have today. But we should not use that as an excuse for arms to be coming into Nigeria. No. In our own case, we invited them. I don't know why people don't tell themselves the truth. These terrorists from Libya, before you enter Nigeria, you have to cross Niger now. So how come? How come they will cross that border? We have border with the countries all over in the northern region. Why did they cross those borders and enter Nigeria? Have you not asked yourself that question? They cross those borders and they enter Nigeria. How come? Why can't they settle in that country before coming into Nigeria? So please, let nobody blame whatever.
All right,
it is ignorant. They are trying to dodge from their responsibility. Because you and I saw how they invited the terrorists into Nigeria. We saw it. They are even boasting about it. So why are they denying the truth? These countries that they cross before entering, why can't they settle there?
All right. That's another question.
There's a fertile ground for Nigeria for them to operate. That's why they're coming here.
That's a question I believe will answer very soon, because everyone actually, most people are asking the same question. What is happening? Why is it Nigeria? Why not other places? But this is how far we can go on today's African News Analysis. Thank you so much, Barrister Darlington Agomo, for being part of today's African News Analysis. We've been talking with Darlington Agomo, a legal practitioner and also a political and public affairs commentator. We'll go on a quick break and we'll come back. The rest of the news will continue. Glad to have you back. Still the African News and Voice of the People television. Researchers and scientists in South Africa have launched clinical trials on the first domestically manufactured vaccine in over 50 years. The oral corona vaccine has been developed by the Cape Town-based pharmaceutical firm BioVac, and it is currently undergoing trials to determine its safety in adults. This will be followed by trials to compare it to existing cholera vaccine that are already in the market. The South African government has described the clinical trial as a milestone in the African's ability to produce vaccines for itself. Vaccines made in South Africa usually rely on active pharmaceutical ingredients imported from abroad. The chief scientific officer at the South African Medical Research Council, Professor Glenda Gray, stated that if the vaccine works, the country will be the second producer of the oral cholera vaccine at a global level and could help support global distribution and support places where there are outbreaks. According to South Africa's Health Minister Aaron Motsoaledi, the vaccine could be approved and ready for use in Africa by 2028, depending on the result of the clinical trial. Meanwhile, about a third of Mpox vaccine donated by Japan to the Democratic Republic of Congo are being wasted because they cannot be stored once prepared for use. The head of the DRC's Mpox response said, Japan has donated 3 million doses of its LC16 vaccine to DRC to help fight a new form of Mpox known as Chilaid IB, which spread internationally and sparked a global health emergency last year. The second tranche of 1.5 million doses arrived in September, about 2 years after the outbreak began. DRC began vaccinating with LC16 in Kinshasa in August, and over 500,000 people have now been vaccinated with either LC16 or Bavarian Nordic vaccine. DRC Mpox-led Chris Casita said, though some data is outstanding. The World Health Organization guides countries to expect that between 5% and 50% of vaccines are wasted, with vaccines made like LC16 usually on the higher end due to the storage challenges. You're still watching the African News and Voice of the People television. We're going to quick break. I will come back. Business and Sports Story up next. Glad to have you back. It's still the African News and Voice of the People television. Now to some business stories. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has said that Senegal has sovereign right to decide how to deal with its debt. It spoke after discussing various options with Dakar on how to address what it called the country's significant debt vulnerabilities. According to the IMF, the policy talks last week were part of the organization's role to offer expert analysis and advice for government considerations. Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko had said over the weekend that IMF officials were pushing for a restructuring of the country's debt. However, he added that the government had ruled this out as a way to address the current strain on the state's finances. Senegal has been facing difficulties since last year after the then new government disclosed hidden debts that are now estimated at over $11 billion. This led to the IMF freezing a $1.8 billion financial support package for the West African economy. Meanwhile, Sonko's comment sparked a sell-off of Senegalese bonds on Monday, with the yield on the nation's $24 debt rising further on Tuesday as rates on short-dated maturities eased. Now to some sports stories where football icon George Weah has called on fans to join the fight to rid football of racism. The former Liberian president and former international player was speaking at a two-day session of the FIFA Players' Voice panel in Morocco's capital, Rabat, Weah said he was glad to have played football and experienced every way, in every form, the behavior of different nationalities. He explained that some come with love, some come with hate, some racist and some not. However, he stated that ultimately, the important thing is to take away the negative part of sports, including bullying players or pitting fans against each other. Because the essence of the game is to unite, enjoy, have fun, play love, the game also stated. The Players' Voice panel was established as part of FIFA's global stand against racism, which was adopted last year. Its 16 members act as ambassadors for cultural transformation and advise FIFA on how to strengthen anti-racism measures. Weah said he would propose to FIFA President Infantino to bring more people on board, adding that those who have experienced racism are still out there in the game and should be brought on board. And that is it on the African News and Voice of the People television. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. I am Fina Okechukwu. Thanks for watching.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Three years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement. giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobekin.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind but last, more than No Mind or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
It's World Pneumonia Day 2025, and this year, the theme is child survival. Pneumonia remains the leading infectious cause of death in children under 5. Yet, most of these deaths are preventable. Every child deserves a chance to breathe freely, to grow, to laugh, and to live. But in many communities, children still face barriers like malnutrition, polluted air, lack of vaccination, and limited access to prompt medical care. Pneumonia may start like a simple cough or fever, but without early attention, it can become life-threatening. So what can we do? Ensure children are vaccinated, provide good nutrition for stronger immunity, keep the environment smoke-free and clean, and most importantly, seek medical help early when symptoms appear, especially fast breathing or difficulty breathing.
Pneumonia is the leading cause of death in low-resource communities for these reasons. Malnutrition. Malnutrition is major. Many of these people hardly have access or hardly have enough funds to make sure that they eat, let alone their children. Access to quality health care. They don't have access to proper health care. Incomplete vaccinations. Many times they don't complete the vaccinations. The conditions of living. Many times so many people are living in a small community. Many times they don't recognize the symptoms early. They are not aware that this is what they are dealing with. Now, fast breathing. A child that is breathing fast. A child that when they are breathing, their chest is going inside. It's called indrawing of the chest. A child that is coughing profusely. A child that starts complaining that their chest is paining them. Or you notice that this child all of a sudden, they are not eating properly. These are signs that once you notice it, quickly get them to the hospital. Don't try to manage it. Proper hygiene, good nutrition, proper ventilation. Make sure the children get their adequate vaccinations.
Every action counts. Every breath matters. Let's work together to protect our children. World Pneumonia Day 2025, child survival is not a privilege. It is a right. I'm Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz. from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dili Utomi, and this is the Maritime Frontier Show. Today, we are discussing security, the place of security in marine and blue economy. And with me, we have a guest who, according to them, his profession, they say that security is everybody's concern. Maybe he has something different to tell us today, because we know that security is vital in everything we do. We have to be secure to build our families, our economies, and everything we need to build as human beings. And so today we are talking with a maritime and port expert, maritime security expert, in the person of Mr. Is it Mr. or
Mr.
Engineer?
Mr. Ikechukwu.
Mr. Ikechukwu Joel
Ogunna. Yes. No.
Mr. Ogunna, you're welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks
sir,
for having me.
You're very much welcome, sir.
Okay.
You do say that security is everybody's business. Is that true, or is that so? Tell us a little bit about security, especially as it concerns the marine and blue economy.
Yeah, let me start from the first question, whether it is true that security is everybody's business. Well, to some extent, but we in the security practice tend to see or believe that security should be everybody's concern, but should be the business of the practitioners. That's that's a little deviation from the usual. That security is everybody's business. Yes, to some extent it can be everybody's business because we all have a responsibility to see and report what we have seen. But when it comes to actual security activities and so on and so forth, it becomes the business of the practitioners. You know. So, having said that, your second question is on the
place of security. Yeah, in marine and blue economy.
In marine and blue economy. First of all, it will be important to understand the concept of blue economy before we can appreciate the role of security in all of it. The blue economy is a global initiative. It's not a Nigerian thing alone.
Sure.
It's a global initiative that focuses on how to maximize the resources that God has given to us, both in the water and under the water. Okay. And in maximizing it, we should also be paying attention to sustainability of that resources. Good. Because the traditional thinking about the maritime resources,
it is limitless.
It is limitless, but it is not so, as we have seen from the benefit of hindsight. If we don't begin to take conscious and deliberate efforts in ensuring that those resources are preserved and that they are used in the best way possible, we may wake up one day and discover that the resources are not available. So the whole thing about Marine and Blue Economy Initiative is about, first of all, using the resources to achieve economic growth, ensuring social inclusion from the resources that emanate from the maritime domain or marine domain, and then also putting in place measures to ensure that the maritime domain has some level of sustainability so that it can pass on from generation to generation. Okay. So that's, in a nutshell, about the Blue Economy Initiative. Now, how does security come in all of this? Now, you will agree with me that security is a business enabler anywhere.
Okay.
Wherever there is security, then investors are free to come in. Wherever there is security, in general, business will thrive. Let me narrow it down to the maritime environment. Insecurity heightens the cost of doing business within that particular maritime domain that is experiencing insecurity. At some point, until we begin to have a respite in the Gulf of Guinea. Gulf of Guinea is the maritime corridor that covers both the Western and Central Africa. Yeah. And Nigeria is a key player in the Gulf of Guinea. At some point, ships and vessels coming through the Gulf of Guinea paid higher insurance premiums. And at the end of the day, it affects the cost of goods and services in those nations that are bordered by the Gulf of Guinea.
As the war risk insurance.
Exactly. So you see, so when security is in place, you see that investors are attracted, cost of doing business is reduced, the entire business environment experiences peace. So you can't talk about the blue economy without paying attention to maritime security. It is the maritime security that ensures that those who do fishing within our water bodies do it legally. That's what is known as IUU, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing.
Okay.
The rate of illegal and unreported fishing in the maritime domain of Gulf of Guinea is higher than other
areas,
maritime regions,
okay,
because of primarily lack of a coordinated security among the nations that are
have access to the Gulf of Guinea.
Exactly.
Okay.
And so
why is that so? I learned that government issues licenses to people, these big fishing companies that bring in big trawlers to fish. Since they do that, don't they regulate such things?
Yes, until.
Or is it that the countries do not have the resources to really monitor what is going on?
Well, it may not be as a result of not having the resources. It may not be as a result of not having the resources. Until recently, there were a lot of irregularities in terms of fishing within the Gulf of Guinea. But recently, the security agencies of some of these countries are now beginning to collaborate with one another. I know that the Nigerian Navy, along with other maritime security organizations in Nigeria, from time to time hold collaborative security exercises and initiatives with their neighboring maritime nations. You know, I know about 30 days at sea, which is a kind of show of force, combining the forces, the naval forces of some of these nations. I know about Krimgo exercise, and so on and so forth. So some of these exercises are used to bring some of these enforcement arms, or you might call it navy in our own climb, and so on and so forth. So they tend to come together under some of these collaborative arrangements. And since that has begun to happen, we have started experiencing some kind of respite in the area of illegal fishing, but there are still some elements of illegal fishing, especially within our territorial waters, because some of these fishing crafts, all these small fishing boats, are largely unregulated.
Yeah.
They are largely unregulated, but some of the international fishing agencies, to some extent, are regulated, but all these small craft fishing activities that goes on within our territorial waters are largely unregulated, and that's where some of the illegal activities happen. And so on.
Why are they unregulated, and why do they need to be regulated? I mean, somebody could say it has a boat of maybe 5-passenger boats, and then he goes fishing with it. Why do they need to be regulated?
Yeah, they have to be regulated.
No,
like I told you, if you don't check the way we use the maritime resources today, we may wake up one day and discover that those fishes are no longer there.
Yeah, cool. Now, you mentioned something about war risk insurance. Of course, Nigeria, we are still having that insurance there, but Nigeria as a country has been fighting tooth and nail to have a country removed from that list of a country that will charge a war risk insurance because of the activities that you talked about before, the insecurity that was going on within the Gulf of Guinea. Why do you think they are still holding on to that insurance placed on ships coming to our shores?
No, I don't really know the aspect of war risk insurance you are talking about, but generally in business, not just in shipping, not just in maritime, when goods are on transit, there are insurance cover on them.
Yeah.
And it's that particular insurance I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm not talking about the other one that you are talking about. I don't have so much information about that.
Okay.
But what I'm talking about is the insurance cover that is put on goods in transit.
Goods in transit, okay.
That's it. So for those coming to an area with an insecurity, their insurance cover is usually high. That's what I'm talking about.
All right.
Yeah.
No, looking generally at the maritime sector. We've had, in the time past, we've had a lot of hues and cries about people not bringing in their cargoes and they not being safe at our ports. What is the place of your profession in making sure that these things are quite secured?
Well, another thing that we also need to understand about port and maritime security is that the maritime environment is one of the most is the heaviest, arguably the heaviest regulated industry in the world.
Okay.
It's highly regulated industry. It's, the regulation starts from the international. We have international regulation. It flows down from there. Then we have the regional regulation. We have industry regulation, and then we have local regulations.
Okay.
So one of the regulations that guides or that regulates security in the ports, as it were, is the ISPS code.
Okay.
International Ships and Port Facility Security Codes. This code has outlined measures to be put in place, both for security of ships, its cargoes, port facility, and even the human elements involved in the interchanges between both the ships, facility, and otherwise. So, since the regime of the ISPS code, which Nigeria has signed to, issues of cargo insecurity, it's almost insignificant. So, anybody saying that their cargo, there's pilfering. Pilfering is for, to the best of my knowledge, is an old-time narration.
It's been brought down to the barest minimum.
Yes, you don't. First of all, understand that cargo operations, as it is now in the Nigerian ports, has now been concession to private terminals. Private terminals, and you and I know that private terminals prioritize profits. Exactly. Private individuals prioritize profits, and in pursuit of profits, nobody will open their eyes and watch such irregularities happen. So what I'm trying to say here is that basically cargo insecurity is no longer an issue in the port industry as it is currently in Nigeria. So if it happens anywhere, it will be maybe 1 in 100 cases. Once in 100 cases.
Okay.
Yeah.
The federal government, through the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, has recently released the Marine and Blue Economy Policy.
Yeah.
What do you think should be, if you have read it or if you have not read it, what do you think should be the trajectory of the policy in terms of security?
Yes. First of all, the Marine and Blue Economy Policy of Nigeria is hinged on effective security. It's basically a program for securing the maritime environment.
Okay.
That's it. Like I said, maritime environment is a function of 3 pillars. Number 1, economic growth.
Okay.
Number 1, social inclusion. We are saying that those resources that is under the water should be to the benefit of everybody, not the benefit of the few. In other words, there should be job creation, there should be social engagements, and then the third leg, there should be sustainability. And security plays a vital role in the achievement of these 3 factors. So, if you look at that policy very well, you will see that it's woven around security. So security is the enabler of the Blue Economy Initiative of Nigeria. That's all I can tell you. So if it's going to succeed, the security, maritime and port security architecture has to be top-notch. If it's going to fail, then that would be because maritime security was not given the right place or the place it deserves in the implementation or enforcement of that policy.
Okay. The recently introduced Deep Blue project of, spearheaded by NIMASA.
Yeah.
It's about, it has security as a real
priority.
Priority in it.
Yeah.
How well do you think, how far do you think it will go in enabling, the realization of the potentials within the maritime sector?
Yeah, it will go a long way. You know, the Blue Economy Initiative is a global initiative, like I told you, supported by the United Nations. In fact, United Nations Sustainability Goal number 14, it talks about protection of life under the sea. And that is one of the aspects of the Blue Economy project and so on. So it's something that is going to succeed, and it's something that every player in the maritime industry should encourage to succeed. Everybody who is a player in the maritime industry should be seen to be doing one thing or the other to ensure that that policy succeeds.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what do you think is the duty of every player within the industry, irrespective of whatever profession you're practicing, in making it to succeed?
Yeah, there has to be collaborative efforts. The maritime environment is very wide, very vast. In fact, a certain report, the OECD, Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, is a subsidiary of the United Nations. It says that the maritime environment covers about 70% of the universe. So you can see that the maritime environment is vast, and no one agency has all it takes to cover it effectively. That's where collaborative effort is highly advised. The Navy, in some climb, we have dedicated maritime forces. Like in the United States, we have the U.S. Coast Guard,
yeah,
who are responsible to maintaining the maritime security within the baseline of their maritime environment up to 200 nautical miles. That's the EEZ, and so on. But here in our climb, the Navy, as it is, are still the ones who have the jurisdiction to cover all aspects of our maritime domain. The Marine Police can cover from our baseline up to 12 nautical miles. That 12 nautical miles is our territorial waters. It's within our territorial waters. But beyond that region, the Nigerian Navy has the jurisdiction to cover even from there up to 200 nautical miles, and even up to the high sea, as it were, and so on. But going by the vastness of the maritime environment, the Nigerian Navy can't do it alone. There is a need for collaboration both with NIMASA, MPA, Marine Police, the Navy, and other sister agencies who, from time to time, have needs to, lend their forces to ensure that the maritime environment. And one thing which we must also pay attention to is that the maritime environment is a border post. Most times when we talk about border, people only think of land border, Cotonou, and the rest of them. Lagos is a border because of the maritime environment.
Okay.
Lagos is a border state. Calabar is a border state. Port Harcourt is a border state.
Delta.
Calabar, do you know that from Calabar, through the maritime route, Cameroon have access to us. Yeah. So it's a border. So if we understand some of these things and know that the maritime environment is not just a body of water, it's both a border post, it's both resources for economic growth and development, it can also be leveraged upon by people with evil intentions to attack us. So that's why collaborative efforts and initiative is very important. Nobody has power enough. The Navy is almost overwhelmed. The Navy is overwhelmed.
Because of the vast nature of it.
Yes, and coupled with the insecurity, internal insecurity that we have. In other climes, the best thing to do is to have a dedicated maritime, maritime organization that will be in charge of maintaining security within our territorial waters, and even up to EEZ and so on and so forth. Okay. But as it is now, under our current arrangement, it is important that all the agencies, and I can tell you from what I know, the Nigerian Navy have been playing the senior brother role. They've been open to collaboration. From what I have seen, there's been a lot of collaboration between the Nigerian Navy and even with some civilian agencies, which may be unusual in time past. So I think I'm beginning to see, I can say categorically that there's some level of collaboration that is existing right now. So, but we need to step it up and encourage it and strengthen it so that the maritime and blue economy initiative can be achieved.
Okay. Yeah. It is stated that about 80% of cargoes moved around the world go through the sea.
Yeah.
With that level of, that volume of trade going through the sea, commerce going through the sea, what are what particular concern or what particular attention do you think the Nigerian government should pay to the issue of security within our territorial waters in order to improve, of course, realize the potentials within the marine and blue economy, like you said?
Yeah, okay. Like you rightly said, the maritime transportation handles the bulk of transportation globally, not just in Nigeria. And the reason is simple. One, because the maritime vehicles that we call ship have the ability to carry bulkier and a larger number of cargo than any other means of transportation.
Okay.
And again, the level of transportation safety within the maritime environment is higher and better than any other means of transportation.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's higher. Even
higher than aeroplane?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
If you compare air accident, if you do a comparative study or analysis of air accident versus maritime accidents, you will see that there would be maybe 10 years apart from the two. If one happened in if an air crash happened in 2015, you see that in 2025 there has been no recorded major record, anyone that has been recorded as a maritime accident involving cargo or passengers and so on that you can know about. There may be a kind of grounding or near grounding or a vessel wanting to sink and it is salvaged and so on and so forth. What I'm trying to establish here is that it's a safer means of transportation. And that underscores the fact why it handles more of global transportation. And be that as it may, or with that in mind, it's only reasonable that any country that is blessed with maritime resources will ensure that all security measures are put in place to encourage all those who want to use that maritime opportunity. And in the case of Nigeria, and with regards to the blue economy initiatives, I can tell you that the government of the day is trying. The government of the day is trying. There has been a lot of efforts to improve security in our ports that I know about. And ISPS code implementation, Nigeria is one of the champions of ISPS code implementation, at least in West Africa, and even in the African sub-region. So with all these things in place, I can see a brighter future, even for the blue economy initiatives.
Okay. So, taking what you've just said now about the safety of ships.
Yeah.
So what is happening in our local waters and a kind of an abnormal thing, where you have a lot of boats and maybe smaller water-going crafts having different kinds of accidents. I mean, if you're talking about that level of safety, it shouldn't be happening in our waters here, back at home, within the country.
So accidents.
Yeah, I'm just referring to the issues of boat capsizing and people dying at various.
Yeah, but even at that, the cases are not as much as you compare to road accidents and the rest.
No,
of them.
Of course not.
It's not as much as that.
Of course, again, you made the point that they carry more passengers or more goods than.
In terms of cargo, the marine transportation has more advantage. There are some sizes of cargo that if you are going to carry them by air or by road, you have to piece them.
Yeah.
You have to disassemble them. But the marine transportation has the advantage of bringing in any cargo if the need arises without disassembling them and so on and so forth.
Okay. Now, these days there's been a whole lot of, like you said, insecurity within the country as a result of various factors. Maybe places in other parts of the world experiencing turmoil and those things being shipped down to other countries, just like Nigeria.
Sorry, come again. Let me get you clearly.
I'm talking about insecurity.
Okay.
Yeah. We are having cases of insecurity in the country.
Yeah.
Yeah. As a result of happenings in other parts of the world, which trickle down to our country.
Yeah.
We have the collapse of Libya, where small and light and medium arms and other arms are filtering into the country through Niger and Chad and the northern neighbors.
Yeah.
But also, we are also having cases of a lot of ammunitions and things, tools of war coming in through our waters. Well, I am privy to some of the seizures being made by the customs service. Why do you think? Shouldn't we be paying more attention to these things? Keeping them away from this country. I mean, to deter, to prevent this insecurity.
Yeah, the thing you should know there is that the fact that they were arrested, captured, and seized says that we are paying attention to.
The question I want to ask is this.
Yeah.
Shouldn't there be more of international cooperation?
Yeah, that's where I'm going to.
This things can be detected
that's where I'm going
abroad
to.
before they
Most of those seizures were as a result of international collaborations. Nigeria is a signatory to international police arrangement, Interpol. Nigeria is a signatory to the Interpol convention. Nigeria is a signatory. And what that means is that if any vessel that is Nigeria bound is being suspected by any of the other countries that are members of the Interpol convention, they will share that intelligence with Nigeria. And is the sharing of such intelligence that has resulted to some of the arrests that we are making, that has been made, and so on. And one thing we must also know is that you cannot stop a man with a criminal intention, but you can stop him from perpetrating the act by putting in place measures that will discourage him to perpetrate that act. So you can't stop a man who is determined to steal, but you can make stealing unattractive by putting in place security measures. And in some of these security measures that are in place, like cargo scanning equipment that are in place in our ports, that is helping some of these seizures that they are talking about. Collaboration with other, both local sister agencies and international security agencies. And in fact, that's where that maxim that security is everybody's business tends to hold water.
Okay.
In terms of nation to nation, what is one country's security concern today will become your concern tomorrow if you don't join them to fight against it. That's what is happening when you see Boko Haram, ISWAP, and the rest of them having cross-border arrangement into Niger and the rest of them because of the border we share. So it's something that if you don't help your brother deal with, tomorrow it can become your problem. So the issue of arms and ammunition, movement of arms through the maritime border is a global phenomenon. It's a global trend. But each nation has a responsibility to put in place measures that will ensure that such things do not come into their environment. And one of the ways is international collaboration. Establishment or installation of a modern and sophisticated cargo scanning equipment in our ports, and so on and so forth.
Now, talking about local collaboration,
yeah,
what are the level of collaboration between all sister agencies? Your organization, the MPA, and the rest of them, so that better security at the ports will be something that is real.
Yeah, let me say that everything I say here is not in my capacity as an MPA
security expert.
Official. I'm speaking generally as a security expert. And back to your question now. Your question.
Okay, what should be? Let me just put it that way. What should be their level of cooperation, security, in order to have standard security in place in a maritime environment?
Like I said earlier, there's some level of collaboration currently ongoing. There's some level of collaboration going on locally. Yeah, we have, for instance, I know that there is a Nigeria Maritime Security Strategy, a document being put in place that is going to become like a standard operating procedure for security agencies collaborating with one another within the maritime domain. I know that such document is in the works. I also know that there is a lot of collaborations as it relates to different maritime operations. Like I know that in the land area, there is a lot of collaboration that's existing between the MPA, NIMASA, Nigeria Police, Federal Road Safety Corps as it relates to safety of cargo in transit and safety of vehicles that are involved in cargo haulage, both to and from the ports. The collaboration has even been cascaded now even to Lagos State. Lagos State is a major collaborator with most of the government agencies that operate in the maritime domain. So there's collaboration there, and I think it's something that should be encouraged.
And it's a continuous.
It's a continuous thing.
Okay. Now, the Nigerian maritime potentials, some experts say, has the tendency to bring in about between 10 and 90 trillion naira annually. Presently, as at last year, according to some experts, as at last year, the combined efforts of all the government agencies were able to raise about 7 trillion naira, just slightly lower than 7 trillion naira, about 6.9 trillion naira, thereabout. For us to realize the potential or close to it, because that is like what we are having right now is like a tip of the iceberg. I mean, a scratch at the potential. What are the places of your profession in making sure that this, you know, I know I asked this question before. What do we need to do more to be able to encourage people to take part in activities within the maritime sector to be able to realize its potentials from your perspective as a security person?
Yeah, okay. My perspective on that is that we need to start moving away from the traditional thinking of security. In order to maximize all the gains of the maritime industry, both the security operators and the security employers need to start seeing maritime security as a significant member of the process.
Okay.
In that, you know, maritime business, like I said, is a global business. There are standards. Security has to operate at industry standards for it to be able to give, to deliver the same results as obtains in other maritime climes. So we have now what is called a BMP 2025, Best Maritime Practice. It's an industry regulatory standard for which every company must strive to attain. It talks about modern equipment. It talks about training and retraining of your security personnel in line with industry-based standards. In the port industry, it has to be in line with ISPS regulations. It talks about you may call it CSR, but I'm looking at, it talks about community involvement within the security architecture. So those are some of the elements of the BMP 2025, Best Management Practice for Port Industry in 2025. So both the security practitioners themselves has to update and upgrade themselves in line with these standards. Those who employ them must also pay attention to retooling, equipments, modern access control management. We must not continue doing manual processes and expect to have top-notch results. Many ports in the world have moved away from the kind of manual security that we practice here. So if we are going to harness and maximize all the resources, all the benefits that the blue economy promises, we have to also look internally on how to upgrade the capacity of the security architecture, port security architecture, as it were. I know when we talk about architecture, we are looking at both the human element and equipment, and so on. So we need to come to that point where we are able to, upscale the port security architecture in order to comply with best industry standards.
Okay. You work for an agency which has which are the landlords of the ports within the country. And there's this, the customs, Nigerian customs is a major player within our ports. They have this process they call, the platform they call the Bodogu.
They call what?
The Bodogu.
Okay.
Bodogu, B-Odogu, Bodogu platform, which helps them is a local, the locally developed platform for the clearance of goods.
It's a single window platform. Go on.
Well, the single window platform is coming in general, which will also incorporate the Bodogu into it. It's their own version of, they were using another platform that was made by some foreign service providers. So they developed that and gave it a Nigerian name. I guess you see, there's also a portion of it, an aspect of it that has to do with security. How do, I mean, since your organization is, of course, one of those that do business in the port, of course, they own the port, although concessioned, but they still are the landlord. What is the relevance of the security apparatus within the Bodoku platform, if you can answer the question?
Yeah, I've not really, as an individual, taken a closer peep into that Bodogu's platform. But what I can say is that it's not purely a security platform.
No.
It's merely for
the goods clearing process.
Exactly, clearance processes in line with.
Okay, sir. Let me give a final question, sir.
Yeah.
Give an advice to Nigerians, viewers, and of course the government on what to do generally on security for us to be able to realize marine and blue economic potential, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
You've done that. Just a recap.
All right. So what I would say is that the Blue Economy Initiative of the federal government is a very laudable one, and is a way of aligning ourselves with modern global practices. But as it is now, we need to step up our game. We need to go beyond the rhetorics and actually begin to put in place the measures. Government has tried so far, but maritime industry is a very dynamic one. Maritime crimes evolve with time, so we have to also be dynamic in our. We have to be dynamic and innovative to ensure that we move faster than the evolution of crime, so as to be able to make the best of the maritime and blue economy initiative.
Potentials, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Ikechukwu Joel Ogunna.
Yeah.
God bless you. Thank you for honoring us with your presence at the studio today.
Thanks for having me.
This has been another edition of the Maritime Frontier Show with Dele Utomi. Of course, today we talked about everything security as it concerns the marine and blue economy. Stick with us again next week for another edition of the Maritime Frontier Show. Have yourself a wonderful week ahead. Thank you.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching Voptv. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Voptv. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TN. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOPTV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu. Ngwa sonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'obi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Igba
nwere nzem ọzọ kedu ka o si aga ya gazere onye ukwu ma gazere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ị mata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
It's World Pneumonia Day 2025, and this year, the theme is child survival. Pneumonia remains the leading infectious cause of death in children under 5. Yet, most of these deaths are preventable. Every child deserves a chance to breathe freely, to grow, to laugh, and to live. But in many communities, children still face barriers like malnutrition, polluted air, lack of vaccination, and limited access to prompt medical care. Pneumonia may start like a simple cough or fever, but without early attention, it can become life-threatening. So what can we do? Ensure children are vaccinated, provide good nutrition for stronger immunity, keep the environment smoke-free and clean, and most importantly, seek medical help early when symptoms appear, especially fast breathing or difficulty breathing.
Pneumonia is the leading cause of death in low-resource communities for these reasons. Malnutrition. Malnutrition is major. Many of these people hardly have access or hardly have enough funds to make sure that they eat, let alone their children. Access to quality health care. They don't have access to proper health care. Incomplete vaccinations. Many times they don't complete the vaccinations. The conditions of living. Many times so many people are living in a small community. Many times they don't recognize the symptoms early. They are not aware that this is what they are dealing with. Now, fast breathing. Child that is breathing fast. A child that when they are breathing, their chest is going inside. It's called indrawing of the chest. A child that is coughing profusely. A child that starts complaining that their chest is paining them. Or you notice that this child all of a sudden, they are not eating properly. These are signs that once you notice it, quickly get them to the hospital. Don't try to manage it. Proper hygiene, good nutrition, proper ventilation. Make sure the children get their adequate vaccinations.
Every action counts. Every breath matters. Let's work together to protect our children. World Pneumonia Day 2025, child survival is not a privilege. It is a right. I'm Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now.
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Ika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
All right, welcome to the program, where the People's Voice, where we get to amplify your voices. Welcome to the show, where season stories shape the narrative. And of course, today, we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headlines and sparking conversation across the nation. Wiki clashes with soldiers over alleged land grabbing. And of course, I'll be taking this simultaneously. Economic woes, insecurity hit Nigeria. Join the conversation with experts inside and season perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Use bullets to kill terrorists, use bullets to kill terrorists or resign, says Adewale Adebayo. Of course, this is actually to the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Prince Adewale Adebayo, the 2023 presidential candidate of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, has urged the President Bola Tinubu to take decisive action against terrorism in Nigeria. Speaking at the National Electoral Reform Summit 2025 in Abuja, Adebayo said, use bullets to kill the terrorists or use your pen to resign. He emphasized the Nigerian armed forces can protect the country if given freedom to do so. All right, away from that particular one, PDP alleges plot to create one-party state escort blocks convention. The People's Democratic Party has really suffered a lot, and their crisis is quite deepening. This particular one is, really serious because I remembered 3 days ago or sometime last week, the court actually ruled out this convention, and another court sitting in Oyo State actually said that the convention can go on. But here we are again. PDP is back to another situation where the convention has been altered. The former National Vice Chairman Eddie Olafeso accuses opponents within the party of working to establish a one-party state in Nigeria. This development follows a federal high court order restraining the PDP from holding its national convention scheduled for November 15 and 16. Olafiso claims that those opposing the convention have ulterior motives and aim at weakening the opposition. He criticized former party members for betraying the PDP after benefiting from it, saying they have their agenda. It is not for the people. It is to entrench a one-party state, and that cannot occur well for our country. And away from that particular one, the federal government is exploring ways to secure a transfer of former Deputy Senate President Ike Ekweremadu, who is serving a 9-year sentence in the UK prison for organ harvesting. A high level of delegation, including the Nigerian Minister of Foreign Affairs and Attorney General, has actually met with the UK officials to discuss possible prisoner transfer arrangement or compassionate parole. The government may appeal for early release or a review of his sentence on humanitarian grounds. Ekweremadu was convicted in March 2023 for conspiring to exploit a young Nigerian man for the removal of his kidney. So I love the fact that our Nigerian government are actually doing this for a former senator, and they are not actually commenting as regards to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I just want us to actually do what is right. That's all I can say. And away from that particular one, a prediction has actually come from the APC chieftain, Orji Uzor Kalu. He said Soludo will soon join APC. Anambra State Governor Charles Soludo will soon defect to the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC, according to Senator Orji Uzor Kalu. The senator described Soludo as a natural progressive whose ideals align with those of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Kalu said Soludo would eventually find political alignment in the APC once ongoing legal issues are resolved. Kalu emphasized that no one is being forced to join the APC, adding that people are coming on their own due to the party's visionary leadership. Kalu expressed confidence in President Bola Tinubu's re-election, stating that the party is strong and grounded. I love the fact that Orji Uzor Kalu can actually say, this particular statement. This is the same party that Adams Oshomole said that if you can join the APC, your sins are forgiven. And this is the same party that I actually produced my team on TM, and we had in the news where it was allegedly said that the APC were giving up to 250 billion naira to governors, to the camp. And I think senators were maybe 150 and the House of Reps members, they were giving these offers. And today, you're actually telling us that they are joining on their own accord. This is the same party that if you are a former governor, and you are not an APC member, they would use EFCC on you, ICPC, until you bow to pressure. We have all of these particular trajectories. We have all of these, track records. But I love the fact that whenever we want to come out and give, these figures or want to come out and talk about our party, we always come out in a very clean sheet to say, oh no, they are joining us because whatsoever their ideals of the party should be, we have it here, we are well structured and all of that. If you don't have a mole, if you have not planted a mole in all of these parties, will these parties also have issues? Of course, I know that some people are laced with am I going to call it greed, that they are all self-centered, they want something better for themselves. But you can actually see the hands of APC in some of all of these political opposition parties, as regards to their downfalls. But what do I know? I'm just a broadcast journalist of VOP TV, right? And I'll be having a guest to actually dissect all of this conversation. So join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605 090447326605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. On YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the first conversation. Wicked clashes with soldiers over alleged land grabbing. You don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. It is still People's Voice. Welcome back to the program Restore People's Voice on VOP TV. FCT Minister Nyesom Wike has accused soldiers of intimidating government officials who were trying to enforce a stop work order on a disputed land in Abuja, to be precise, and the soldiers allegedly acted on the instruction of a former Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awal Sabairu Gambo, retired, who claims ownership of the land. Wike has vowed not to succumb to intimidation and has promised to resolve the matter amicably with the military former Kaduna Central Senator, with the military man, okay? And of course, the former Kaduna Central Senator Shehu Sani has also advised the Federal Capital Territory Minister, Nyesom Wike, to exercise restraints in his engagement with security personnel. Our discussion follows a viral video, which you've now been watching, showing Wike in a heated argument with a military officer over an alleged land grabbing incident in Abuja's Gaduwa district. We're now being joined by Barrister Lai Ademokoya, a public affairs and political analyst. Good afternoon, Barrister Lai.
Mr. Sabio, how are you?
I'm doing very well. Barrister, long time no see. How is Abuja today?
Abuja is fine. You know, the way the country is, you have to work extra hard. So sorry, we have been busy.
Barrister, when you say the way the country is, we have to work extra hard, are you saying indirectly that you are doing about 2 or 3 jobs?
Well, I'm still doing only one job, but I've diversified into several other areas of practice.
Okay, so you're welcome on board. It's been a while, but
thank you so much.
Thank you for joining the program. And of course, in the studio we have Mr. Elvis Elimehele, a journalist, a public and a political affairs analyst, a member of the Guide of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria, GPAN. You're welcome on board, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much. So officially, this is your debut on the show.
Yes. Finally, I made it.
Finally, you made it. Okay, and you would agree with me that something really wonderful happened. I spoke with her less than 24 hours yesterday in the UK, and she said, I'm already at Heathrow Airport. Xavier, I promise you, I'll be with you on the show tomorrow. Okay, and she landed in Nigeria. And a few hours just had, a very short rest. And here she is in the studio with me. I'm talking about Mrs. Olaomi Oluwafunmilayo, a bachelor's degree holder in criminology from the Universities of Bedfordshire, UK, and a master's degree in counterterrorism, risk management, and resilience at the prestigious Crownfield University. You're welcome on board, madam.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
How is Nigeria?
I like Nigeria.
You like Nigeria, right? and hope you've been enjoying yourself for at least for how many hours now?
Yes.
You've not seen the traffic yet? Don't worry.
There's traffic everywhere.
No, you just got here. Don't worry. We'll welcome you officially. We'll welcome you officially. All right, let's go back to Abuja, where we'll be starting with Barrister Lai Ademokoya. Since is our Abuja landlord for today, and the first topic happened in Abuja. So Barrister has to open the floor. Barrister.
Mr. Xavier, I'm with you.
Yeah, Barrister, so since you are the landlord of the show today, so what happened with you and your minister yesterday, as regards to the land grabbing? What can you say about this particular situation? Because we actually saw different angles to the story. Here we know it's a civil matter. Why is the military, involved? But of course, the property supposedly belongs also to a military man, So we want you to dissect this whole conversation and give us your take as regards to what happened yesterday in Abuja.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Savior. So, at least I was privy to the video that has been trending in which the Minister of the FCT, some wiki, was having a form of arguments and banter with a naval officer. Unfortunately, I must say that the both of them did not do too well. And the reason why I said that is because Nigeria is, let me address the issue of the officer first of all, before I go to that of the FCT minister. Nigeria is under a civilian rule. We are running a democratic government. And I must tell you that military, unfortunately, some people might differ, but that is the truth and that is the reality. Military is subject to civilian rule and subject to civilian government. A naval officer is bound by the orders of his superior, no doubt about that. But I can tell you that no matter the order they give you, you must ensure on your own part that the order is just, is not illegal, and is order that they can put to test of a reasonable man. If you look at in 2023, there was a similar case that the Supreme Court of Nigeria held in Onuse versus the states, that in responding to orders or in carrying out the orders of a superior in the military, the inferior, or let me say the junior officer, has to ensure that those orders are legitimate. Now, my concerns concerning this naval officer is that the duty of the military is to ensure security, external, to ensure security internally and externally, majorly externally, to ensure that Nigeria is able to maintain their sovereignty. So it's worrisome for a nation that we are bedeviled with a lot of insecurity, that you will now see a naval officer, guarding a private property. That is really worrisome. But I must say that the FCT minister too did not do well. And the reason why I said the FCT minister did not do well is that Nigeria, a civilian government should operate with law and order. I've never seen, maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, but I've never seen an instance where a minister, a home minister, will be the one carrying out enforcement by himself. It's beginning to make people to wonder whether there is a personal interest, because the institution of the state is headed by a minister. And now there are departments that their duty is to carry out enforcement. Let's assume that there are infractions on that land. I don't think it's the duty of the minister to go in person to go and try to enforce any form of demolition or to enforce any form of evacuation of any persons from that property. It should have been handled through the institution of the government, either by the Department of Enforcement, which they know the necessary procedure to follow, that everything will be orderly, everything will be tidy. There won't be this unnecessary rancor and unnecessary embarrassment that they've caused to the Nigerian state. And I'm also being careful of not saying so much because, I believe in the coming days, information will be coming out, because we don't know whether the dispute over that particular property, we don't know whether it's in court. Let's assume that it's a matter that they've already gone to court. Then it will be very wrong for the minister to even be there in the first place. So I believe that some of this information will be coming out in the coming days. But the minister did not do well. The naval officer as well did not do well. That's my own submission on it.
Okay. Thank you so much, Barrister Laya Demokoya. But you'd agree with me that you mentioned a statement saying that Wike shouldn't have, done all of this enforcement, by himself. Is there a personal interest? But you and I have been in this country where we heard that Wike has been taking over properties from people, revoking licenses and taking these Abuja properties like a personal thing. You know, in some months, we've been hearing all of this. You know, even some rumors have it that some of his sons were given landed properties as well, okay? Including my colleagues in Abuja, who are also broadcast journalists. He mentioned one on national TV, which nobody can actually, when I use the word my colleagues, my counterpart, but not of VOP media. So, in this situation, if you can look at that particular video very well, you'd agree with me that you said it's a private property. Who is the owner of the property? The owner of the property is the former chief of naval staff. And a former chief of naval staff have the right to guide his property in any way. If you have a case with him, you were meant to actually discuss with him instead of enforcing it on your own. But of course, I will continue this after this call. Hello, good afternoon. Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, I can hear you loud and clear. This is Ina calling from Lagos.
All right, Ina, good afternoon. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. This is a very interesting story to me. But let us look at it. I totally disagree with your lawyer. If you look at the statement of the officer, he said he had that the papers of the documents were correct, and he's acting on a command. So as he's acting on a command, he must obey that command of a superior officer. So he's no more liable of his action unless he goes contrary to that command. That is the military code. But just I wonder why Wike will condescend so low to call so a fool. Man, that is highly insulting and degrading of a minister. Really I wonder where the minister got those languages from to be said live publicly, man. But mark my word, Wike will be brought low after 2027 election. He is biting more than he can chew.
Okay.
He's becoming a nuisance to this government, and mind you, he's outliving his usefulness. And after 2027, mark my word, Wike will be brought down.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ina, for calling. And Barrister, I don't know if you actually heard Ina's call. He only said he disagreed as regards to you saying...
respond to that.
Okay, please go ahead.
I would like to quickly respond to that. You know, we must understand that Nigeria is a democratic state and there are laws. Unfortunately, you cannot play to public sentiment when it comes to issues of law and order. I must tell you that under the Land Use Act, there's a Land Use Act. And under the Land Use Act, all lands, I just didn't want to go there initially, but all lands are vested in the Minister of the FCT, all lands within Abuja. There are lands that are vested in the state, which is the responsibility of the governor of the state to administer everything that concerns that land. As a matter of fact, for you to know the level of the power that the Constitution and the Land Use Act gave to the Minister of the FCT, and also gave to the governors in the state, you can have a land and the minister can revoke it. The mere fact that they issue you a certificate of occupancy or a right of occupancy to a property does not mean that when government asks need for it in the nearest future that they cannot revoke. The only thing they are entitled to do is to ensure that they pay you compensation. So anybody that is saying the minister cannot exercise a power over a land within FCT, I'm sorry, the person is ignorant and does not know what he's saying. The minister can exercise powers on any land within FCT. But the thing that we should now understand is that's why I said we don't know some of the information that is ongoing. You know, some things might be speculative at this stage. Is the matter in court? We don't know whether the dispute is already in court.
Barrister, I just want to ask you, before I come back to the studio now, I want to ask you, you used a statement, you said that since it's a civilian rule, you know, it's democracy and all of that, that the military can take orders from a civilian. The only civilian that they are permitted to take orders from, to the best of our knowledge, is the commander-in-chief, who happens to be the president. So, do you think it is right for Wike to have spoken to your own Navy officer and immediately he listens to him and leave the property, do you think it would have been okay?
What Wike did, like I said earlier, is all shades of wrong. Number one, he doesn't have a right to call an officer in uniform fool. You don't insult an officer that is on uniform, and you have to respect, the military of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So let's assume that as a minister, you to have regard for constituted authority. You will not come and be disrespecting a military officer. That's why I said earlier on that the issue should have been handled with wisdom. Ordinarily, a minister of the FCT should not stoop so low to be the one that will be enforcing an evacuation order, or to be the one that will be enforcing a demolition order. This is the first time I'm seeing it, so I was even surprised. So let me to buttress what you said earlier. It now begins to make people to wonder whether there's a personal interest. Because if there's no personal interest, why don't you allow it's a big ministry, why don't you allow your enforcement unit to handle it? That you have to go there in person. It's rather unfortunate and embarrassing to the nation.
All right, thank you so much, Barrister Lai Ademokoya, for that open speech. Okay, but you cannot escape from this one because that's your landlord over there. You live in Abuja, is your landlord for now until they appoint.
Until 2027.
No, until they appoint someone else for you, because if you're still going to continue like this, then it's still going to be your landlord for a long time. Let's come back to the studio. Mr. Elvis, what can you say about this situation of the best, because that's how some people call him, the best minister in Nigeria, who has been working, constructing flyovers from the south now, in the north, the capital territory to be precise. What can you say about this?
Well, Mr. Xavier, I think I was one of the first persons to analyze this story yesterday when it broke.
Okay.
In our own 6 o'clock news, world news at 6.
Okay.
VOP.
Yeah.
And when I watched that video, I was taken aback for a public servant as high as a minister of the Federal Capital Territory going so low, still so low, to such a young boy who is probably an age mate of his son, having such an altercation with him. Wike demeaned the office of the Federal Minister of the Federal Capital Territory. Take Wike out of it, but that office must be respected. Anybody could have been in that office. And that office must not be filled with people with such questionable character in public relations. You don't use such garrulous language, such demeaning language, even if you are used to it before, or by the time you are appointed into such an important office. Try as much as possible to have, even if it's a crash program in public relations, so that you know how to address issues. We are not a motor park. A minister is not a motor park house where you have, opportunity to use free language and such garrulous languages. You see the way the officer, comported.
Very, no. He did well.
Let me remind you, if you watch that video very well, Savior, you see, he has his subordinate behind him who were armed, but they were waiting for the Oga to actually just handle the matter.
That's it.
And these guys were armed. What do you think would have happened in such a situation? See, let Nigerians take out the messenger out of this matter and look at the message. The young military officer is just the messenger. He was sent, which he couldn't have disobeyed the command of his superior. Take this troop there and guard that property for me. That's the language from his superior. And that was the job he was doing. If there is any issue on that land, what stop Minister Wike at that level with such high-ranking officer, former chief of naval staff at that same level, to trash it out? This your property at so place has issues. Can we meet? This young man that he was abusing publicly wouldn't have even been there. He wouldn't have even degenerated to this level. I was expecting such to have happened in a decorum way.
Mr. Elvis, let me just buttress this statement now. You are mentioning that why didn't even call, the former chief of naval staff?
Yes.
you would agree with me that Wike brought out his phone or whatsoever, wherever the phone came from. Instead, he rather called the
chief of
CDS,
defense staff.
chief of defense staff. So if you can call a current chief of defense staff,
why don't you call the
owner?
The owner of the land.
Of the land. Who actually put his boys there?
I say, okay.
Who sent a commission officer?
This is what I'm hearing. One of your sites. My boys went there and your military guys are there. They didn't allow them to do what they are supposed to do. That means there is an alteration in that land. Can we meet? This one would have been sorted at that level. Then Wike drove down himself. That's an ulterior motive behind it. We're still going to hear more about it because for him to now start acting as an enforcer of law, a minister, shows that it is not just what we saw there yesterday. There must have been an ulterior motive that led the minister with all his security paraphernalia to move down. What were they trying to go and do? To go and force those military boys there out of that place? Do you know what that would have meant? So if people are saying the young man or whatever, I didn't see the first mistake came from the minister and he allowed it to escalate to the level it degenerated to yesterday, and it brought a lot of disgrace to that office of the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory. Take Wike out of it.
Okay, so let me open up this conversation. The former Army chief, Brutai, he said with what Wike has done, he has to apologize not just to the Commander-in-Chief of Armed Force, which is the President, also to the Nigerian, military, and of course to the gentleman.
Even to the young man.
Yes, to
officer.
To that young officer. And he also mentioned that this is actually a threat to, to Nigerian security.
Paraphernalia,
Yeah, so he talked about all of these, that it shows that their security, sector has been threatened by politicians, And I saw the first news I will be getting from Wike's camp today was also from Lere, who happens to be a spokesperson.
I saw
Lere
that too.
said that the former naval boss got scammed.
He was scammed, yes.
That he thought he bought the land or he thought he owned the land, but of course they didn't tell him that the land was meant to be for irrigation. Saying that we should be careful that if a young military personnel can talk to politicians like that, then that means that they can decide to do anything tomorrow and to take over. That's another coup d'etat and all of that. And why some are saying that for politicians to actually be looking at a military officer to be talking like this, that means they feel they are the biggest human or like they are God, to every other person. But I would like to come to you, Madam Ayola. You've seen this whole news, and funny enough, I think before you took off from UK, before landing, Wike has already indulged himself in this public show, of altercations. What can you say as regards to this? And you being a counter-terrorism expert, what can you say about this security breach?
First of all, I have to say, maybe Wike have tried to sort this out at the back door. And he couldn't.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Okay.
And that is why he came out. But he aggressively cannot solve this kind of a problem. And that was the mistake he made. Especially calling an officer, a uniformed officer, fool. That is beyond. He has passed a boundary, his own boundary. And he shouldn't have done that. So on that particular level, I think Wike owed the uniform officer an apology, and also Mr. President, because any uniform officer, either police or Navy or Army, we have to respect the uniform. If you're rude to the uniform, you're rude to the country. And you're rude to the president and to the head of the administrative. So on that level, I think Wike needs an apology to apologize. And when we look into the way he has handled the matter, first of all, the Navy officer I was actually reading about it, and I think the Navy officer knew that there wasn't enough documents prepared for that land. And you cannot build. Look at Lagos. A lot of property have been demolished because they didn't acquire the right documents. Wike is doing his job. Maybe the way he has gone by it may be wrong, but he's doing his job.
But Mr. Elvis said,
he
said, forget about the messenger.
Yes.
Let's look at the message. We understand that Wike was acting based on, his right as regards to being the chief of that particular ministry, okay? Going around, trying to sort land issues and all of that in Abuja. Sometimes, just like Barrister Lai said, that he can as well send, his team instead of going himself. And you said, maybe he has tried all he could, at the back door, but it didn't work out for him. But you coming out, knowing fully well that you meet a military personnel or you meet the Nigerian Navy there, why did you have to even, stoop so low to have such banter?
But you have to understand in Nigeria, a lot of people like Navy, they believe they're above the law. Have you ever seen a rich man or someone in a high rank being persecuted in Nigeria? No.
When they are in the opposition party. Yes.
That's why in Nigeria, why do you think everybody moved to a party if it's in government? Because in Nigeria, as far as Nigeria is concerned, Nigeria prison are meant for the poor, not for the rich. And until we learn to understand that there is no law in Nigeria, a lot of people are above the law. They misuse the power. And Wike took the step by himself because he knows he cannot send his men. So who is he going to send to deal with a Navy officer?
Okay, so,
His office is too big to be brought so low.
I don't think so.
His office is equivalent to a state government.
Sometimes there are some things to do
It's equivalent to a state government.
Of course.
I mean, for him to be going to sites when there are departments in Federal Capital Development Authority that are responsible for enforcement of issues of this nature.
Perhaps he might have sent his team and the military, chase them off.
That's so much reason why he should have been trusted at that higher level in a decorum form. If he sends his men and his men were chased out, which means there are issues, then that land has an owner.
Yeah.
And he has the document, at least, whether perfect or not, the name of the person presently that owns that land is on his table. And he can reach him. This is what happened in your site with my men. Come over. Well, the man will definitely oblige. And at this level of gangsterism won't have arisen. This is what I'm condemning. I'm not going to look at whether the young officer was wrong or not. But I'm looking at the Wike moving from his office with all his military entourage, with his security details. He was also going for trouble. It's just that he met a much more superior trouble and he has to give way.
And with a very good composure.
Yes, because the guy was composed and he was ready to match him, word by word, in a very professional manner. Even when he was still saying, yes, sir, I'm not a fool, sir.
Did you see the angle of another footage where Wike was speaking with the CDS? Immediately Wike handed the officer the phone. The officer removed his hand from the pocket. While Wike was talking, he was actually looking at him, and he put his hand in his pocket, he was looking at Wike, and he was replying him. Immediately he knew that this is the call from the CDS, and he got the phone, he removed his hand from his pocket, readjusted his uniform.
Yes.
Now he was ready to talk to another superior officer. But guess what? Immediately the CDS heard from him, and knowing fully well that the person that sent this man to stay here is also a superior officer.
Yeah.
The CDS told him, let the situation be peaceful.
Peaceful and maintain
that is why Wike have to go by himself.
No.
No, let me tell you. That is why.
As well done this in his office.
Wike is an employee of Nigeria. Wike, there is nothing wrong in Wike going by himself.
No,
if you look at no.
For me,
I believe if you look at this, Wike may have tried to sort this out at the back door.
Okay, let me ask Barrister. Hello, Barrister. Barrister, are you there?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Barrister, you heard Madam Ayola. What do you have to say about that? Are you in support of what she said, saying that Wike has the right, to have gone there? Mr. Ivy said no. You understand? So I would like you to comment on this, please.
You know, it's not an issue of right or no right. He's the minister. He can decide on how he wants to do his work. But for me, I feel it's not appropriate that the minister should be the one. I want you to understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the minister cannot go to a land. What I'm saying is that it's not the duty of the minister to personally go and carry out an enforcement. You know, okay, that means it's just like you saying the minister should enter a bulldozer and be controlling it and be demolishing a property. That's not the work of the minister. He has his men, he has units in the ministry that they handle enforcement. The people that handle enforcement, they know how to handle it better. They issue notices. What they do first of all is that they issue the first notice, they issue the second notice, sometimes they even issue the third notice. After they've issued these notices, is at that particular point, they can now decide to move on site. Let's assume the minister was not there on this particular day. The incident wouldn't have degenerated to this level that it now caused the entire nation an embarrassment. It's not the duty of the minister to carry out such. If you are talking about rights, is the Lord of that particular ministry, so you can go there. But what I'm saying is it's not appropriate for the minister of the FCT to be carrying out enforcement of demolition. Madam Ayola was referencing the demolitions that were done in Lagos. I can't remember at any point in time that the governor of Lagos State, Sanwo-Olu, was present at those demolitions. They have their Department of Urban Development, Urban and Regional Development that handles all of that. They have the enforcement units. Because
they are dealing with commoners. It's different when you're dealing with commoners and while you're dealing with a Navy officer. Navy officer, they chase them away. Do you think you can confront Navy officer in Nigeria? Only Wike can confront them.
Hello, Barrister.
Hello, Mr. Sylvia, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. So, Barrister, Madam Ayola was actually replying.
Let me make you understand something. There is, in a civilian government, there is nobody that is above the law. The mere fact that a naval officer is there does not mean that the minister should be there.
The Navy thinks he's above the law. The Navy officer thinks he's above the law.
If you want to ensure that, we even still have the courts. Let's assume that as the minister, you are feeling that the military is oppressing. You can go to the courts, you can get an order, and the president can ensure that such orders is enforced. There are procedures to this thing. It's just like the earlier man said, we are not running a motor park country. You know, we are not running like a stout kind of organization. So the minister ordinarily is not supposed to be carrying out enforcement. If there is no personal interest, there's nothing he's doing. They're carrying out enforcement of either evacuation or demolition by himself when he has units that can handle this in his ministry. That's my own point.
Okay.
Maybe they approach.
Thank you so much, Barrister.
Maybe they approach.
Okay.
Maybe it's because he used aggressive approach. That's different.
Okay.
He shouldn't have done that. But for him to take action by himself, why dealing with a Navy officer? Why dealing with a nation man? People in uniform?
Wike knows
that's
that
totally
he has
different.
This outburst. He cannot manage, situation of that matter. That's the more reason why he should have even stayed away from it. Because at the end of the day now, he brought down his reputation as a minister and brought a lot of disrepute to that same office of the Minister of Federal Capital Territory.
I don't think so.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I actually think he's doing his job. I actually think.
No.
There is a lot of properties that has been built in this Nigeria
Nobody is saying that
leads
must
to
not
flood.
sanitize the
Do
master
you know
plan
why
of
we have a lot of flood in Nigeria? Do you know why we have all this problem in Nigeria? Because who have built property on the wrong land without obtaining the right document, without going through the right channel, without doing the right water flood risk assessment, and at the end of the day, they think they are above the law, they cannot demolish their property.
Madam?
On this particular occasion, that land, Wike is doing the right thing, but the action, the way he has done it, that's why I'm against.
Madam, let me tell you, I'm not talking out of ignorance. I hold my first degree in urban regional planning.
Okay.
I started my journalism job in writing for housing and environment.
Okay.
Before today, I know what the law says, and I know that in Federal Capital Development Development Authority, there are different offices that handle matters of this nature. There are offices that handle contravention. What is just happening there is that land is meant for a park, a recreational park, and incidentally, if they even have the information,
that's the wrong English.
Incidentally, I'm coming. Incidentally, the weakest spokesperson I just told Nigeria now that the man was scammed. If they have all this information, that this land that is under dispute, there's something happening to it. Why don't they bring this matter to an office where it can be trashed out without this drama we saw yesterday?
But can you buy a land without not going through a solicitor to investigate the land for you, whether that land is genuine or not?
That's even where this Wike's ministry is culpable, because Wike ministry owns all the land in Abuja. Why is it that somebody why is it that some of his officers can also connive with scammers to sell a landed property that is meant for public park, recreational park, to an individual for residential development? It means his ministry is also culpable in this matter. These are something that is not.
But you cannot reference that.
No, we can reference.
You cannot reference
because his spokesperson has just told
cannot reference
that the chief of naval staff that bought that land, he's scammed. Where is the origination? Where is this scam originated from? It originated from the ministry where he is superintending, which means there are some moles in his ministry who connive with people to scam Nigerians by selling public properties.
Perhaps before Wike assumed office.
Yes, before Wike assumes office. But as far as this matter is now on his table as the minister, we will not begin to look at who sold it, but we will look at the person who is now in charge to trash out this matter amicably. And that's where Wike comes in.
I actually think this particular case should be taken to court and sort it out. Wike action may be wrong. Calling an officer fool, that is wrong. But the Navy officer may have even claimed that land on his own without going through any channel. And because majority of the naval officer, they believe they are above the law. And that is what here. So Wike is not 100% at fault, only because he called somebody a fool and the action in an aggressive way. But the Navy officer is at wrong, because if you look at the Navy officer, you can see he thinks he's above the law. And because it's quite difficult for Wike's men to deal with the Navy officer, this is why Wike is trying to handle this matter by himself.
So unfortunately that we can actually take out the second topic today because the gentleman and the lady, they've been going head to head as regards to Wike's matter. So we have to just adjourn, this particular topic, to next time. Barrister Laya Demokoya, are you there? Hello, Barrister.
Yes, I'm with you, Mr.
All right, so Barrister, in less than 1 minute, can you just give me your final take as regards to this conversation?
Okay. Like I said earlier, I don't want us to lose the context of this discussion. The Minister of the FCT, under the Land Use Act and under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, has the powers That is not in doubt, and I don't want us to pass a wrong information to the public. Has the power, unless the law is amended, has the power to administer lands within the Federal Capital Territory. But my own point is that the way he handled the issue of the officer was not appropriate. He should have handled it with wisdom. He should have allowed the enforcement unit to handle it by sending notices, required notices. They know how to handle it better than it won't degenerate to the level it has generated to. Whether the minister can exercise power on land, that one is not in that. He can do that. He can even issue a certificate of occupancy and decide to revoke it. It's the power that the Constitution has given to him, unless it's amended. So we must understand that.
Thank you so much, Barrister Laya Demokoya, for joining the program. And of course, I thank you, Mr.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. You know, I felt the heat to an extent. I think we have to repeat this particular team again for another conversation. I love the head-to-head in the studio. But just to clear the air, that the views and opinion expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of our VOP media. If you love the world of sports, do ensure you wait, after this show to join Locker Room. Okay, don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough it do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening rest.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as no mind them. But last, more than no mind them. Or more. Not be all also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOPTV. Hey, hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOPTV.
It's World Pneumonia Day 2025, and this year, the theme is child survival. Pneumonia remains the leading infectious cause of death in children under 5. Yet, most of these deaths are preventable. Every child deserves a chance to breathe freely, to grow, to laugh, and to live. But in many communities, children still face barriers like malnutrition, polluted air, lack of vaccination, and limited access to prompt medical care. Pneumonia may start like a simple cough or fever, but without early attention, it can become life-threatening. So what can we do? Ensure children are vaccinated, provide good nutrition for stronger immunity, keep the environment smoke-free and clean, and most importantly, seek medical help early when symptoms appear, especially fast breathing or difficulty breathing.
Pneumonia is the leading cause of death in low-resource communities for these reasons. Malnutrition. Malnutrition is major. Many of these people hardly have access or hardly have enough funds to make sure that they eat, let alone their children. Access to quality health care. They don't have access to proper health care. Incomplete vaccinations. Many times they don't complete the vaccinations. The conditions of living. Many times so many people are living in a small community. Many times they don't recognize the symptoms early. They are not aware that this is what they are dealing with. Now, fast breathing. Child that is breathing fast. A child that when they are breathing, their chest is going inside. It's called indrawing of the chest. A child that is coughing profusely. A child that starts complaining that their chest is paining them. Or you notice that this child all of a sudden, they are not eating properly. These are signs that once you notice it, quickly get them to the hospital. Don't try to manage it. Proper hygiene, good nutrition, proper ventilation. Make sure the children get their adequate vaccinations.
Every action counts. Every breath matters. Let's work together to protect our children. World Pneumonia Day 2025, child survival is not a privilege. It is a right. I'm Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the
All right, another beautiful edition of Action. As far as the locker room is concerned, so much going down in the exciting world of football. We take a look at the big game between the Super Eagles of Nigeria and the Gabon national team. But it's not all about the game. A lot of distraction and side attractions as far as the preparation for that game is concerned. I'm Jerry High, reporting for football duties, and we have so much loaded for you on this exciting edition of the Locker Room. And of course, Ikechukwu makes a return. It's great to have you join us once again on the Locker Room.
Good evening, Jerry. Good evening to our viewers. It's been a very long day. I think the last about 16 or 17 hours has been a very long, or I think 24 hours, right? Has been a very long time for the Super Eagles because of the news coming from the camp. And a lot of stories, even not just Nigeria this time around. I think other teams also in this particular playoff are also facing one peculiarity or the other. So it's a lot to talk about here in Locker Room, Jerry. I can't wait for us to unpack it.
All right, even the former presidential candidate of the Labour Party also had a lot of things to say as well as far as matters arising is concerned. The Super Eagles are in the news for the wrong reasons, definitely not the right reasons at the moment. And of course, the NFF is at the peak of it all. And don't forget to join us via the WhatsApp number showing on your screen. You can hit the subscribe button on our YouTube channel so you never get to miss an episode of The Locker Room. You can also subscribe as well and hit that notification bell. And of course, we're also on TikTok, on Instagram, and definitely we are present on Facebook. You can also hit us up on LSL TV channel 264. That's where you get us on cable. And the WhatsApp number also available. You can drop your comments as the show progresses. Taking a look at the chances of the Super Eagles qualifying from the playoffs on the continent with the situation ongoing as far as the players going on strike is concerned. Anyway, we have our man who is back with us again, talking about Coach Uni Dan Korki is with us today. We'll be taking a look at these issues because he's a football expert, he's a coach himself. He understands the nitty-gritty, and of course, I know he has one or two information on what's going on as far as the situation of the NFF versus the Super Eagles is concerned. It's great to have you join us, Coach. All right, we understand that Coach Uni is still yet to join with us, but let's start off with the Super Eagles captain, William Chust Ekong, has refuted claims that the players are demanding a special bonus for the upcoming 2026 FIFA World Cup playoffs. Reports are surfaced after the team boycotted training in Rabat, Morocco, to protest unresolved issues related to outstanding bonuses and allowances owed to them. Just Ekong emphasized that their action was solely about these unpaid payments. In a statement on social media, Just Ekong clarified the players are not trying to hold the country to ransom, but are simply seeking the compensation they have rightly earned. He expressed the team's desire for a quick resolution to these financial matters so they can focus on their preparations for the match against Gabon. There was already a narrative that they were asking for $30,000 to play the game against Gabon and so on and so forth. I think with Just Ekong clearing the air, that narrative is dead on arrival. They're asking for what they've had before since 2019. That at least they're even willing to even forgo some payments. The NFF should pay them. They have promised them. This thing has been dragging from the last AFCON. The last AFCON was 2023, yeah.
2023, it was played in 2024.
2024?
Yeah, but it's 2023
so,
AFCON. Yeah.
Since then, they promised them they played the AFCON before the qualifiers. They also asked, and they kept on dragging this guy. Imagine the AFCON qualifiers through that period, the World Cup qualifiers through that period. Then the, oh my God. It's really appalling. It's really appalling.
Jerry, you recall that last week we had a conversation about the a senior member of the Super Eagles who actually spoke, anonymously as to actually put this particular story in the front burner. Actually started this flame, or rather this fire, that is becoming a very big issue right now in this country. He actually came out, he spoke to reporters. He said that for the past 2 years, that these Super Eagles players have not earned a dime, and it's quite sad to actually hear. And then he went further to say that he wasn't part of the Unity Cup, but he actually called players who actually participated in that tourney and asked them if they were paid for that particular tourney. He also recalled that they were sponsors for that particular tourney, which means these guys deserve to actually earn something for playing in that particular game. But hey, according to him, he said nothing was paid. Now, these guys actually, did all they could to actually get to this particular point, and now they're asking the question. So the big question here is this. All of the money that we've seen, coming to the NFF, either via FIFA, either via CAF, even money that's been budgeted to the sports ministry and all of that, all of this money. I recall last year, I think it was around this time last year, where the EFCC actually stepped into the fray, to actually clean up the glass house, as it is called, talking about the NFF house. And over 20 billion. Okay, it started with a tip that was given to the EFCC that over 20 billion naira is actually unaccounted for, and that the EFCC should step in. EFCC actually did step in, and then it became an issue. And a lot of us were expecting that at the end of the day, we're going to actually know that who actually took what and how it actually was spent. But to date, Jerry, this is at least a year after then. It was because the incident started in November. A year after that time, we are still here having the conversation about unpaid bonuses, and then we still have over 20 billion naira unaccounted for. Now, what happened with the EFCC? Did they come in and take a bite from the national cake and leave? There are reports that some of these persons actually took this money, decided to go on a plea bargain, and then their identity wasn't actually reviewed. Now, if they actually went on a plea bargain and some of the money and assets were recovered, where is the money? Why is this money not being used to actually service the national team? These are very big questions. Yesterday on hashtag, my head was almost chopped off. I mean, Vivian actually spoke like an average Nigerian who just loves football, and she was telling me that these guys have actually they want to actually ruin the emotions of Nigerians. Nigerians are actually rooting for them. They've gone this far. Why would they wait this time before they start protesting? It quite makes sense. But then again, if you look back, if you've been following football in Nigeria, you understand that we've had this sort of scenario before. In 2002, the players actually qualified for the World Cup. You recall the Olise and Co. They got to the World Cup, and then a governor in the south, I think it was Ibori, that gave them money for qualifying. I think after the Algeria win, they gave them money because they qualified for the World Cup. And then the day Minister of Sport came in wanting to collect the money, and the boys actually refused. And that actually led to a lot of big problems. The coaching staff, the coaching crew was actually sacked because they were unable to actually demand or collect the money from the boys. And then Olisa and the likes decided to actually boycott the team, saying, hey, if you sack our coach, there's no way we'll definitely go in the part of the World Cup. But unfortunately, many of these guys who actually took all the pains and sweat and blood to actually qualify for Nigeria for 2002 World Cup end up not being part of the World Cup. And then we had players who have never even played at the highest level before, playing leading the Super Eagles to the World Cup. And we had a very shambolic tournament. And if we had gone with our full strength in that World Cup, we would have actually done a lot. Perhaps we would have been the very first team to actually make it to the World Cup semi-finals. But that's all gone now. We are discussing this because it's at least over 20 years after. It's 2025. Same problem, money value, and now at this particular point. If you also remember, 2016, the Mikel Obi's side actually was an Olympic team, also did the same thing. They almost boycotted this tournament, the Olympic game, because of this same money issue. So the big question is, we've been having this recurring decimal every single time. Every single time. And when one person actually speaks, come out to actually say something, that person will be ostracized from the team. You're not using the money to better the infrastructure of the team. Leon Balogun was ostracized for speaking. You're not using the money to actually change, the outlook of the players or, develop anything. Desire Okpara was also ostracized from the team for speaking. We can go on and on. This is a very sad time to be a Nigerian. But trust me, right? I think these guys, they are within their rights. This is the very best time for them to actually bargain what they want. Let them get what they want, because in the end, if they get injured or if anything happens to them, nobody's going to actually look their way. We can go back to history and look at all of our players who got injured and they were forgotten. So if you cannot get your wages while you are very active and you still have all the years behind you, there's actually no hope inside for you to actually get it as a Nigerian.
All right, we understand that Coach is now with us, And of course, Maiwa is also with us. And it's a full house. Coach, I know you've been standing by. It's great to have you join us. The reports coming from Morocco right now has it that the players are already on the pitch. They are training, but the mood is not that sweet like it's supposed to be. They're supposed to be chitty chatty, but you could see that there's still tension going into a game they will have to play tomorrow. They've not participated in a unified training, which is rather a difficult situation to find themselves. So there was a training before they boycotted the last one for yesterday. And it shows that whoever arrived in camp mobilized the team. But it is what it is. Coach, what do you perceive from the whole situation? The NFF owing players has become a tradition. We thought in 2025 that would be a thing of the past, but it looks like this thing is going to be with us for a very, very long time.
Yes, Jerry, I feel for the players, and basically, I just want to clear your doubts about so many things. First of all, the players have to be ambitious. Yes, club football is quite important for them, and yeah, they should focus on their country specifically. Yes, money issues are bound to rise, but right now we're talking about the World Cup, the most prestigious competition in global football. Yes, don't forget, every country has its own problems, ranging from finance to logistics. And no, Nigeria is not an exception. Remember, Ghana too had an issue like that. Other African countries, Cameroon too recently had a problem with logistics and finance. But the bigger picture is 90% of the Super Eagles players who botched and boycotted training yesterday have not gone to the World Cup. And for them, they don't know what the World Cup will bring for them in the future. And yeah, the World Cup will bring better packaging, branding, and their names will be written in gold in history. But they don't know. You can imagine how Pele is being adorned by Brazilians. You can imagine how George Weah is crying for missing the World Cup. You can imagine how Messi, at his age, over 35, and still wants to be in the World Cup because of the prestige and greatness that is attached to the World Cup. Yes, our players, probably they don't know what that means. And whoever led this protest, and yeah, I'm fingering Truth Ekon, but they have a right to protest. But strategically, I think they lost it. It was at a wrong period that they did this. And yes, you kept on asking, why is the money issues keep on reoccurring in the NFF circle? Don't forget, in the past, during Atlanta 96, the NFF traveled with money. I think there was money readily available there. But at this period, I think from the Amanju Pinnick period, whereby the sports commissions were there, I think there's a bureaucracy of applying for money, money trying to be released. And recently, you can see, because of the low funding in the NFF, they are trying to find states to help them with financial incentives to cater for these players. So you can see that there's a bureaucracy plan from the National Sports Commission to the NFF, which is not fully operational. So I think before we blame the NFF, let's look at the bigger picture. But yes, at the moment, let's focus on these players. What they did, was it right to protest at this moment? So for me, I think the players should really have a rethink, because we're talking about the World Cup, the highest level of
Coach, the
football.
NFF some weeks back told us they've done everything, they put everything in place.
Exactly.
That the players are in good mood and so on and so forth. And
all allowances cleared.
Yeah, allowances cleared and so on and so forth. Why all the deception? Why not tell us the way it is? So that if there's need to help the NFF to settle these bonuses on the part of the government, it would have been settled.
Jerry, let me be clear with you.
Okay.
First of all, I think the bonuses were settled. I think so raised that issue that he sat with the players and they settled these bonuses amicably. But I can tell you that some of these players, I agree, and we are from internal investigations, we understand that there are people that instead they are selling some bids to these players to protest against the NFF. There are people that are trying to tarnish the image of the NFF and the National Sports Commission. Because yes, no, from $5,000, no, the players are requesting for 15, and the NFF said, okay, good, we're giving you 10. Why? And they still don't agree. So it's something that, yeah, there are players that are aggrieved. Probably they feel they're not carried along, which are conspiracy theories. So for me, I think at this moment, whatever it is, let's not get distracted. Let's focus on qualifying for the World Cup. Gabon is there. Hopefully, whoever comes in, DR Congo, Cameroon, let's face it. And maybe after that, we can settle down and know. Let's see the bigger picture. What really happened to the bonuses of these players?
So, coach, are you saying exactly that in the last 2 years, according to the reports of these players, that they've not been paid? Are you saying they've actually been paid, but they've not been paid the amount they were supposed to be paid? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, from the statement of Gusau last month, according to him, he said the players have been categorically settled. And recently, I saw a tweet by Trustekon. He said, yes, the rancor in the camp is not about their past bonuses, but it's about the bonuses that they gain from the playoffs, from winning playoffs. So I think it's not about the bonuses of the past, but it's about the prize bonuses that they will get from winning, hopefully from winning Gabon and whoever comes out from Cameroon and
I think that's not what actually, because there's a perspective. He said that they are not asking for something extra.
Yes,
they're asking for what they've already earned.
Yes,
that means it's something they've earned in the past, not asking for what's they're going to get from the Gabon game. Okay, but we have Maiwa on standby, coach. Let's talk to Maiwa. I understand definitely he's an interested party in Nigeria as well.
He's also a member of the NFF.
Yeah, no, definitely not a member of the NFF. Maiwa, the players are back in training as we speak, and it's all gloomy. And I will not say doom because it looks like doomsday already. And just less than 24 hours before a game against Gabon, we're in this situation.
Well, it's so sad that we are here. I think we should get things into perspective. If I were to be part of NFF, they would have probably poisoned me or probably chased me away because I will continue to tell them the truth. The bottom line is this: the NFF, they don't know what they are doing. The World Cup has started over a year. Players have been complaining about the work they've done. They've not paid them. In 2025, there was some money released, over 12 billion. They didn't do that. The same NFF that told our under-17 girls to pay for their own camp allowance, to pay for their own transportation to the camp. The same NFF that was transferring money from private accounts to the under-17 girls. The same NFF that has continued to run our football ground. What are they trying to defend? How are we in this situation? How? When government is releasing money to them, and yet they can't do the right thing. Gusau came out when we were trying to play some few days to the last game against Benin Republic. He said everything has been put in order and the rest of that. Why are the players protesting? Why are they protesting? If they had paid them, if they had done the right thing, why are the players protesting? The thing is the players have every right to protest, and this is the time they can hold them in the neck. As far as I'm concerned, in as much as it will be terrible that an Osimhen and Ademola Lookman might not make it to the World Cup because of how we run football, I think this is the time the players should protest. They are playing for Nigeria, and some guys in the glass house, they sat down there and they are toying with the money they are owed. Is anybody in the glass house? Are they being owed salary? Are they being owed allowances? Those are the questions we should ask. As far as I'm concerned, the guys are not at fault. The NFF is at fault, and I've said it consistently. For anybody that wants to hear, as far as I'm concerned, both the Sports Commission, Shehu Diko himself, and the current Gusau themselves, they know nothing about running football, and that's why we are in this situation. And that's why we are, and I've said consistently, elections have consequences. When we are busy electing this the NFF into the glass house, those chairmen that have been happening, we need to get it right. We cannot continue to run our football like we are supposed to be part of Africa. Our players are protesting all over couple. When money, please, where's the audited account of the NFF? As if we don't come, if we end up not qualifying, we should hold the NFF responsible, led by Gusau, and that's just the honest truth. The boys are not very blamed, but the NFF.
You know, it's quite appalling because when you talk about audited account, I think the last time we heard about auditing, as far as the NFF is concerned, was in 2016. Since 2016, there've been no audited account that made public. And I will know that I've even seen an interview of the past president making comments that they have a company that is in charge of doing their audit. Is it the audit you're auditing yourself and keeping the audit, the audit to yourself? So you audit, you employ somebody to audit, and you keep it to yourself. So what's now the purpose of the auditing? Is it to audit yourself, and you will now be the judge over your own case? Just imagine how
See, Jerry,
how cynical the whole thing is. It is what it is. Okay.
The EFCC actually gave some pointer when they actually stepped in. One is they asked a few questions. You know, the first question is the money that came through FIFA for tournaments that the women played. I'm talking about the Falcons and of course the age grade teams. You know, the one that was voted for, the one that came from FIFA. Also, another one question is the money that came from FIFA. Also, this one is not for tournament now, for sport development. And then there's another question of the money that came through CAF, right? All of these things together were the questions that was asked, put forward. And then there were reports that, some of the big wigs within the glass house actually opted for a plea bargain behind the scene. And then that's how the case actually closed. I don't know if EFCC will wake up tomorrow and now tell us that these are the persons that are actually involved. We're discussing over 25 billion naira conversation here. So tell me, if you look at what these guys are actually asking for, the entirety of the money they're asking for is not even up to that 25 billion naira. Again, Jerry, another question is this. If they had not been paying these guys and they've been using the money to develop our sport, I won't even be angry. I will know that, okay, there's somewhere, this is just a misappropriation of fund, but they've been doing something right.
Pockets have been developed.
Sport development, no. Infrastructure, no. Even the players are not being paid. So where is the money?
The pockets have been developed, at least. Coach, we're talking about accountability here on the part of the NFF. We know that various times we hear that. I think there was a controversy recently over the money that FIFA gave them to build a pitch.
Yes.
Which they showed us one in Kirby. I know about that Kirby pitch. And since then, now money's issues still keep coming up as far as the NFL is concerned. What stops them from being accountable for once and tell us this is what you're getting? Even South Africa, the FA, yes, if there's still a site where they update their account, so you can just go there, check what they are doing with the money. That's called transparency. But the NFF is more like an occult.
Why would they even go to Kirby? No disrespect to Kirby. Why would they even go to Kirby to build?
At least Kirby is one of the least developed when it comes to football.
Jerry,
at least to encourage football to spread to that.
Jerry, the truth is this. You have to ensure that the so-called strong developed place in football in our country is well developed to compete at any level before it starts spreading.
You can't come to Lagos.
No, I'm not saying Lagos. There's Kano.
Kano already has a Sani Abacha Stadium.
Jerry, develop sports in those part of the country. There's Ebu Katsina there.
You want fans to be afraid to come.
Jerry, so no, Coach, I'm very, very.
Coach, let's talk about accountability on the part of the NFF. Transparency. And maybe there was some bit of transparency and accountability. Do you think the players would have gone this route? And if they know that the NFF is transparent enough to tell them this is what they are getting, this is what they are paying the players, do you think the players would have any need to even go on the strike?
Jerry, first of all, I think FIFA has to step into this and no clarify us, because yes, the NFF is a body under FIFA and also under CAF. And for me, when we talk about accountability, if FIFA brings out the records, aligning it with what the NFF has been saying, I think a lot of Nigerians will be clarified and on maybe enlightened on what is happening. But if FIFA keeps silent or CAF keeps silent, I think a lot of people will still be in the dark. So for me at this point, I think it's something that is unresolved. It's something that we don't really have a light in it. So I think for me, if FIFA, we can get FIFA to talk about this, we can get CAF to talk about this. Yes, even though they posted pictures that they didn't attach any financial backing to it. So I think the whole thing is Nigerians are still in the dark. So if FIFA can come out and say this is what is happening, this is the records we have, and this is the possible expenditure that the NFF and Nigeria has spent on such projects and on such expenditures, I think it will go a long way. But for me at this moment, I think I find it hard to balance who is right and who is wrong. So it's just a puzzle for me at the moment.
But coach, since you've made this interesting angle known, I think I really like it myself. I will ask, isn't it right for NFF to even step in at this point and say, hey, FIFA, please give us, a proper balanced account statement of the money you sent to us, so that Nigerians will be clear about the money that will be them clearing their name, Jerry.
No, the NFF should.
That's wrong.
I think FIFA will look at it like you are not even serious.
No.
At least we sent you money. Tell the world first of all. If you now tell the world, you tell the world, tell your constituents that this is how much I got.
No.
This is what I spend the money on. Then FIFA will now verify.
Okay, let them bring the accounts, the money that FIFA gave to them, and FIFA to confirm if the money that was given.
FIFA will now confirm and say, yes, what you have told them is actually true. So, but the NFF will know is more or less it is good to go anyhow. But let's talk about the team. We hear a report that Richel might be forced to modify his starting lineup for the World Cup qualifier against Gabon. The players, we understand, boycotted the crucial tactical training session, which limited Chelsea's ability to assess their readiness and test new strategies ahead of the important match. And in light of the situation, Chelsea is expected to revert to a formation similar to the one that secured a 4-0 victory over Benin Republic. Bright Oshayi Samuel may have to step in for the suspended Shemi Ajayi at right back, pairing with Kevin Bassey to maintain continuity in the attack. And as tensions remain high, sources within the team indicate that if the dispute over bonuses is not resolved promptly, the players may choose to boycott the game altogether, jeopardizing their chances of qualifying for the World Cup. And only 3 current players, Captain Williams, Ekong, Alex Iwobi, and Wilfred Ndidi, have prior World Cup experience, making the stakes even higher. Okay, wow. Yeah, only 3 players have been to the World Cup in that team currently. And coach, what does it look like now, mentally, preparing for this game tomorrow against Gabon, with all of this scenario, with all of this situation, and what does it mean for the coach? Because we understand that the coach was not in support of the strike. Say that he's not in support, but it looks like the coach is not in full control of the team, though he still looks like he's a newbie, and he doesn't have a hold or say within the team, which is rather wrong for a coach who wants to go far. As if the coach does not have a hold on the team. And it means that the players are stronger than the coach, which is a really terrible situation for any coach to find himself, most especially coaching a national team, which you don't see every time.
Yeah, Jerry, first of all, I think you have to understand that he's a newbie in the system and he has never qualified any country for the World Cup. And yes, with the powers of players, how players are powerful in the camp, you can understand how Ndidi and Truce Ekong are powerful in controlling the team. I think he will just sit back and watch, because these players are the players that are going to make his job easy. So they have the final say. His own is to specify tactics, to bring out the team and finalize the team list. So at this moment, I think you just have to sit back and watch and hope the players get their heads together. Because holistically, this is not a problem that he created. It's a problem that, the NFF created. And no, the past created. So he has to sit down and watch. But moving forward mentally, these players are professionals. And I don't know, behind their minds, they have to believe that the World Cup is the ultimate, even ahead of their club football. And going through Charlie's mind, I strongly believe that he's going to maintain his winning team. The team that defeated Benin by 4 goals to 0. I strongly believe he will still go with that team. And apart from little changes in injuries and other things, but the attack line, Akko being there and other players, I think he's strongly going to go with that team. And the good news is, the Super Eagles are training. I think by 5 o'clock they trained. So it's something good. The NFF has resolved those issues. That's what we're hearing at the moment. So I think it's good news moving forward. And I think at the moment, maybe the NSC chairman and some top shots in the NFF should make phone calls to these players and get their mental psyche moving positively. And assuring them that, yes, we need to be at the World Cup. And just imagine, if Nigeria doesn't qualify for the World Cup, you know what that means. A lot of joy and families and people are attached to football. And a lot of people are not going to be happy. And moving forward, as the government wants to be, I think they are not going to be happy. A lot of people are going to say the Tinubu government has failed in sports if Nigeria doesn't qualify for the World Cup. So the NSC and NFF hierarchy are really fighting to see how this doesn't go wrong. They are trying to see this goes right because, yes, Nigeria needs this World Cup qualification at least to shape so many things moving forward.
So, Coach, I mean, I like what you said. In fact, you touched on a very sensitive area because yesterday I got my own very fair share of a passionate Nigerian fan who almost, it felt like I was not even making sense. That I'm not actually seeing reasons with the emotions of Nigerians with the way these guys are actually acting. But away from that, as a coach, finding yourself in this particular situation, if you're Eric Shell, what exactly will be the very first thing you do after normalcy has been returned to ensure that your boys go on to actually win the game?
First of all, as a coach, you can see what happened to Ivan Juric and the Atlanta coach, coach of Ademola Lookman. He struggled with man management. He couldn't control his attitude. He couldn't control his reaction, even on the touchline. The whole world saw him, saw what he did, the reaction. And these are iota of things that led to his sack with bad results. But you can see how Eric Chelle is very calm. He doesn't talk much. And possibly, everybody will start thinking, is Eric Chelle a good man manager? Why must he allow players protest in his presence? And no, the bigger picture is since he aligned with those players, he heard their cry and he bought their ideology of protesting. I think it goes a long way for Nigerians to understand that he is a listening coach. He wants these players to work for him. And if these players understand, I think it will go a long way. But my own aggravation in that team is Truce Ekong. No, I strongly believe that if Truce Ekong didn't buy this idea of this protest, I think this wouldn't have happened because a lot of players listen to Truce Ekong. A lot. Virtually all the players listen to him. And it's just that possibly someone sold this idea to him. And don't forget, with the revelation of new players in the system, like Benjamin Frederick coming in to take his position, I think there's an underlying feeling that Truce Ekong might not really be needed in that team. And a lot of Nigerians are counting him to be a own goal specialist. After the South Africa incident where he scored an own goal, and in his club in Al-Qud in Saudi, he scored an own goal. And a lot of Nigerians are touting him online. And people are trying to say that we don't need you in our national team. And all these things are you not psychologically, and Coach, it might just have been the reason why he got this thing. But that's a conspiracy theory, Jerry.
Coach,
I know a lot of people might not.
Is it the new Jamie Carragher of the Super Eagles. Well, I think Maiwa should be smiling with that comment right now. But we're looking at the mentality of the players. Do you think they'll be ready for that game tomorrow? And can we say that they still be convincingly going into that game and get the win that is needed to make it to the final? Maiwa.
Well, definitely we didn't put our house in order, and we are probably going there with vibes and inshallah. For the coach, Eric Chell has selected this team. He has released, he has selected the team, and the team are in the camp. And Eric Chell will, obviously, Eric Chell will not come out and say, I support the strike. He's definitely the coach. He will not come out and say that. So definitely, he already knew what was going to happen, and he definitely, in as much as I don't want to throw him under the bus, I think he agreed to it. Even though if he does not agree to it, he doesn't have any power to change anything. How many players are you going to send away and bring in new players? So, I mean, he just have to deal with what it is. The blame should be squarely laid on the foot of the NFL. If they did not allow this to happen, we cannot put the blame on Tusakong. Remember, yes, they listen to him, but Tusakong is also a captain. Other players might be saying, Oga, because you are comfortable does not mean we are comfortable. I mean, Tusakong is just one player. Other players are there. They have been playing games for Nigeria and they have not been paid. So, I mean, if we are going to blame anybody at all for this, we are going to blame the NFL. Now, let's go back to, the game itself. I think what we need now is, this is where Excel needs to speak to the psychology of the guys. One of the things he will need to do is to use, those that have the experience, the World Cup experience, use them to ginger the other guys. Also, another thing they should be looking at, when we're talking about this yesterday, one thing I said is this. I said the motivation, if you are looking for motivation from the NFL, it will never come. Your only motivation is you want to be at the World Cup. And the reason for that is simple. You being at the World Cup also opens other doors for you. We have over 1 billion people that will be watching the World Cup. You know how many scouts that will be there. You know how many eyes that will be on you. And that will be an avenue for you to be able to, sell yourself and do way better for yourself. Remember what JJ did in 1998 World Cup when we were playing badly. He sold himself and, you know what happened after that. So I think that's the only motivation. And I think that's what Excel needs to tap into that psyche, psych them up based on that. And let's hope, the boys step up and perform. But honestly, we have really messed up in terms of our preparation and our organization. And as far as I'm concerned, whether we qualify for the World Cup or not, Gusso and his team, they need to be fired. This is not how to run football. And if we continue to have this in football, our football will never grow.
Gusso needs to be fired.
I don't know if coach shared that position.
Yeah, I think coach will have his own opinion as far as the rating, the way the NFL has handled issues like this. It's becoming a recurring situation, and we expect that in 2025 we'll not be hearing that. But it looks like nothing has improved. Coach.
First of all, you have to look. If you look at the scorecard of the NFL while handling football, I think first of all you have to look back, especially when handling the Super Eagles. Don't forget, the Super Eagles had 4 coaches prior to the given when Eric Chelle was given the job, and there was a lot of bureaucracy in the system. Remember, those coaches mentioned, Pinidi was not even the first choice. Pizarro wasn't even the first choice. They brought lists of coaches that they wanted in the system, and the bureaucracy in the system said, yeah, there was no funding. The NSC said there was no funding. We can't afford this. That was why, Pizarro was brought in, low budget coach. Pinidi was brought in, low budget coach. And finally, we found ourselves in this mess and we settled for Eric Chelle. So if you look back, Gusau was complaining, this, that, and no, as much as we want to blame the NFF, we want to blame the Gusau-led system, I think the National Sports Commission too has to take some of the blame, because yes, the bureaucracy in the system is quite murky. If you want to take a best decision for the country, you find out there's a lot of friction in the system. So first of all, we have to look at that. Then talking about the cadet teams, you can see how on the 17s, both male, female, crashed out in various tournaments. Not very good. And these are some aspects again that you have to touchlight and see how the NFL perform. But yeah, kudos to the Super Falcons who brought touchlight to the Gusau-led team, and the hierarchy that yes, they won the AFCON, WAFCON, and moving forward, they are looking good to represent Nigeria ahead. But holistically, a lot of people say we didn't do well in the cadets system, and now we're facing the World Cup playoffs, and who knows, maybe Nigeria is going to qualify. And yes, the Gusau-led team will be justified. But left for me, there's a lot of changes that need to be done. And yeah, if Gusau wants to be ahead, if he wants to sustain his position, he has to make major changes. If not, I think the pressure around will just cripple him, and he might not find himself coming back. But it's going to be a difficult one for him. I think that is why, yeah, they are clinging, and we are clinging to the World Cup playoffs. They want to see by all means how they qualify, and yes, have a light and justify their name. That yes, we have been doing a lot of work in the system, and this is the World Cup we delivered to Nigeria. That is the hope. That is the hope now.
Yeah, spot on, coach there, because looking at the story, the players are even ready. They were even ready to forgo what happened in 2019, the Amadu era. They said, okay, don't pay us the Amadu era. It was not during your time. That's gone. Pay us from the AFCON qualifiers from 2022.
Yeah.
So since 2022 now, the World Cup qualifiers, that means all the qualifiers they've been playing, the AFCON qualifiers, the World Cup qualifiers, they've not been paid.
The Nations Cup that was played.
The Nations Cup, maybe the Nations Cup was paid. If the Nations Cup was not paid, they would have added it.
No,
let's say the Nations Cup was played. Let's say qualifiers. Qualifiers is they're very notorious when it comes to qualifiers. NFF just feels that you are just serving the nation. So if you get anything, thank God. If you don't get anything, just play. At least we have tried to mobilize. We don't spend money on your movement, your hotel bills, and so on and so forth. You just try and understand. Don't worry, when we have money, we'll pay you. That is the mentality the NFF brings anytime they are hosting the team for any qualifier, both home and away, which is a really bad situation. And of course, a bad mentality to go with as far as handling football administration in the country is concerned. Anyway, Gabon's head coach Thierry Moyoma expressed confidence as his team prepares for the 2026 World Cup playoff against the Nigerian Super Eagles, while acknowledging that Nigeria is the favorite to win the semi-final tie. Mario, do you still share that opinion now? Because even Ekong was talking about Aubameyang, that he's scared. He's worried about Aubameyang. And the coach just said that Ekong is now a own goal specialist, the David Carragher of Super Eagles.
Okay, so
but if you say that, are we going to be worried that if he starts, he might be G3 against Aubameyang?
Yeah, the question is this: when there was no issue about bonuses being paid or monies being paid, we struggled to qualify. Apart from the later part of the qualifier, the game against Benin Republic, we played so well. Every other game, we struggled in those games. Apart from that particular game, I mean, there was no strike at that particular point in time, and we struggled. Now there is a whole lot of issue in our camp, and that has a way of affecting people psychologically. Remember, Echa even complained that because of the lack of training, he couldn't implement some new tactics he want to bring up. And tactics are very important when Echa is not finished. That said, he doesn't need any pattern or any formula to win games. I mean, patterns and formula are very important in winning games. So, I mean, the coach coming out to say Nigeria is favorite and just of that, he's just trying to play mind games. Remember when we were talking about Cameroon yesterday, we were praying that we get to play Cameroon because of the disarray they have in their camp. I think the same thing is going on with Nigeria. As it is right now, I think Gabon has a higher chance of winning that particular game because, I mean, they are much more organized than us. And there is a way this organization creeps in on you when you are playing game. What happens behind the scene, reflects on what happens on the field of play most times. So I'm just hoping, that our boys can step up and look, perform above, what's happening behind the scene. But if you look at it, I think Gabonese stand a 60% chance of qualifying against Nigeria.
60%. Wow, that's quite an odd. And in case you go, taking a look at the situation.
Well, my wife really spoke well. The thing is, when it comes to games like this, crucial games like this, the psyche of the team has to be one, and with the coach, and of course the nation as well. You know, you have to go in with one mentality, and then when they are going, because I'm very sure perhaps maybe what prompted Troostekong's latest comment was just maybe some promises, maybe from some higher, maybe politicians saying, don't worry, you'll be paid. Guys, don't worry, I assure you, you take my word, the president has spoken, all stuff like that, right?
Yeah, that's why they've been playing all this while.
So now going to those games, some of them might still have this, disgruntled mindset going to that particular game. If
promises,
if Gabon scores first, it's going to cause us a huge problem psychologically.
Yeah.
So and when you go into games like this, you don't have to go into these sort games with mindset of you want to be too careful, because that's going to also make you concede. So you see, I don't know how soon.
It's more difficult.
Yes, I don't know how soon these guys can actually come back to themselves into this particular game.
They're professionals, like they will say.
Jerry, it's quite difficult because so many things will be happening, in their head. But I just hope, they find a way around it. I mean, if not for anything, for the fact that we have superior talent, compared to the Gabonese, I think that should really pay off at the end of the day. The guys should just go into that particular game, do their business, and then come out. But I see this tie at this point as 55-45, 55 for Gabon.
All right, Coach, we'll have to wrap it up here because of time. We've just dwelled on the Super Eagles just because there's a burning issue. But to wrap it up here, where do you see the Super Eagles after 90 minutes? Is it going to go into extra time or penalties in this one?
Eagles team, and I don't know, because we see a lot of faces in the backroom staff, and I strongly believe there's a psychologist in that team. Don't forget, these players are human. No, these teams they face distraction, they face challenges, and yes, as Ikechukwu said, they are bound to face a lot of things are going in their head. But I strongly believe, on paper, we have the mentality to beat Gabon in any situation. They just need to get their heads right. And I believe with what is happening and the changes and what we're seeing, I think the Super Eagles are going to conquer Gabon. It's not going to be a problem. Believe me, Jerry, we'll beat Gabon by more than 3 goals if all things goes well. I think you are laughing.
Good. Why you want to say amen? People says wow. But for me, I think it will do the team a whole lot of good, and a lot of Nigerians will surely want to see the team rising from the ashes and getting this one in the bag. I want to say big thanks, Coach, for being awesome on the show. It's a pleasure.
It's a pleasure.
Insight. All right, and of course, Mayowa, I understand that fingers crossed. And we'll wait tomorrow. We'll be back to talk about this.
I think we need to start praying. I'll reach out to my people in the rugby G so they can start praying. And let's see if we're able to do that one. I'm hoping we'll do that. Looking forward to tomorrow, and I hope the boys, make Nigerians happy tomorrow.
All right, come on, say Ikechukwu.
I just keep my fingers crossed. I don't want to encourage terrible things, so I just keep my fingers crossed. However the result comes, I'll appreciate it.
All right, of course. Hopefully, Coach 3-0 will come to pass. But if wishes were horses, that's the word. Of course, that's where the cookies crumble on the show this lovely, interesting day. And of course, a big thanks to the guys behind the scene, talking about the likes of Victor, Alex, Jeremiah, and of course, Hassan. My name is Jerry Apelhai. Say thanks for being a part of the locker room. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Three years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King. Thanks.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content anything come on. At VOP TV.
It's World Pneumonia Day 2025, and this year, the theme is child survival. Pneumonia remains the leading infectious cause of death in children under 5. Yet, most of these deaths are preventable. Every child deserves a chance to breathe freely, to grow, to laugh, and to live. But in many communities, children still face barriers like malnutrition, polluted air, lack of vaccination, and limited access to prompt medical care. Pneumonia may start like a simple cough or fever, but without early attention, it can become life-threatening. So what can we do? Ensure children are vaccinated, provide good nutrition for stronger immunity, keep the environment smoke-free and clean, and most importantly, seek medical help early when symptoms appear. especially fast breathing or difficulty breathing.
Pneumonia is the leading cause of death in low-resource communities for these reasons. Malnutrition. Malnutrition is major. Many of these people hardly have access or hardly have enough funds to make sure that they eat, let alone their children. Access to quality health care. They don't have access to proper health care. Incomplete vaccinations. Many times they don't complete the vaccinations. The conditions of living. Many times so many people are living in a small community. Many times they don't recognize the symptoms early. They are not aware that this is what they are dealing with. Now, fast breathing, child that is breathing fast. A child that when they are breathing, their chest is going inside is called indrawing of the chest. A child that is coughing profusely. A child that starts complaining that their chest is paining them. Or you notice that this child all of a sudden, they are not eating properly. These are signs that once you notice it, quickly get them to the hospital. Don't try to manage it. Proper hygiene, good nutrition, proper ventilation. Make sure the children get their adequate vaccinations.
Every action counts. Every breath matters. Let's work together to protect our children. World Pneumonia Day 2025, child survival is not a privilege. It is a right. I'm Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu. Ngwa sonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedukosi aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television, ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now, this is Voice of the People Television and we are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at Voptvlive. This evening, I've been joined by Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter Anosike is a philosopher, economic business consultant, as well as a political affairs analyst. Good evening, Dr. Anosike, and thanks for being part of this program. I appreciate your presence.
I'm happy to be here.
Now, there's a lot happening in the polity and very troubling, very serious issue, which is the issue of the FCT Minister, Nyesom Nuke's altercation with the soldier. A lot of people have talked about it. A lot of people have weighed in on it. It is trending. Nigerian government has not said anything, but a lot of Nigerians, even the military authorities, have weighed in on it. And so we are going to examine all of that. And when we move away from that, PDP suspends Anambra Governor candidate over poor performance, and his congratulatory message to the winner of the election, Dr. Chukwuma Soludo. And according to Dr. Ojus Okalo, the senator representing Abia North, as a matter of fact, the senator that represents me in the Senate says that, look, Chukwuma Soludo is already a member of the APC. We are going to talk about all of that in the next 45-50 minutes. Now, let's get into it. FCT Minister Nyesom Wike and his security team were on Tuesday, that's yesterday, involved in a heated altercation with Nigerian Navy officers led by Lieutenant A.M. Yarima at plot 1946 in Gadowa District, Abuja. The dispute centered on a parcel of land allegedly belonging to former Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awal Zubairu Gambo, retired, which the FCT administration had designated as a buffer zone and not approved for development. Wike reportedly visited the site after learning that soldiers guarding it had threatened to shoot FCT officials sent to halt the ongoing construction. Well, upon arrival, Wike and his entourage, including the FCT Commissioner of Police, Mila Dantawayer, were blocked from entering by the armed naval officers, leading to a tense confrontation. The minister accused the officers of acting illegally and demanded proof of ownership for the land. While Lieutenant Yarima, however, insisted that the land belonged to the former naval chief and that he was acting on superior orders, sparking a fierce exchange of words between both sides. As tempers flared, Wike accused the soldiers of intimidation and acting with impunity, declaring that no illegal development would be allowed on the disputed plot. The situation nearly turned physical when the minister's security aides clashed verbally with Yarima, who refused to back down, insisting he could not be silenced by junior officers. Well, despite attempts by Wike's team to de-escalate the situation, the confrontation continued, with both men exchanging sharp words. In the end, Wike stood his ground, warning that the FCTA would not permit any unauthorized construction on the land and vowing that the rule of law must prevail. Yarima maintained that he was following the lawful orders from his superiors. The confrontation highlighted growing tensions between federal authorities and military officers over disputed land allocations in Abuja. Dr. Anosike, good to have you once again. And a lot of this issue is trending now, is troubling, is on the front burner in Nigeria. It has overshadowed every other discussion. But I would like for us to take it from several angles, including the report that, look, Wike went there, not because he ordinarily wanted to go and do a demolition, but the fact that he had sent people there, and the people he sent, people from FCTA administration, were threatened by the soldiers that if they do anything there, then they will be shot. At that point, do you think it was proper for the minister to go there and see things for himself? What's your reaction based on that information that, look, people had gone there and they were sent back? You don't come here, don't do anything. If you try any nonsense, we are going to shoot you. What's your reaction? Was it necessary for the minister to go there?
Well, for me, what I see yesterday was a 24-year-old man and a 57-year-old boy. That is what I saw.
Okay, you have reversed it. A 24-year-old man
and a 57-year-old boy.
Okay.
Because Yerima behaved like a man, while Wike behaved like a boy. You know that you have been told that some soldiers that had let me use that word, appropriated that space. What you should have done is to now, as FCT minister, you know you have or the contact of the chief of army staff.
Okay.
All the service chiefs. What is happening there? See the information that I am getting.
Okay.
What do you know about it? If he has taken this process, what happened yesterday would not have happened.
Okay.
But he feels that he is all powerful, as he said that nobody can intimidate him. I know by the constitution that's of the country, he is like the governor of Abuja, which means all the properties in Abuja belong to him.
Okay.
Understand?
But you also know that he holds that position in trust for the president.
Yes.
Okay.
But the issue is this. This is as a civilian, the mandate that you have does not cover the military.
As a civilian, the mandate that you have does
go
not
and
cover.
read that section of the Constitution.
No, I want to. Can you expatiate on that? As a civilian governor,
Yes.
the mandate you have does not cover the military.
Does not cover you ordering the military. That should be about section 197 or so.
That says that the military authorities should not take orders from civil authorities. Is that what they're implying?
Army operates on chains of commands.
Okay.
And it's these chains of commands that reports or instructions are taken.
Okay.
Understand me? So Yerima stated that he is acting on authority, on a command. And it is that command that will tell him what to do.
Okay.
Not any other person. That was why even after Wike still made that call, maybe to the CDS. CDS say, okay, I will make sure that the right thing is done. It did not change anything.
Okay, I will make sure that the right thing is done. He didn't change anything.
He didn't change anything.
Now, Dr. Anosike, there are talking points I don't want us to miss here. My question directly was, when the minister got information that soldiers had prevented his men from accessing that plot of land, and he went there on his own to see firsthand, and when he got there, he was prevented. I'm asking you, what inappropriate for the minister to have done? Okay, to have, okay, but are you also aware that we're not allowed entry? That's what the report says.
Even if the commissioner of police had gone there on army operates on chains of command.
Army operates on chains of command outside civil authority.
Outside civil authority.
Dr. Anosike, I want to draw your attention to the time that a soldier was found driving on the BRT lane in Lagos State here, and then Governor Raji Fashola Babatunde ordered for his arrest, and he was arrested. So why did that soldier subordinate himself to civil authorities? If you are basing your argument on the premise that according to you, there's a section of the Constitution that says, look.
That should be section 197.
Okay, and that section says that military authorities should not subject themselves to civil authorities.
They are not under the command of civil authority.
No, what do you mean by
You can
command?
read that
What do you
section.
mean by
That's how.
So what do you mean is that the brigade commander of a brigade in Lagos here towers above the governor of Lagos State? Is that what you are trying to say?
He doesn't take instruction from the governor of Lagos State.
Okay.
He takes
So, but I'm asking you, so that soldier that allowed himself to be arrested on the orders of the governor made a mistake.
He allowed it to happen. Ordinary,
okay, probably out of ignorance.
Ordinary, it ought not to happen.
Okay.
And that's why, even that Wike is the minister, Yerima insisted that you will not go in there.
Okay.
Understand? What was Wike's response? You are putting yourself in trouble, and started making a call, hoping that call will change the thing. But because Yerima knows his rights, and the CDS also knows his rights, he said, "Don't worry, I'll get this thing sorted out."
Okay.
Understand? And everything remain. Wike has to live there. Understand? So if Wike has all the power over the military, understand? They will have asked Yerima step aside, let the FCT minister go and see what is happening.
Okay.
Understand me? Because his Wike's authority does not override that of the military chains of command.
Wike's authority. That Dr. Anosike, you are saying that military authorities should not subject themselves to civilian authorities in Nigeria.
The way you interpret, I'm telling you, the way army is structured, the way army.
The army is structured in Nigeria, or the army is structured in the army. No, I want us to get at something. Are you now saying that?
Or the way
Dr. Anosike, are you saying that military authorities should not take orders from constituted civilian authorities. That's what I'm trying to understand. That's what the Constitution
That's
said,
what
according
the
to
Constitution
you.
said, yes.
Okay, according to you.
Yes.
Now, there's another angle I want us to look at this thing. You recall what happened to the family of Colonel Tunde, on top of Tunde Obebo, the Richalori issue in Life Camp area of Abuja that was taken from them because for over 40 years or so, they were unable to pay land rents. Wike recovered that land on his authority as the Minister of the FCT, who, by virtue of the Land Use Act, has authority over all the lands in Abuja, despite the fact that he holds that order, that authority in trust for the president. Now, he recovered that land, gave it out to people. Up until this moment, we don't know whether those people have paid the land rent and all of that. As a Nigerian thing, we have moved beyond that. You also recall about a certain Nicholas Okachuku, whose lands, were also taken over by Nyesom Wike and many more of such takeovers. All of these things, we have not seen anyone. Now, this is the only situation where, troubling indeed, but we don't have to mince words about it because that is part of our problems in Nigeria. Dr. Anosike, the retired naval officer is from the north. And a certain group of people feel that, look, the north feels entitled to Abuja. No, you can do it to other people, but you can't do it to us. Do you think that if the officer was a southerner, that they would have pushed back Wike from assessing that plot of land?
Well, for me, I don't see tribe in this issue.
Okay, you don't see
and
any
we
connection.
shouldn't be tribalizing that.
No, it's not a matter of tribalizing. We are examining issues in Nigeria because it's a clear and present danger that we face.
Some group of people who cause themselves Rivers Solidarity protested in Abuja today that Yerima should be sacked for insulting a minister.
Okay.
But Yerima stated clearly, I am here on orders. I'm acting on orders.
Okay.
Understand? So if anybody is wrong, it's not Yerima, but the person that gave the order.
Okay.
If anybody is wrong, it is not Yerima because in the military, the instructions obey the last command. And the last command was stay there, don't allow anybody in there.
The order in the military, Dr. Anosike, there's a part of our constitution.
It's always obey the last command.
The last command. There is a section of our constitution that talks about obeying the last command from the military. I want to read out a section of that because let's offer ourselves some form of education here because a part of the constitution, this was written by a lawyer, and the lawyer clearly said that, look, let me read a section of it. It says, brushing aside sentiments, I hereby condemn in totality the actions of the naval officer A.M. Yerima, who obstructed the FCT minister from gaining access into that parcel of land under the guise of obeying superior orders. The duty of a junior officer to obey the orders of his superiors, even though strongly upheld in military and paramilitary circles, has its own limitations recognized by no other authority but the Supreme Court of Nigeria. I shall establish this now. In the recent case of Onunza versus State, that's 2023, 2 years ago, 8 Nigerian Weekly Law Report, PT 1885, 61 at 108, Supreme Court. The Supreme Court held emphatically, thus, as per Justice Ogunwumiju, my lord, the obligation to obey the orders of a superior does not include orders that are palpably illegal or manifestly unjust. Every military or police officer swears an oath upon commissioning. The oath is not to obey all orders. It is to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria against all enemies, foreign and domestic. When an officer obeys palpably illegal orders, they become personally liable for their actions and will be expected to face court-martial or official sanction for the wrongdoing. Supreme Court judgment on a matter like this.
Given by a civilian who doesn't know what happens in the army. Because when an army officer begins to choose the laws to obey and not to obey, it is mutiny in the army.
Okay.
They have been mutiny in the army.
Okay,
so you don't choose the you don't choose the order to obey. That's why they say that armies operate like zombies.
Okay.
You go where you're asked to go. Understand? You don't reason an order, you obey an order.
Okay. But,
do you understand me? You don't reason an order, you obey an order. If a superior gives you a command, you don't be reasoning, is this legal or illegal? No.
Okay.
Somebody who is not in the military or understand the military can operate that, but he cannot go in the army.
He cannot go in the army.
You don't pick
Dr.
and choose
Anosike,
orders to obey and not to obey.
Okay, so Dr. Anosike, you are overruling the judgment of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, and you are also saying that the military towers above the Supreme Court of Nigeria by your position.
This is an institution of its own.
Outside or within Nigeria? That operates, okay, the Nigerian military operates outside the laws of the Federation.
It is a separate entity.
Separate entity. They have their own laws.
It is a separate entity.
They have their own laws.
You cannot use this in a court martial.
Dr. Anosike,
and that's why they have their own court.
Dr. Anosike, do they operate outside the laws of Nigeria?
That's why they have court. They operate their own court, which is the court martial.
Okay.
Understand me? They cannot go about. It will be crazy for an army officer to begin to reason not to obey.
But our normal courts have tried soldiers and sentenced them to death. Why wouldn't the military say, no, we are not going to take this, let's court martial them? A certain soldier, like two weeks ago, was sentenced to death for killing a civilian. And he was tried in a normal court and sentenced to death.
Court martial must have tried him and given that order.
Okay. No, I'm telling you that a normal court did that.
But before a soldier goes to a normal court, he has been tried in the court martial.
Okay.
They cannot just take a soldier straight. No, he must be court-martialed. Now, before going to the...
So why didn't they terminate it at the point of court-martial? Why did they have to subject him to a civilian court?
Maybe the court-martial must have had that same opinion.
Okay.
Understand me?
All right, beautiful. It's interesting to know your position on this, and a lot of people, are also weighing in on this matter. Let's move away from this, and let's also expect, we expect to see how all of this will be resolved in the coming days and in the coming weeks. Let's move away from that and go to Anambra State, where the Anambra State chapter of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has suspended its governorship candidate in the November 8th election, Mr. Jude Ezewanfor, for alleged sabotage and anti-party activities. While the decision taken during the State Executive Committee meeting in Oka followed the party's poor performance in the polls, where it finished fourth with 1,401 votes. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of the All Progressives Grand Alliance, APGA, won with 422,664 votes, while the APC and Labour Party secured 99,455 and 10,505 votes, respectively. Announcing the decision, the state PDP chairman, Mr. Chidebe, said Ezewanfor's suspension will last 1 month, pending further investigation by the party's disciplinary committee, while he accused the candidate of gross indiscipline, deliberate sabotage, and failure to campaign across the state, noting that Ezewanfor did not visit a single ward or local government throughout the electionary period. According to Chidebe, the SEC, that is the State Executive Committee, found evidence that Ezewanfor collaborated with candidates of other parties to undermine the PDP's chances and even formed a parallel group of impostors to interfere in party affairs. He added that the National Working Committee, NWC, of the party has been notified of the development and advised not to recognize Ezewanfor or his collaborators, whose actions were deemed detrimental to party unity and progress. While the PDP further revealed that Ezewanfor secured only 1 vote in his own ward, Nobi Ward 3 in the Demli South local government area of Anambra State, the worst result for the party in any ward across the state. The SEC resolved not to challenge the election outcome in court, but reaffirmed its commitment to rebuilding and repositioning the party under the leadership of Acting National Chairman, Ambassador Ilya Umar Damagu. Dr. Anosike, what do you make of the suspension of the PDP governor candidate in Anambra election based on poor performance, and congratulating the winner, Soludo, which the PDP described as anti-party activity?
No, it's a spirit of sportsmanship.
Okay.
The spirit of sportsmanship, one, there's no way PDP will have performed in that election. Okay, which faction of PDP does he belong to? Because there's confusion in PDP.
Okay.
When he was flagging off his campaign, who and who were there? Understand? The big wigs from Abuja did not attend. So what level of support did he get? Understand me? So are the people at fault here are those struggling for the soul of PDP, Dambagu and Nyesom Wike, because the governor will be confused. The governor, because before
the governor candidates,
will be confused because before this election, the Nyesom Wike faction has already suspended the Damagu faction.
Okay.
Understand? So
and the Damagu faction expelled the other faction.
So now Mawo Ohabonwa is the BOT chairman of the Wike faction.
Of the Wike faction.
And
Adolphus Mwambara.
So where does he belong to? So he cannot think straight.
Okay.
So for me, it is the crisis in PDP that have caused this poor performance. Even though Anambra has never been a PDP state.
Anambra has never been a PDP
state. Just 1999 to 2003.
And 3, yes.
Understand? That's at the first Mbadinuju, then Ngige, which Peter Obi came in.
Yes.
That's time. So Anambra had not been that's a PDP state.
Now, Dr. Anosike, you brought a very fresh and interesting perspective to all of this. The Goba candidate must have been confused. And like you pointed out, at the flag off of the election, we didn't see the Abuja bigwigs. We didn't see Wike himself,
understand?
like they normally do. Like Wike even went to Edo State to campaign for Okpebolo.
For Bebondo.
You know, and he left his own party, the PDP.
So,
why? Because at that point, I think he was having problems with Obaseki.
Even Damagu then did not go
to Anambra State.
So
it's like
he didn't receive any support from the party. So he didn't expect any support from the party, and congratulating Sonudo will be a kind of a revenge. You did not support me, then let me congratulate the governor,
the winner,
and the winner, and I'm ready to work with him.
Okay, but it is also curious that in the report indicates that look, the State Executive Committee of the PDP said that he never visited any ward, never visited any local government.
With the
confusion. So who will go with it? But the question is, why didn't they suspend him at that point? Probably they didn't want to upset the balance because at that time he was already the go-back candidate.
And his own people in the ward must have told them, don't waste your vote. Understand me? Don't waste your vote. And the one vote that he got his opponent might be his own vote. Maybe his wife voted for somebody else.
That is if his wife even voted.
You see, so there's no way PDP will have done well under this crisis.
Dr. Anosike, what PDP scored 1,401 votes in Anambra Goba election. What does that tell you about the state of PDP nationally?
Well, I have said it before, and I keep on saying that PDP is a broken down vehicle that will not be repaired until after the election of 2027.
So when they repair it in 2027, what would they do with
after the election?
After the election, yes. What would they do with it?
By then, there's going to be a reversal of movement. There's going to be a reversal of, because all this craze now will end that's by 2027 election.
Okay, people will come back to the PDP.
People will start going the other side.
Back to PDP.
But because then power will be going, assuming that Tinubu wins, power will now be going to the north.
In 2031.
2031.
Okay.
That's what I mean. And the election of 2031, that will start immediately after 2027.
as it did in 2023. The one for 2027 started just after 2023.
This one will start earlier before.
Earlier than.
Yes.
Okay. Why? Why do you think so?
One, because now there's a rush, because right now the APC is having about 2-3 governorship candidates in the party.
Okay.
In most of the states in the country. Understand me? APC is having about 2-3 candidates. So they will now begin to look for other parties. Understand?
Before 2020 or after
2027.
Okay. Now, before 2027, if you say that APC is having like 2 or 3 go-back candidates in some of the states, does that speak to, do we expect to have an implosion within the APC?
That's what I mean. People will be rushing back.
Before 20 or
after 2027.
Nah, that is the question. To what end? Why would they rush back after the election?
After the election, they will know that that APC is not going to be strong as it has been from 2015 to that 2031.
Okay, so probably
PDP was dominant for 16 years. Understand me? APC is going to be dominant for another 16 years. Do you understand? After that, there will be a reversal.
Okay, after that, there will be a reversal.
And that's why they are going to be rushing back.
Okay, now that we are in Anambra, why do you think that APC lost Anambra? Is it because the president didn't want to exert his power, his influence in Anambra State? Or is it that Chukwuma Soludo's performance spoke for him?
Soludo ran on a joint ticket. That's during the election.
Okay.
He ran on the ticket of, he was the APC candidate and the AFGA candidate.
At the same time?
At the same time.
So Okachukwu was what?
Okachukwu, that's
Okachukwu.
What happened in Oyo in 2023, March 15, 2023, what happened in...
where Makinde ran on a joint ticket.
On a joint ticket,
according
exactly,
to you. Okay.
Exactly.
So he was a PDP candidate for the APC.
Yes, understand me. So Okachukwu has to be putting up shoes, understand? Because now there's no state in the country that APC governorship candidate is flagging off his campaign. The big men from Abuja don't go.
Okay.
But during Okachukwu own, did you see any of them there? Tinubu didn't go. Okay. Shetima didn't go. Akpabio and others. None of them
didn't go.
Understand me? So that shows let this guy continue.
Okay.
Understand me? So they did not support.
Okay, a lot of people believe. So you agree with the people that think that, look, it was a quid pro quo. You give me, I give you.
Rub my back, I rub your back. Sure, okay. Sure. So I was even surprised that he was able to get
99,000 votes.
So which is his own self-effort.
Okay.
Because none of the big wigs in APC from Abuja supported him.
Okay, let's take away vote buying and the performance of the governor. The campaigns in Anambra, how will you situate them? Were they issue-based, or I think there was a lot of mudslinging, muckraking, doxing, between the candidates. You did this, you didn't do this. You passed WAEC, you didn't pass WAEC. I'm a professor and you are that. What does that speak to, the kind of democratic culture that we are building?
The issues for me, it was a drama that was happening in Anambra between just Okachukwu and the governor. The other people don't have money for media speeches and so on and so forth. So we are just hearing Okachukwu and the incumbents. But none was issue based. Okay. None was issue based. Even Soludo was not talking like a professor. Understand? Soludo was not talking like it was just insult, more snagging, and so on and so forth. So there's absolutely nothing that then from Anambra governorship election. But what gave Soludo an edge is the death of Ifeanyi Oba.
Okay, you think that it would have been different if Ifeanyi was?
It would have been very, very different. Understand?
At that point, do you think the president would have supported Ifeanyi?
Soludo would have struggled if Ifeanyi Oba was alive and ran with Uche Kunife.
Why do you think so?
Ifeanyi Oba was winning a senatorial election based on his own effort, not because of his party, YPP. YPP is not known in Anambra State. YPP was...
Okay, so he won on his own merit, personal merit.
His own merit. And Ekunife is popular in Anambra Central, where he has won senatorial election on 2 occasions, won the House of Representatives because he represented the Dunukofia.
Yes, federal constituency.
So she is popular, and Ifeanyi Oba's personality would have upped the tempo of the election. Understand me?
Okay.
And the federal government, Abuja, would have supported him massively.
Abuja would have supported him massively. So are you now saying that Abuja didn't support APC for Anambra because of the candidate?
Because of the candidate.
Okay, because of Okachu. But they are the ones that gave him the ticket.
No, something they should do, understand me? You cannot say that APC has no candidate in Anambra.
So why didn't they choose the one they would support?
Who else has the capacity?
The of Ifeanyi Oba.
None. Understand me? None has the capacity of.
Okay, now before we
none
leave,
has the money of Ifeanyi Oba.
Okay, now let's before we get into the third topic of discussion, I would like for us to talk briefly about how the Labour Party and Peter Obi performed in the Anambra elections. I understand that Peter Obi even lost his ward, his local government, and for the Labour Party. Does that speak to some kind of dwindling of his fortunes, dwindling of his personal?
Nothing.
Okay, so what was responsible for the failure of the Labour Party in his ward?
One, Peter Obi was not on the ballot that to start with.
Okay.
He was not on the ballot, and nobody really know who he is supporting, whether the ADC candidate or the LPM candidate.
Okay.
Understand me? These are the confusion, and Peter Obi himself said that all of them are his friends. That all of them are his friends. So, and mind you, that Anambra Central, that was where APC get most of their votes because of Uche Kunife. Understand?
Yeah.
Peter Obi's polling unit and the ward was won by APC because of Uche Kunife, who is popular in Anambra Central.
Okay.
Understand? And Peter Obi don't want to become an aggressive campaigner.
Okay.
As he said that all of them are his friends.
Okay.
So he didn't put in much
effort. Now you talked about a certain confusion, about where he belongs. Either ADC candidate, who do I support? Who does he support? Is it the ADC or
the LP?
Do you think that this confusion will throw Peter Obi into the 2027 general election?
No, Peter Obi said that he will make his decision after the Anambra governorship election, which is now over. So we are now expecting him to make his decision where he actually is.
Okay, where he actually is.
And we believe before the end of the year, he is going to make that decision.
He's going to make that decision before the end of the year. If you consider the no love lost between Peter Obi and Chukwuma Soludo, how much performance can Peter Obi put up in Anambra State in 2027? Recall that in 2023, he cleared Anambra 90-something%. Do you expect a repeat of that in 2027? Considering that, look, the gulf between their relationship keeps widening every other day. Is it going to work against him now that he has said, look, APGA is going to support the current president?
APGA also supported the current president in 2023.
And yet he won. But Abga had a presidential candidate, Philip Umadi.
Philip Umadi made every effort to meet the governor of his party. He never did. So Nudo dodged the Umadi throughout the campaign. Imagine you're a presidential candidate of a party and you cannot meet the governor of that party.
Good. Now, that made a difference in 2023. Abga had a presidential candidate in the person of Umadi. Yet,
Peter Umadi.
Yet, Labour Party won Anambra for Peter Obi won.
Yes.
Now, in 2027, Abga has already endorsed Tinubu. Look, we are not going to have any presidential candidate.
Yes.
We have Tinubu. Wouldn't it make it harder for Peter Obi to win Anambra in 2027?
Why?
I'm just asking.
When somebody, an indigene of Anambra State, was on the ticket for Abga, they still did not vote Abga. It is now that a stranger is on the ticket in Anambra. There's no way. So what happened in 2023 will still happen in 2027.
What happened in 2023 will still happen in 2027. Dr. Nasike, we need to close home now. Now, Abia North Senator Orji Uzokalo has confirmed that Anambra State Governor, the man of the moment, Chukwuma Soludo, will soon join the All Progressives Congress, APC. While speaking with journalists at the National Assembly, Kalu described Soludo as a progressive like himself. President Bola Tinubu and the Senate President, adding that the governor has no other alternative than to align with the ruling party. Kalu said Soludo shares similar political ideals with the APC leadership and expressed confidence that his defection is certain once ongoing court matters are concluded. He dismissed speculation that anyone was being pressured to join the party, stressing that membership in the APC remains voluntary. He said, and I quote, "Neither I nor other senators, the Senate President or the President Tinubu has ever forced anybody to join our party," Kalu said. Well, his comments came just days after Soludo was re-elected for a second term, defeating APC candidate Nicholas Ukachukwu by over 300,000 votes. Dr. Anosike, Soludo is already in APC according to our former governor, Oyuke. Wasn't that part of the tradables prior to the election will allow you to win, but you will move to the APC? What do you think?
Well, that's the game now, and Tinubu has fulfilled his
own side of the bargain.
That is why he congratulated Tinubu, Soludo, not more than 3 hours after the
election.
After the election. So if a PDP should sanction their governor, APC should, for congratulating Soludo, APC should also sanction Tinubu for congratulating
and call it anti-party activity.
Yes, now.
But he's the president, he's the father figure.
Soludo is in another party.
Dr. Anosike, I'm happy that you brought us to this point again. We have walked back to where we are coming from. Now, you said, and I quote, Soludo has fulfilled his own side of the bargain.
Yes.
No, the president has fulfilled his own side of the bargain by ensuring that the fortunes of the APC...
that the APC machinery... did not work in Anambra.
Did not work in Anambra.
Yes.
Beautiful. Now, do you think, or don't you think that Chukwuma Soludo will ensure that he delivers Anambra to the APC in 2027, even if Peter Obi is in the ballot? And by then, if he has joined the APC, what will the situation be?
Excuse me, governorship election is different from presidential election.
Okay.
Because presidential election is happening simultaneously everywhere.
Okay.
Okay, as they sent about 55,000 policemen to Anambra, they will not see such a number of policemen that to send
to Anambra during the election.
Yes, and again, when Peter Obi is on the ballot, sentiment comes in.
Okay.
Sentiment comes in, and Igbo have a way that they vote. Understand me? Igbos have a unique voting
pattern.
Okay. Understand? We don't always care who is in Abuja. Understand me? We don't always care who is in Abuja because the 2 years, the 2 terms that Buhari ran, Igbos did not vote for him.
Okay.
Understand me? So once P2B
in 2023, the Igbo, did they vote for Tinubu? They didn't.
They didn't.
Okay.
Understand me?
So that's a voting pattern established. If they don't like you, they don't like you.
They don't like you.
Okay.
So there's no way a reasonable Igbo man, Tinubu and P2B will be on the ticket. He'll leave P2B and go and vote for another candidate. He will find it hard to sleep.
Dr. Anosike, you said something here that is quite instructive. We don't care, the Igbo people don't care who is at the center.
We have never cared.
Now, we never cared about who is at the center. We have now 3/5.
We
out of the 5 governors
a
of the
unique
Southeast,
way of
out of the 3 governors of the Southeast, 3 of them have aligned with the center that we don't care about. Isn't that going to change the equation in 2025?
Now,
and we are talking about Chukwuma Soludo joining them.
Excuse me. Now, an instance, if an ex-Roti crosses to APC tomorrow,
okay,
understand? And in 2027, P2B is on the ballot.
Okay.
My 80-something-year-old mother will still vote for P2B, no matter where our next vote is.
Okay.
Understand me?
So those sentiments run very deep.
It run very deep. And it has been running very deep. 79-83, Igbo still voted for Zik.
Dr. Anosike, are you going to discountenance the powers governors wield during elections? Because, first of all, the resident electoral commissioner, when he goes to the state, is going to pay a courtesy call to the governor.
What they can do is to buy votes.
Do you rule out that?
That is the only way that I can say I have delivered my state.
Okay.
But when people are now to vote according to their conscience.
Okay, now, Dr. Anosike, before we leave, I was still talking about OUK. OUK said, look, there was an attempt to impeach Akpabio, but it was stopped. What do you think? Where do you think that is coming from?
For me, that's it didn't spread much. There was a rumor then,
okay,
which they said that is not true.
Okay,
that was
but OUK said.
That was during the Ningi suspension. Understand?
No, this one is recent.
Okay, that I'm not aware of.
Okay, it's recent. OUK said, look, there was an attempt to impeach Akpabio, but we are APC, we are one big family. We are not going to let that happen.
Okay, so I don't know.
It's recent. In his recent interview, he said all of that.
I know that during the Ningi suspension,
okay,
they not wanted to revolt.
Okay, by taking him out.
Yes, sure.
Okay. Now, Dr. Anosike, before we leave, can you take 1 minute to give us your concluding thoughts on Wike and the soldier, the PDP suspension of the Agoba candidate in Anambra, and Chukwuma Soludo moving over to the APC?
For me, on the issue of Wike and the Yerima, I said that I saw a 24-year-old man and a 57-year-old boy.
Okay.
Understand? And that the composure of the Yerima, how he acted maturely, and Wike's behavior is why Donald Trump said Nigeria is a disgraced country.
Okay. Because
that video must have gone everywhere, showing a minister of the Federal Republic talking like an arbor on Lagos Road.
Okay.
So on the issue of the governorship candidate of PDP, he was not supported. Okay. There was crisis in PDP, and there's nothing much he would have done.
He was not supported, and he couldn't have done any better than
No. There was crisis, there was confusion, there's nothing that he would have done. Then on OUK, it is what everybody knows that before the election, Tinubu was already wearing Tinubu's cap.
Okay.
So it will not be a surprise to anybody if we hear tomorrow that he has crossed over to but that will mark the death of Abga.
Abga. Okay, that will mark the death of Abga. I must say a very big thank you to you, Dr. Peter Anosike, economist, philosopher, and political affairs analyst. I appreciate your presence. Thanks for coming to Political Lens. And I hope that we can do this some other time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the bus manager, sound engineer, and ingest manager. I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is issues with Nena and Dimbuto. Stay with us and don't go away. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Voptvlive, the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch the dial. Even if you want to touch the dial, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind Day, but last, more than No Mind Day. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Every year on November 10, the world celebrates World Science Day for Peace and Development to highlight the essential role of science in promoting peace, progress, and sustainability. This day emphasizes the importance of connecting science with society and ensuring that everyone is informed about scientific advances that shape our world. By bringing together government, scientists, educators, and citizens, the celebration encourages dialogue on how science can help address global challenges. UNESCO urges all sectors to participate by organizing activities that showcase the value of science in daily life. In Nigeria, peace advocates are calling on the government to promote unity, stability, and sustainable development across the nation, while emphasizing that lasting peace is essential for progress and prosperity, and that good governance and equitable development can help strengthen democracy and improve the lives of all citizens.
The people actually makes up the society. And when you have informed citizenry who take responsibility by organizing, by joining advocacy, that's the only way our society will have peace. For peace to reign in this society, people must be heard, right? People must speak up. And know when they speak up, institutions of government, the House of Assembly, the National Assembly, the Senate, the governors, the local government must take up those advocacy and work on them. That's the only way we're going to have peace. When there's justice, there will be peace. When there's no justice, the society falls into a recurrent situation. And we don't want that. We cannot afford to live as a refugee in any country because our country is not peaceful, because there's injustice and things are happening. Where do they want us to go? So, for Nigeria to experience peace, there must be justice. The justice system in this country, we have laws. So we must make sure that those laws are enacted. And justice must also be seen. Justice must be seen. And it must be done swiftly. So when we have that, our society would work.
As we celebrate this year's World Science Day for Peace and Development, let us renew our commitment to building a peaceful, inclusive, and sustainable society where knowledge, innovation, and understanding serves as tool for lasting progress and harmony. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria.
Nigeria, it's another exciting episode of The Issues and Voice of the People Television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. On today's episode of The Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From President Tinubu calling on editors to critic with integrity, to mixed reactions straining Wike's face-off with military officer over land dispute. Also, DSS arrests man calling for coup as Lagos APC attacks Rotimi over remarks against Tinubu. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. President Tinubu has appealed to editors across Nigeria to engage in public discourse with a deep sense of responsibility and professionalism. In his address at the conference of the Nigerian Guild of Editors, he asked media practitioners to report boldly but truthfully. He emphasized that the media plays a vital role in shaping narratives and strengthening democracy, warning that while dissent is important, it should not undermine national cohesion. The president further called on editors to elevate dialogue rather than tear down progress, adding that the media must continually partner to build a stronger and more united nation. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Mr. Dele Fanimo. He is a senior analyst, a senior reporter, a senior journalist, a senior he's our guy at the top. He's our guy at the top. And then joining us virtually is Dr. Eric Obi Thomas. He's a public affairs analyst. He's also a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. Thank you very much for joining us.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
Yes, sir. And thank you for joining us, Dr. Eric. Okay, he's not in, so he'll get to join us while we are joining the program. Okay, let's start with you, sir. It's even good I'm having this discussion with you because I'm sure you used to be in that room before your retirement. That's in the room of editors.
Yes.
Yes, and then yes.
I rose to become MD.
Okay, exactly. So you are just the best person to really talk about this. Okay, so let me start with this. This call by President, do you think is a genuine appeal for responsible journalism, or is it a veiled warning, trying to just warn them against hard criticisms?
You see, as enshrined in the Constitution, the media has a strong and noble role to play in democracy. And that's why we are the fourth estate of the realm. We're supposed to provide and beam searchlight on activities of government and politically exposed persons. In fact, there was, I can't quote verbatim now, but I'll paraphrase. There is this saying that anything that goes beyond what politicians want to hide, and the journalist or the media becomes the purveyor, it is nothing but public relations. It's no longer news, So we are supposed to keep government and government officials on their toes always, so as to provide good governance. Anything that deviates from that is public relations. And there's a distinct difference between public relations and the media. So if the government is saying that we must practice responsible journalism, yes, to some extent, it's just like a wake-up call to us. Because I must say, and I'm sure that those who are listening to me that have been practitioners for some years, I've spent 37 years on this job. Today I'm 60. So you know what that means. I've seen it all, and I've risen to the pinnacle of my career before I went into retirement. But the point is, we have modern tools of engaging these politicians, but have we been able to effectively deploy these tools to achieve what the Constitution has given us as a role? I will say no. I was discussing with a friend shortly before this program, and I said, these days, you just find somebody, a public relation officer or media consultant or media relations officer, whatever they call themselves, will write a press statement. And you see the newsroom regurgitating that press statement verbatim, calling it news. In my days, I was news editor in The Guardian. I was business editor in some other places. And I became general manager, executive director in radio and all that. You dare not, when I was a reporter in The Guardian, you dare not regurgitate a press statement and bring to the newsroom. Who are you? In fact, nobody will even tell you not to do it. You know that you cannot do it. Because for every story to pass the test in the newsroom, that story must answer everything that surrounds that event. Anything short of that, the news editor will throw it at your face. Then you cannot conduct an interview that suggests you are promoting somebody, even when you know that that person has fallen short of the level at which he should operate. You know, a lot of issues now that we have started contending with in the media space that was not there at that time. So if government, as said by the president, is saying that we must rise up to our responsibility, I think government is right. And I think it's high time we began to look at some of these issues. And another thing again that is even a bother to me here is that those days when we were coming up in this trade, we were chasing out our predecessors because we were ready to take over from them. But today, even media houses that had abandoned some not too old and old people like us are now bringing them back because there is no good replacement for such people. And it calls to question what will be the extent of journalism. You see in the social media, everybody is now a journalist. Anybody that can have access to Android and they can open Facebook and other social media handles becomes a journalist. Beer parlor banters becomes headline. And a story that broke out 3 days ago, when they want to write it, just in breaking news. I mean, it saddens me that this is the level we have found ourselves in the media. And if we continue in this trend, no value will be placed on us. And where a country begins to disparage, discountenance the media, that country is in trouble.
Okay, I would come back to you because I have some questions I would like to ask you. But we have joining us virtually Dr. Eric Obi Thomas. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, I have heard you. I hear
you. Okay. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so we've been talking about the call, or the not the warning. Actually, it's not a warning. It's a call or an appeal by the president to the editors on them criticizing the right way. You know, he's saying you could report boldly but truthfully. And then, so that's what we're talking about. So I want to ask you, in your own opinion, how free is the Nigerian press? I know you're not a journalist, but I'm sure you can lend your voice to this. So how free do you think is the Nigerian press today under the current political climate that we have in the country? Can you hear me, please? Okay, while we get to regain connection with him, sir, can you just answer that question?
Is
it in now? Can you hear me,
hello?
please? Okay,
Hello?
thank you. Yes, I can hear you.
Hello?
I
Yes,
can.
you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes,
You can
when
go
you were
ahead.
asking your question, it was breaking, but I have an idea of what you are trying to say. Hello?
I can hear you. Can go
Hello?
ahead. You can go ahead.
Okay. All right. You see, in as much as I'm not in bed with the president, this president, I agree with him that journalism should be more professional. I agree. I may not be a journalist, but we've been reading from journalists for many years. I can compare journalism of the 80s and 90s when we started understanding things to even as far back as 70s, yes, to what is happening now. It's quite disappointing. One begins to wonder if it is journalism or if it's money. If during the military, we know what happened. We know how journalists, there was this magazine called, I think, The News. So, yeah. Every media house. And people went to the ocean. They were printing the news in ship in the ocean so that the federal government or the military government will not know. And they even went as far as changing it from those glossy cover to something like newspaper so that it's just to pass the information, and it worked. Today, journalism is for the highest bidder. It's for who to take, just like what they do in polling booths. Why is this country deteriorating like this? I keep asking. It's quite bad. Yes, like I can hear the journalist there from, I just met him halfway, and he was saying, yes, he has cause to lament. This is not journalism. How do you report somebody's press conference or something? You report verbatim. Somebody do something, what is your, you can't report. And a news that was already, like what news I read today, somebody was saying breaking news for, hey, God, I will have just remembered what to say. Something that happened last month, they say breaking news today. Quite annoying. Yes, journalism is not picking. They are not doing well. Just like many things are deteriorating. But journalism, if they don't have enough discipline in journalism, the country is gone. It is the journalism, proper reporting that keeps society. They are the watchdogs, not even government, journalists, not even the military. It's the journalists that put things right. I'm a medical doctor, but I know that journalism is, the journalists are the stakeholder of this society. But if you report adequately, properly, people will catch you. They understand you. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, they will understand you. And people understand, should understand. Please, like the gentleman in the studio there. Yes, I feel for you, my dear. Your profession is not like what you know it to be. Just like any other profession. You come and see where people bastardize it, ridicule it, and that's why they talk to journalists anyhow. But seasoned journalists, when they come, they don't care who you are, government or no government. In fact, it is when issues are hot and critical that they will put it in a way. They can put it as a satire. They can put it in a ridiculous way, but it passes the message. I know. So I think Well, the president is saying that they should critique appropriately. Does he even allow freedom? How many radio houses like you are now? There are things you talk like DSS will come after you. Just mere saying your mind. I just read somewhere that somebody posted somebody, another 27-year-old young man, posted from somewhere in Oyibo in River State, posted something. DSS went after him that he's calling for coup. For goodness sake, what does is he a military man? Somebody in the streets just wrote what was his mind. DSS is going after him. Instead of telling the government to do something that people will not be thinking otherwise. These are the things. You journalists are not even free. You are not as free as you are in the military now, during the military era. That's why some of them are just reporting to police government. But it is wrong. It's wrong.
Okay, one of the things, or what you mentioned about the man or who was DSS, one of the topics, one of the issues. But let me to the rate at which media or journalism has deteriorated in Nigeria. But what would you say has really caused our standards as journalists to really get so lowered that what we're seeing today, and someone can just, you also said it, that you can look at what you have before and what we have now, and you can say journalism was better practiced than it is now.
You see, when we decided to make journalism a career, it was out of passion. Nobody was looking at the money. In fact, what gladdens your heart those days was for your story to be on the front page. You feel like hugging that newspaper for that day. In fact, your heart will be filled with joy that, I made it to the front page of my newspaper. Those days, the salary was poor, but we were elegant. We were showing class. I remember when I was in The Guardian, there were events that it will not start until a Guardian reporter is at the venue. And we were ready to learn. We made journalism our career out of choice. In my newsroom in The Guardian, we had doctors, veterinary doctors, medical doctors that were practicing out of passion. Journalists from The Guardian are the ones that you can tell that they stood out at that time. And that's why we are proud to say, I'm from the flagship. Money was not the concentration. As a matter of fact, even when you are bleeding, you have that air of arrogance in you to say, I'm not going to collect bribe. I'm going to do my job. I've been faced with pressures many times. When my salary was meager, that was not even up to 100,000. People were offering me bribe of 4 million, 5 million that I turned down at risk, the highest risk to my life. Because, you see, just like the law will tell you that there is a tripod to justice. Justice to the offender, justice to the offended, then justice to the society. So, as a media practitioner at that time, you adopt the 4-wheel test. Is it fair to the people concerned? Is it fair to the society? Will it advance the society? And on like that. So, for every story you put in the newspaper, you know that you can defend. Your editor will not trust you until you get to a threshold where it will not even ask, when you are quoting, saying, according to a source close to presidency, he knows that you have that source. And he will go by it. And with a gun put to his head, he will defend you. That was what we came to meet in the media. Nobody celebrates a journalist that is affluent. But today you find journalists building in Banana Island, building in Lekki. How did he come about it? If not for inducement. You know? So, the moment you derail from that, then two, I thought briefly in one institution, mass communication, I was teaching news reporting, techniques of interview, sub-editing, and theories of communication. That was my first-hand experience. I couldn't finish the second semester when I ran away. You know what happened? There were over 350 mass comm students in that department. And the room where I have to teach 350 students was not up to this studio. So, before you enter the class, you're already choked. Because people will be hanging on the windows, at the door, that they have to practically push and shove themselves before you enter the class. Now imagine the kind of odor that will be using out. So attention span will be reduced. And you don't give tests because you're afraid of marking 350 scripts. Whereas, when we were in school, it was intensive training. We were writing news every day. We were just about 70 in that department. We were writing news every day, and that news must be marked. I recall one Dr. Olumide of blessed memory now, when he was teaching us, he would send us to the National Stadium to go and cover a crucial match. As soon as we are leaving the school, he's also leaving with us. He will be at that stadium with us, but you will not see him. And he will find his way back to the school in time to write his own story. So as we are coming in and panting, there was problem, there was traffic, he will just show you his own story. So, there and then you know that you are compelled to write your story because he's not going to take that script from you the following morning because that is teaching deadline. This was what we went through. He will send us to go and interview mad woman or madman. You dare not come back and say that madman or mad woman didn't talk. You see a mad person holding cutlass and you must interview. Yes, that was how we were trained. So, all these things are no longer there. So, what they do now is, once they write one funny script, they push it to AI or ChatGTP that will make it good for them. And they have forgotten that it's generic. At the moment AI or ChatGTP touches it. And then you now see a bandwagon of the same story. Pick newspapers today. Same story, same intro, same body, same headline, same conclusion. That cannot be journalism. And I think the Guild of Editors should begin to look at some of these things. We have lost it. Those days, you are proud to interview presidents, governors. I know how many governors I have interviewed. And I know at least I have interviewed 2 presidents. Military. That's why it will get to a point in your career that issues are at your fingertips. At some point in my career, I was not writing down I was not prepared questions to interview, and I can do 4 or 5 hours interview at a stretch without repeating my questions. It's a product of research, you know. But these days, who cares about research? Who cares about learning? And you need to even listen or read some of what we call the basic tool of this trade is grammar. If you don't have it, you are not supposed to be in this trade. And all those things are lacking. We need to go back to the drawing board and begin to address our minds to some of these things. And teachers of communications should begin to address some of these issues. These days, lecturers are so poor that a student will buy tires for lecturers and he will not come and sit for exams. He will pass. We're killing ourselves gradually. I repeat, anywhere the media is suppressed, anarchy will follow. And that's what we are preparing ourselves for in this country.
Okay, let me get back to Dr. Eric. Dr. Eric, are you still with us? So we've had situations. Can you still hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so we've had situations where journalists have been faced or have been intimidated in this country, and of course there have been arbitrary arrests and all of that. What, from your own opinion, what reform do you think that can be put in place to protect journalists from all of these?
Respect for the rule of law. Are you with me?
Yes, I am.
Respect for the rule of law. Both ways. Government should respect the rule of law. Law enforcement agents should respect the rule of law. And journalists can now do their best. You see, I'm just listening to my colleague there in the studio. I'm so impressed. I can feel his heart. Because though I'm not a journalist, I'm a writer, author, and all that, I know the essence of journalism. Not as much as my friend in the studio knows. That's his profession. But I have enough to say something here that can make meaning. Once you read certain things, one begins to wonder, what is it? And these are the genesis of what's happening, is what you have just said. And it happens across other professions in the country because of the decadence. But going back to your question now, by the time people begin to respect the law, journalism will be fine and government will do better. But unfortunately, it is not what we are seeing. In fact, it's even getting worse every now and then. Craze for power. They subdue journalists, and then for journalists too, the desire to make money fast, quick money, and this servitude attitude, loss of bravery, integrity, and the society is also contributing to it. If you like my friend in the studio, he wasn't interested in the money. He was interested in the respect, dignity, and pride of a journalist. But today, those things don't work. You don't have money, they don't know you. If you like, make A1 into 6, 10, 9 places. Once you don't have the money, they don't care. These are the things that are affecting. It's a bad wagon. So for us to have good journalism and for there to be protection for journalists, we should begin to grow a society of decency, a society where the citizen value quality, value respect, value honor, dignity, over and above money, riches.
Okay.
So with that, we'll get to the point that we're looking for.
Okay.
Today you drive a car, somebody will say, take this carton out. Then once some person comes in with a slick, they will need to bow down. That is not a society. So to me, those are the things that are, the handicaps.
Okay. So would you want to quickly wade in on this before I move to the next conversation?
Well, you see, like Dr. B. Thomas just said, yes, there must be respect for rule of law under a democratic dispensation. But sometimes our grit, our resilience may be required to force these people to reduce their shenanigans in government. I've had it on several occasions. There was a time a board of a strong conglomerate stole more than 7 billion naira. I got wind of it. I got all the documents, and it took me 3 months to investigate. That was the first time I saw real money. Members of this board, some of them are late now, contributed over 10 million naira in bribe, and my salary was just less than 120,000, 119,000 naira to be precise. But because I asked myself on several occasions, I said, if I take this money and this company comes to ruin, where will my son or my grandson find a job? How many people would I be depriving of their future if I take this money? This is practically blood money. I declined. And I told my editor, he's alive today. If he's watching this program, he will corroborate it. When it was becoming too risky for me to carry on with this job, I made 5 copies of those documents. You know how I shared this document? I gave one to my editor, that in case I die in the process of fighting this battle, please let the whole world know that this is why I was killed. I gave one to my wife, but I didn't disclose what was contained in the envelope. That if she gets to know that I'm missing for more than 24 hours, that she should relate and give that envelope to my editor. I kept one inside the dustbin at the front of our office in The Guardian. I gave one to an uncle, a distant uncle, that may not be traced to me, and I held on to one. Eventually, I wrote this story against their will, and some of them that had bought SUVs, Prado SUVs, and kept in their farm for the whole thing to come down before they start bringing it down, they came back, exhumed those cars and those property they bought, and I was able to recover over 4 billion naira out of this money. Do you know eventually the compensation I got for doing this job was that when they had to revive this company, a subsidiary of that conglomerate, they gave me multiple adverts where I got commission totaling about 3 million naira. That's journalism. So, what we are saying essentially is that what we require is training and mentorship. There's a difference between coaching, training, and mentorship. We need mentorship. Those days, I had 2-3 mentors. As a matter of fact, within 3 months of meeting my mentor, if I write a story and he stumbles on it, he'll be asking himself, where did I write this story? Because I was practically using the style of writing to write my story. He's still alive. His name is Ade Ogidon. He was my business editor that time. So we had reasons to do the job, not for money, not to please anybody. There were days that, even as MD of leadership, there were days when I was fighting the status quo that I met. There were days I was not sleeping in my hotel room. I would go and sleep elsewhere because I knew my life was in danger. So any journalist that feels he doesn't want risk attached to this trade should leave the job. Nobody will tell you as a media practitioner worthy of being called a practitioner that you will not encounter issues of threat to your life.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for this very, very robust submission. Let's move on to the next conversation. A confrontation unfolded on Tuesday in the Gaduwa district of Federal Capital Territory when Nyesom Wike, Minister of the FCT, and officials of the Federal Capital Territory attempted to access a parcel of land the claim was being illegally developed. The land is allegedly linked to a former chief of naval staff. Military officers reportedly acted on orders, blocked the team's access, sparking a heated exchange between Wike and a uniformed officer, during which words were exchanged. Tempers fled and the minister challenged the legitimacy of the soldiers' presence. The incident has provoked strong reaction from many persons, and then one of them is former Army Chief Tinubu'S, who described Wike's public rebuke of a uniformed officer as an act of profound indiscipline that undermines the chain of command and weakens national security. He urged Wike to issue an immediate apology to the president, the armed forces, and the officer concerned. In response to the growing controversy, the defense headquarters posted a cryptic message on social media saying it is an honor to serve in the Nigerian military unshaken, unbent, and unbroken. Many interpreted this as the military institution reaffirming its reserve and perhaps signaling support for its personnel in the face of perceived civilian interference. Shortly after the standoff, the Mohammed Badaru-led Minister of Defense issued a statement affirming that any soldier carrying out legitimate duties will be protected. Meanwhile, a senior advocate of Nigeria and constitutional law expert, Professor Sebastian Hon, has condemned the officer's decision to obstruct Wike's access to a disputed plot of land in Abuja, saying the act could not be justified under any lawful military order. So let me come to you first, Dr. Eric. Let's start with the last statement. That's the criticism by the Sun, by the Senior Advocate of Nigeria, who is saying or who is condemning the officer's decision. Do you agree with that?
From my spinal cord, the reflex will not get to the brain. I disagree with him completely. I disagree with him. I don't know what he's looking for. Is the minister supposed to be there physically? Is he a law enforcement agent? If he thinks that there is a issue on the land, is he supposed to be there? That's the question I should be asking that son. Because people just make this statement, just like we say here. They are looking for favor. They are turning the things on the head so that the man will not call him talking for talking. There are procedures to things. If the minister had an obstruction of, probably he sent his agents and they said that land has been is being occupied by somebody else. I think what he should do is to write letter to the owner, the property owner, like the general, retired general, and tell them that they should be talking on where in a civilized society, for crying out loud. The retired general will respond, and from there they will conclude the whole thing. If he's not satisfied, he goes to court. Is he supposed to be there? These are the things we are talking about. You bully people, you think you are Lord. That is wrong. I don't expect the son to start thinking of quoting the Lord here. Let's assume that the soldier is not supposed to be there. Is it the minister that is supposed to go and take the soldier away? And maybe he didn't understand. I wrote something. I've already written something on this matter. The question is, somebody on uniform, we are told, we are educated, we would learn in US anyway. You can't touch a policeman in uniform. And that was why that police was killing somebody. The one that there, he was kneeling on George Ford. People were watching. Men were there. But you dare not touch him in uniform.
Okay.
That's the rule.
All
Now
right.
you are looking at a man in uniform and you are telling him, raining abuse. Are you in your kitchen? Come on, let us come out of this. Even if the military man is wrong, is it his place?
Okay.
Are we normal again in this country? These are the things that journalists should be condemning immediately. It's not a sign to come and be telling me this or telling me that.
Okay. Thank you. Let's come to you, sir. You know, so many condemnations have really trailed this particular issue. And you know, persons have really, condemned Wike's reaction or Wike's action. But Burutai, of course, has said that Wike should apologize. Do you buy that? Do you think that Wike should actually apologize to, like he said to the army, to the president, and then to the officer concerned?
You see, I have a very different opinion. You see, the person to be blamed is not A.M. Yerima. A.M. Yerima, that lieutenant, is acting on the instruction of his boss, who is the owner of this disputed property. And there is little or no room for discretion in a regimented environment, which is the military environment. So the only person that can call Yerima to order in that instance is either a high-ranking service chief, because I'm told that the owner of that property, Gambo, was chief of naval staff. And that is the equivalent rank. Vice admiral is equivalent to lieutenant general in the army. And so, the only person that is higher than him in rank, as it is today in the military, is the CDS, Chief of Defense Staff. And I think somebody must have whispered into Wike's ears that the only person that can call this guy to order is the CDS. Because the CDS is a 4-star general, whereas that man retired as a 3-star general. But another problem that could be there is the fact that while in NDA, Gambo would have been Oluyede's senior. You can see the complexity. And a day ahead of your mate in NDA, you are the senior. So probably Gambo may be maybe 36 course, and the current CDS is maybe 39. So he's 3 years his senior. He will differ to him. Now, so anybody talking about bravery, anybody talking about right of Yerima will be talking about it out of point of ignorance of the military rule. Now, why I have to blame Gambo is the fact that I am sure that the FCT Development Authority would have written to this man asking him to come and defend that land and bring up his papers. And he must have turned it down, believing that because he was a military man, former chief of naval staff, that nothing will happen to him. And that was why he also positioned his men, because as a retired chief of naval staff, he has that privilege of having somebody in the rank of a lieutenant as a CSO. And we also have some other naval ratings as part of his security details. So I'm sure he deployed those ones, who must also obey his order. So Yerima knew where he was standing, that he was not the Yerima that people see, that he was a 3-star general as he was standing, because he has the backing of the person that sent him. And that's why Brutai had to also come out to defend him. But why would that general not submit himself to civil authority? That's where I have problem with him. The carryover of military bravado during the military era, I think, should stop. Then on the side of Wike is a showman. Because otherwise, you have your task force, you have military men in the task force, you have policemen in the task force. These are capable. You have a director that carries on your instruction. You don't need to do that kind of show of shame. Why would you even call somebody in uniform standing before you a fool? He has no reason. And I'm surprised that a lawyer that has spent over 20 years post-bar would condescend that low to address somebody. Yes, you might consider him as, after all, this one is not older than my son. But that is not your son. You respect that uniform, not Yerima. If Yerima was standing there at that time without his uniform, it's another ball game. But he's there with that uniform, with the crest on his head, with the insignia of his rank, as the representative of the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, which is the president. So anything you do to assault him, you have inadvertently assaulted the president. So you can see all the sides to it. That's the fact.
Okay, because of our time, I was actually going to go to our next topic, next issue. But in 1 minute, I want to speak to this issue of the DSS arresting someone, a 27-year-old man, for, of course, calling for coup. And he would just, of course, how he wrote it on a social media post and called on the military to overthrow President Bola Tinubu. It might just be out of how he's feeling at the moment, but of course, this has escalated. What do you say to this?
He's in for it. You don't use the liberty of the social media to be reckless. It's treason. Calling for coup. It's treason. That's why I always tell these Gen Zs that it's not everything you put in the social media. Because when it comes back to you, you may not be able to contain it. But it's a sad one that is in for it.
Okay, your final thoughts, please, Dr. Eric, before we leave tonight.
Leaders in the country. Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Leaders should be responsible. Followers should be responsible.